World War Z, An Oral History of the Zombie War, by Max Brooks. DB 65111. Copyright 2006 by Max Brooks. Read by Jim Zeiger. This book contains 342 pages. Approximate reading time 13 hours 55 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the table of contents, introduction, chapters, and acknowledgments. Library of Congress annotation. Author of The Zombie Survival Guide, RC 64675, records first-hand interviews with survivors of humanity's devastating clash with the undead. Personal accounts from all over the world reveal the scope of the conflict, from the first zombie outbreak to the aftermath of war. Strong language and some violence. 2006. From the book jacket. The zombie war came unthinkably close to eradicating humanity. Max Brooks, driven by the urgency of preserving the acid-etched first-hand experiences of the survivors from those apocalyptic years, traveled across the United States of America and throughout the world, from decimated cities that once teemed with upwards of 30 million souls to the most remote and inhospitable areas of the planet. He recorded the testimony of men, women, and sometimes children who came face to face with the living, or at least the undead, hell of that dreadful time. World War Z is the result. Never before have we had access to a document that so powerfully conveys the depth of fear and horror, and also the ineradicable spirit of resistance that gripped human society through the plague years. Ranging from the now infamous village of New Da-Chang in the United Federation of China, where the epidemiological trail began with the 12-year-old patient zero, to the unnamed northern forests, where untold numbers sought a terrible and temporary refuge in the cold, to the United States of Southern Africa, where the Rediker Plan provided hope for humanity at an unspeakable price, to the west of the Rockies Redoubt, where the North American tide finally started to turn, this invaluable chronicle reflects the full scope and duration of the zombie war. Most of all, the book captures with haunting immediacy the human dimension of this epical event. Facing the often raw and vivid nature of these personal accounts requires a degree of courage on the part of the reader, but the effort is invaluable because, as Mr. Brooks says in his introduction, by excluding the human factor, aren't we risking the kind of personal detachment from history that may, heaven forbid, lead us one day to repeat it? And in the end, isn't the human factor the only true difference between us and the enemy we now refer to as the living dead? Note, some of the numerical and factual material contained in this edition was previously published under the auspices of the United Nations Post-War Commission. About the author. Max Brooks's previous book, The Zombie Survival Guide, formed the core of the world's civilian survival manuals during the zombie war. Mr. Brooks subsequently spent years traveling to every part of the globe in order to conduct the face-to-face interviews that have been incorporated into this present publication. World War Z, An Oral History of the Zombie War. For Henry Michael Brooks, who makes me want to change the world. Contents. Introduction, page 1. Warnings, page 4. Blame, page 45. The Great Panic, page 68. Turning the Tide, page 105. Homefront USA, page 137. Around the World and Above, page 187. Total War, page 270. Goodbyes, page 328. Acknowledgements, page 343. Reader's Note. Notes found in the print edition are located where referenced in text. End of reader's note. Introduction. It goes by many names: the Crisis, the Dark Years, the Walking Plague, as well as newer and more hip titles, such as World War Z or Z War I. I personally dislike this last moniker, as it implies an inevitable Z War II. For me, it will always be the Zombie War, and while many may protest the scientific accuracy of the word zombie, they will be hard-pressed to discover a more globally accepted term for the creatures that almost caused our extinction. Zombie remains a devastating word, unrivaled in its power to conjure up so many memories or emotions, and it is these memories and emotions that are the subject of this book. This record of the greatest conflict in human history owes its genesis to a much smaller, much more personal conflict between me and the chairperson of the United Nations Post-War Commission report. My initial work for the Commission could be described as nothing short of a labor of love. My travel stipend, my security access, my battery of translators, both human and electronic, as well as my small but nearly priceless voice-activated transcription PAL, the greatest gift the world's slowest typist could ask for, all spoke to the respect and value my work was afforded on this project. So, needless to say, it came as a shock when I found almost half of that work deleted from the report's final edition. It was all too intimate, the chairperson said during one of our many animated discussions. Too many opinions, too many feelings. That's not what this report is about. We need clear facts and figures unclouded by the human factor. Of course, she was right. The official report was a collection of cold, hard data, an objective after-action report that would allow future generations to study the events of that apocalyptic decade without being influenced by the human factor. But isn't the human factor what connects us so deeply to our past? Will future generations care as much for chronologies and casualty statistics as they would for the personal accounts of individuals not so different from themselves? By excluding the human factor, aren't we risking the kind of personal detachment from a history that may, heaven forbid, lead us one day to repeat it? And in the end, isn't the human factor the only true difference between us and the enemy we now refer to as the living dead? I presented this argument, perhaps less professionally than was appropriate, to my boss, who, after my final exclamation of, "We can't let these stories die," responded immediately with, "Then don't. Write a book. You've still got all your notes and the legal freedom to use them. Who's stopping you from keeping these stories alive in the pages of your own, expletive-deleted, book?" Some critics will no doubt take issue with the concept of a personal history book so soon after the end of worldwide hostilities. After all, it has been only 12 years since VA Day was declared in the continental United States, and barely a decade since the last major world power celebrated its deliverance on Victory in China Day. Given that most people consider VC Day to be the official end, then how can we have real perspective when, in the words of a UN colleague, we've been at peace about as long as we were at war? This is a valid argument, and one that begs a response. In the case of this generation, those who have fought and suffered to win us this decade of peace, time is as much an enemy as it is an ally. Yes, the coming years will provide hindsight, adding greater wisdom to memories seen through the light of a matured post-war world. But many of those memories may no longer exist, trapped in bodies and spirits too damaged or infirm to see the fruits of their victory harvested. It is no great secret that global life expectancy is a mere shadow of its former pre-war figure. Malnutrition, pollution, the rise of previously eradicated ailments, even in the United States, with its resurgent economy and universal health care, are the present reality. There simply are not enough resources to care for all the physical and psychological casualties. It is because of this enemy, the enemy of time, that I have forsaken the luxury of hindsight and published these survivors' accounts. Perhaps decades from now, someone will take up the task of recording the recollections of the much older, much wiser survivors. Perhaps I might even be one of them. Although this is primarily a book of memories, it includes many of the details, technological, social, economic, and so on, found in the original Commission report, as they are related to the stories of those voices featured in these pages. This is their book, not mine, and I have tried to maintain as invisible a presence as possible. Those questions included in the text are only there to illustrate those that might have been posed by readers. I have attempted to reserve judgment or commentary of any kind, and if there is a human factor that should be removed, let it be my own. Warnings. Greater Chongqing, the United Federation of China. At its pre-war height, this region boasted a population of over 35 million people. Now there are barely 50,000. Reconstruction funds have been slow to arrive in this part of the country, the government choosing to concentrate on the more densely populated coast. There is no central power grid, no running water besides the Yangtze River. But the streets are clear of rubble, and the local Security Council has prevented any post-war outbreaks. The chairman of that council is Kwang Jing-shu, a medical doctor who, despite his advanced age and wartime injuries, still manages to make house calls to all his patients. The first outbreak I saw was in a remote village that officially had no name. The residents called it New Da Chang, but this was more out of nostalgia than anything else. Their former home, Old Da Chang, had stood since the period of the Three Kingdoms, with farms and houses and even trees said to be centuries old. When the Three Gorges Dam was completed and reservoir waters began to rise, much of Da Chang had been disassembled, brick by brick, then rebuilt on higher ground. This new Da Chang, however, was not a town anymore, but a National Historic Museum. It must have been a heartbreaking irony for those poor peasants to see their town saved, but then only being able to visit it as a tourist. Maybe that is why some of them chose to name their newly constructed hamlet New Da Chang to preserve some connection to their heritage, even if it was only in name. I personally didn't know that this other New Da Chang existed, so you can imagine how confused I was when the call came in. The hospital was quiet. It had been a slow night, even for the increasing number of drunk driving accidents. Motorcycles were becoming very popular. We used to say that your Harley-Davidsons killed more young Chinese than all the GIs in the Korean War. That's why I was so grateful for a quiet shift. I was tired. My back and feet ached. I was on my way out to smoke a cigarette and watch the dawn when I heard my name being paged. The receptionist that night was new and couldn't quite understand the dialect. There had been an accident or an illness. It was an emergency, that part was obvious, and could we please send help at once? What could I say? The younger doctors, the kids who think medicine is just a way to pad their bank accounts, they certainly weren't going to go help some Nong Min just for the sake of helping. I guess I'm still an old revolutionary at heart. Our duty is to hold ourselves responsible to the people. Note 1. From quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, originally from The Situation and Our Policy After the Victory in the War of Resistance Against Japan, August 13, 1945. End note. Those words still mean something to me, and I try to remember that as my deer bounced and banged over dirt roads, The government had promised but never quite gotten around to paving. Note 2. A pre-war automobile manufactured in the People's Republic. End note. I had a devil of a time finding the place. Officially, it didn't exist, and therefore wasn't on any map. I became lost several times and had to ask directions from locals who kept thinking I meant the museum town. I was in an impatient mood by the time I reached the small collection of hilltop homes. I remember thinking, this had better be damned serious. Once I saw their faces, I regretted my wish. There were 7 of them, all on cots, all barely conscious. The villagers had moved them into their new communal meeting hall. The walls and floor were bare cement. The air was cold and damp. Of course they're sick, I thought. I asked the villagers who had been taking care of these people. They said no one. It wasn't safe. I noticed that the door had been locked from the outside. The villagers were clearly terrified. They cringed and whispered. Some kept their distance and prayed. Their behavior made me angry, not at them, you understand, not as individuals, but what they represented about our country. After centuries of foreign oppression, exploitation, and humiliation, we were finally reclaiming our rightful place as humanity's Middle Kingdom. We were the world's richest and most dynamic superpower, masters of everything from outer space to cyberspace. It was the dawn of what the world was finally acknowledging as the Chinese century, and yet so many of us still lived like these ignorant peasants, as stagnant and superstitious as the earliest Yang Shao savages. I was still lost in my grand cultural criticism when I knelt to examine the first patient. She was running a high fever, 40 degrees centigrade, and she was shivering violently. Barely coherent, she whimpered slightly when I tried to move her limbs. There was a wound in her right forearm, a bite mark. As I examined it more closely, I realized that it wasn't from an animal. The bite radius and teeth marks had to have come from a small, or possibly young, human being. Although I hypothesized this to be the source of the infection, the actual injury was surprisingly clean. I asked the villagers again who had been taking care of these people. Again they told me no one. I knew this could not be true. The human mouth is packed with bacteria, even more so than the most unhygienic dog. If no one had cleaned this woman's wound, why wasn't it throbbing with infection? I examined the 6 other patients. All showed similar symptoms. All had similar wounds on various parts of their bodies. I asked one man, the most lucid of the group, who or what had inflicted these injuries. He told me it had happened when they had tried to subdue him. Who? I asked. I found patient 0 behind the locked door of an abandoned house across town. He was 12 years old. His wrists and feet were bound with plastic packing twine. Although he'd rubbed off the skin around his bonds, there was no blood. There was also no blood on his other wounds, not on the gouges on his legs or arms, or from the large dry gap where his right big toe had been. He was writhing like an animal. A gag muffled his growls. At first the villagers tried to hold me back. They warned me not to touch him, that he was cursed. I shrugged them off and reached for my mask and gloves. The boy's skin was as cold and gray as the cement on which he lay. I could find neither his heartbeat nor his pulse. His eyes were wild, wide, and sunken back in their sockets. They remained locked on me like a predatory beast. Throughout the examination he was inexplicably hostile, reaching for me with his bound hands and snapping at me through his gag. His movements were so violent I had to call for 2 of the largest villagers to help me hold him down. Initially they wouldn't budge, cowering in the doorway like baby rabbits. I explained that there was no risk of infection if they used gloves and masks. When they shook their heads, I made it an order, even though I had no lawful authority to do so. That was all it took. The 2 oxen knelt beside me. One held the boy's feet while the other grasped his hands. I tried to take a blood sample, and instead extracted only brown, viscous matter. As I was withdrawing the needle, the boy began another bout of violent struggling. One of my orderlies, the one responsible for his arms, gave up trying to hold them, and thought it might be safer if he just braced them against the floor with his knees. But the boy jerked again, and I heard his left arm snap. Jagged ends of both radius and ulna bones stabbed through his gray flesh. Although the boy didn't cry out, didn't even seem to notice, it was enough for both assistants to leap back and run from the room. I instinctively retreated several paces myself. I am embarrassed to admit this. I have been a doctor for most of my adult life. I was trained, and you could even say raised, by the People's Liberation Army. I've treated more than my share of combat injuries, faced my own death on more than one occasion, and now I was scared, truly scared of this frail child. The boy began to twist in my direction. His arm ripped completely free. Flesh and muscle tore from one another until there was nothing except the stump. His now free right arm, still tied to the severed left hand, dragged his body across the floor. I hurried outside, locking the door behind me. I tried to compose myself, control my fear and shame. My voice still cracked as I asked the villagers how the boy had been infected. No one answered. I began to hear banging on the door, the boy's fist pounding weakly against the thin wood. It was all I could do not to jump at the sound. I prayed they would not notice the color draining from my face. I shouted, as much from fear as frustration, that I had to know what happened to this child. A young woman came forward, maybe his mother. You could tell that she had been crying for days. Her eyes were dry and deeply red. She admitted that it had happened when the boy and his father were moon fishing, a term that describes diving for treasure among the sunken ruins of the Three Gorges Reservoir. With more than 1,100 abandoned villages, towns, and even cities, there was always the hope of recovering something valuable. It was a very common practice in those days, and also very illegal. She explained that they weren't looting, that it was their own village, Old Dachang, and that they were just trying to recover some heirlooms from the remaining houses that hadn't been moved. She repeated the point, and I had to interrupt her with promises not to inform the police. She finally explained that the boy came up crying with a bite mark on his foot. He didn't know what had happened. The water had been too dark and muddy. His father was never seen again. I reached for my cell phone and dialed the number of Dr. Gu Wan Kui, an old comrade from my army days who now worked at the Institute of Infectious Diseases at Chongqing University. Note 3. The Institute of Infectious and Parasitic Diseases of the First Affiliated Hospital, Chongqing Medical University. End note. We exchanged pleasantries, discussing our health, our grandchildren. It was only proper. I then told him about the outbreak, and listened as he made some joke about the hygiene habits of hillbillies. I tried to chuckle along, but continued that I thought the incident might be significant. Almost reluctantly, he asked me what the symptoms were. I told him everything: the bites, the fever, the boy, the arm. His face suddenly stiffened. His smile died. He asked me to show him the infected. I went back into the meeting hall and waved the phone's camera over each of the patients. He asked me to move the camera closer to some of the wounds themselves. I did so, and when I brought the screen back to my face, I saw that his video image had been cut. "Stay where you are," he said, just a distant, removed voice now. "Take the names of all who have had contact with the infected. Restrain those already infected. If they have passed into coma, vacate the room and secure the exit." His voice was flat, robotic, as if he had rehearsed this speech or was reading from something. He asked me, "Are you armed?" "Why would I be?" I asked. He told me he would get back to me. All business again. He said he had to make a few calls and that I should expect support within several hours. They were there in less than one. 50 men in large Army Z-8A helicopters. All were wearing hazardous materials suits. They said they were from the Ministry of Health. I don't know who they thought they were kidding. With their bullying swagger, their intimidating arrogance, even these backwater bumpkins could recognize the Guan Bu. Note 4. Guakya Anchuan Bu, the pre-war Ministry of State Security. End note. Their first priority was the meeting hall. The patients were carried out on stretchers, their limbs shackled, their mouths gagged. Next, they went for the boy. He came out in a body bag. His mother was wailing as she and the rest of the village were rounded up for examinations. Their names were taken, their blood drawn. One by one, they were stripped and photographed. The last one to be exposed was a withered old woman. She had a thin, crooked body, a face with 1,000 lines, and tiny feet that had to have been bound when she was a girl. She was shaking her bony fist at the doctors. "This is your punishment," she shouted. "This is revenge for Feng Du." She was referring to the city of ghosts, whose temples and shrines were dedicated to the underworld. Like old Da Chang, it had been an unlucky obstacle to China's next great leap forward. It had been evacuated, then demolished, then almost entirely drowned. I've never been a superstitious person, and I've never allowed myself to be hooked on the opiate of the people. I'm a doctor, a scientist. I believe only in what I can see and touch. I've never seen Feng Du as anything but a cheap, kitschy tourist trap. Of course, this ancient crone's words had no effect on me, but her tone, her anger. She had witnessed enough calamity in her years upon the earth. The warlords, the Japanese, the insane nightmare of the Cultural Revolution. She knew that another storm was coming, even if she didn't have the education to understand it. My colleague, Dr. Quay, had understood all too well. He'd even risked his neck to warn me, to give me enough time to call and maybe alert a few others before the Ministry of Health arrived. It was something he had said, a phrase he hadn't used in a very long time, not since those minor border clashes with the Soviet Union. That was back in 1969. We had been in an earthen bunker on our side of the Ussuri, less than a kilometer downriver from Chunbao. The Russians were preparing to retake the island, their massive artillery hammering our forces. Gu and I had been trying to remove shrapnel from the belly of this soldier, not much younger than us. The boy's lower intestines had been torn open. His blood and excrement were all over our gowns. Every 7 seconds, a round would land close by, and we would have to bend over his body to shield the wound from falling earth. And every time we would be close enough to hear him whimper softly for his mother. There were other voices, too, rising from the pitch darkness just beyond the entrance to our bunker. Desperate, angry voices that weren't supposed to be on our side of the river. We had 2 infantrymen stationed at the bunker's entrance. One of them shouted, "Spetsnaz," and started firing into the dark. We could hear other shots now as well. Ours or theirs, we couldn't tell. Another round hit, and we bent over the dying boy. Gu's face was only a few centimeters from mine. There was sweat pouring down his forehead. Even in the dim light of one paraffin lantern, I could see that he was shaking and pale. He looked at the patient, then at the doorway, then at me, and suddenly he said, "Don't worry, everything's going to be all right." Now, this is a man who has never said a positive thing in his life. Gu was a worrier, a neurotic curmudgeon. If he had a headache, it was a brain tumor. If it looked like rain, this year's harvest was ruined. This was his way of controlling the situation, his lifelong strategy for always coming out ahead. Now, when reality looked more dire than any of his fatalistic predictions, he had no choice but to turn tail and charge in the opposite direction. Don't worry, everything's going to be all right. For the first time, everything turned out as he predicted. The Russians never crossed the river, and we even managed to save our patient. For years afterward, I would tease him about what it took to pry out a little ray of sunshine, and he would always respond that it would take a hell of a lot worse to get him to do it again. Now we were old men, and something worse was about to happen. It was right after he asked me if I was armed. No, I said, why should I be? There was a brief silence. I'm sure other ears were listening. Don't worry, he said. Everything's going to be all right. That was when I realized that this was not an isolated outbreak. I ended the call and quickly placed another to my daughter in Guangzhou. Her husband worked for China Telecom and spent at least 1 week of every month abroad. I told her it would be a good idea to accompany him the next time he left, and that she should take my granddaughter and stay for as long as they could. I didn't have time to explain. My signal was jammed just as the first helicopter appeared. The last thing I managed to say to her was, "Don't worry, everything's going to be all right." Kwang Jing-shu was arrested by the MSS and incarcerated without formal charges. By the time he escaped, the outbreak had spread beyond China's borders. Lhasa, the People's Republic of Tibet. The world's most populous city is still recovering from the results of last week's general election. The Social Democrats have smashed the Lamist Party in a landslide victory, and the streets are still roaring with revelers. I meet Nuri Televaldi at a crowded sidewalk cafe. We have to shout over the euphoric din. Before the outbreak started, overland smuggling was never popular. To arrange for the passports, the fake tour buses, the contacts and protection on the other side all took a lot of money. Back then, the only two lucrative routes were into Thailand or Myanmar. Where I used to live, in Khuzhir, the only option was into the ex-Soviet republics. No one wanted to go there, and that is why I wasn't initially a Shuto. Note 1. Shuto, a snakehead, the smuggler of Renshu, or human snake of refugees. End note. I was an importer. Raw opium, uncut diamonds, girls, boys, whatever was valuable from those primitive excuses for countries. The outbreak changed all that. Suddenly we were besieged with offers, and not just from the Liu Dung Renko, but also, as you say, from people on the up and up. Note 2. Liu Dung Renko, China's floating population of homeless labor. End note. I had urban professionals, private farmers, even low-level government officials. These were people who had a lot to lose. They didn't care where they were going, they just needed to get out. Did you know what they were fleeing? We'd heard the rumors. We'd even had an outbreak somewhere in Khuzhir. The government had hushed it up pretty quickly, but we guessed, we knew something was wrong. Didn't the government try to shut you down? Officially, they did. Penalties on smuggling were hardened. Border checkpoints were strengthened. They even executed a few shuto publicly, just to make an example. If you didn't know the true story, if you didn't know it from my end, you'd think it was an efficient crackdown. You're saying it wasn't? I'm saying I made a lot of people rich. Border guards, bureaucrats, police, even the mayor. These were still good times for China, where the best way to honor Chairman Mao's memory was to see his face on as many 100-yuan notes as possible. You were that successful? Khuzhir was a boom town. I think 90%, maybe more, of all westbound overland traffic came through with even a little left over for air travel. Air travel? Just a little. I only dabbled in transporting renshu by air, a few cargo flights now and then to Kazakhstan or Russia. Small-time jobs. It wasn't like the East, where Guangdong or Jiangsu were getting thousands of people out every week. Could you elaborate? Air smuggling became big business in the eastern provinces. These were rich clients, the ones who could afford pre-booked travel packages and first-class tourist visas. They would step off the plane at London or Rome or even San Francisco, check into their hotels, go out for a day's sightseeing, and simply vanish into thin air. That was big money. I'd always wanted to break into air transport. But what about infection? Wasn't there a risk of being discovered? That was only later, after Flight 575. Initially, there weren't too many infected taking these flights. If they did, they were in the very early stages. Air transport Shuto were very careful. If you showed any signs of advanced infection, they wouldn't go near you. They were out to protect their business. The golden rule was you couldn't fool foreign immigration officials until you fooled your Shuto first. You had to look and act completely healthy, and even then it was always a race against time. Before Flight 575, I heard this one story about a couple, a very well-to-do businessman and his wife. He had been bitten. Not a serious one, you understand, but one of the slow burns, where all the major blood vessels are missed. I'm sure they thought there was a cure in the West. A lot of the infected did. Apparently, they reached their hotel room in Paris just as he began to collapse. His wife tried to call the doctor, but he forbade it. He was afraid they would be sent back. Instead, he ordered her to abandon him, to leave now before he lapsed into coma. I hear that she did, and after 2 days of groans and commotion, the hotel staff finally ignored the Do Not Disturb sign and broke into the room. I'm not sure if that is how the Paris outbreak started, though it would make sense. You say they didn't call for a doctor, that they were afraid they'd be sent back. But then why try to find a cure in the West? You really don't understand a refugee's heart, do you? These people were desperate. They were trapped between their infections and being rounded up and treated by their own government. If you had a loved one, a family member, a child who was infected, and you thought there was a shred of hope in some other country, wouldn't you do everything in your power to get there? Wouldn't you want to believe there was hope? You said that man's wife, along with the other renshu, vanished into thin air. It has always been this way, even before the outbreaks. Some stay with family, some with friends. Many of the poorer ones had to work off their bao to the local Chinese mafia. Note 3. Bao, the debt many refugees incurred during their exodus. End note. The majority of them simply melted into the host country's underbelly. The low-income areas, if that's what you want to call them, what better place to hide than among that part of society that no one else even wants to acknowledge? How else could so many outbreaks have started in so many first-world ghettos? It's been said that many Shu Tao propagated the myth of a miracle cure in other countries. Some. Did you? Pause. No. Another pause. How did Flight 575 change air smuggling? Restrictions were tightened. but only in certain countries. Airline Shu Tao were careful, but they were also resourceful. They used to have this saying, "Every rich man's house has a servant's entrance." What does that mean? If Western Europe has increased its security, go through Eastern Europe. If the U.S. won't let you in, go through Mexico. I'm sure it helped to make the rich white countries feel safer, even though they had infestations already bubbling within their borders. This is not my area of expertise, you remember. I was primarily land transport, and my target countries were in Central Asia. Were they easier to enter? They practically begged us for the business. Those countries were in such economic shambles, their officials were so backward and corrupt, they actually helped us with the paperwork in exchange for a percentage of our fee. There were even Shu Tao, or whatever they called them in their barbarian babble, who worked with us to get Ren Shu across the old Soviet republics into countries like India or Russia, even Iran, although I never asked or wanted to know where any of the Ren Shu were going. My job ended at the border. Just get their papers stamped, their vehicles tagged, pay the guards off, and take my cut. Did you see many infected? Not in the beginning. The blight worked too fast. It wasn't like air travel. It might take weeks to reach Khuzhir, and even the slowest of burns, I've been told, couldn't last longer than a few days. Infected clients usually reanimated somewhere on the road, where they would be recognized and collected by the local police. Later, as the infestations multiplied and the police became overwhelmed, I began to see a lot of infected on my route. Were they dangerous? Rarely. Their family usually had them bound and gagged. You'd see something moving in the back of a car, squirming softly under clothing or heavy blankets. You'd hear banging from a car's boot, or later from crates with air holes in the backs of vans. Air holes. They really didn't know what was happening to their loved ones. Did you? By then, yes. But I knew trying to explain it to them would be a hopeless cause. I just took their money and sent them on their way. I was lucky. I never had to deal with the problems of sea smuggling. That was more difficult and dangerous. My associates from the coastal provinces were the ones who had to contend with the possibility of an infected breaking its bonds and contaminating the entire hold. What did they do? I've heard of various solutions. Sometimes ships would pull up to a stretch of deserted coast. It didn't matter if it was the intended country, it could have been any coast, and unload the infected Ren Shu onto the beach. I've heard of some captains making for an empty stretch of open sea and just tossing the whole writhing lot overboard. That might explain the early cases of swimmers and divers starting to disappear without a trace, or why you'd hear of people all around the world saying they saw them walking out of the surf. At least I never had to deal with that. I did have one similar incident, the one that convinced me it was time to quit. There was this truck, a beat-up old jalopy. You could hear the moans from the trailer. A lot of fists were slamming against the aluminum. It was actually swaying back and forth. In the cab there was a very wealthy investment banker from Xi'an. He'd made a lot of money buying up American credit card debt. He had enough to pay for his entire extended family. The man's Armani suit was rumpled and torn. There were scratch marks down the side of his face, and his eyes had that frantic fire I was starting to see more of every day. The driver's eyes had a different look, the same one as me, the look that maybe money wasn't going to be much good for much longer. I slipped the man an extra 50 and wished him luck. That was all I could do. Where was the truck headed? Kyrgyzstan. Meteora, Greece. The monasteries are built into the steep, inaccessible rocks. Some buildings, sitting perched atop high, almost vertical columns. While originally an attractive refuge from the Ottoman Turks, it later proved just as secure from the living dead. Post-war staircases, mostly metal or wood, and all easily retractable, catered to the growing influx of both pilgrims and tourists. Meteora has become a popular destination for both groups in recent years. Some seek wisdom and spiritual enlightenment. Some simply search for peace. Stanley MacDonald is one of the latter. A veteran of almost every campaign across the expanse of his native Canada, he first encountered the living dead during a different war, when the 3rd Battalion of Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry was involved in drug interdiction operations in Kyrgyzstan. Please don't confuse us with the American Alpha teams. This was long before their deployment, before the panic, before the Israeli self-quarantine. This was even before the first major public outbreak in Cape Town. This was just at the beginning of the spread, before anybody knew anything about what was coming. Our mission was strictly conventional: opium and hash, the primary export crop of terrorists around the world. That's all we'd ever encountered in that rocky wasteland. Traders and thugs and locally hired muscle. That's all we expected. That's all we were ready for. The cave entrance was easy to find. We'd tracked it back from the blood trail leading to the caravan. Right away, we knew something was wrong. There were no bodies. Rival tribes always left their victims laid out and mutilated as a warning to others. There was plenty of blood and bits of brown rotting flesh, but the only corpses we found were the pack mules. They'd been brought down, not shot, by what looked like wild animals. Their bellies were torn out, and large bite wounds covered their flesh. We guessed it had to be wild dogs. Packs of those damn things roamed the valleys, big and nasty as Arctic wolves. What was most puzzling was the cargo, still in their saddlebags, or just scattered about the bodies. Now, even if this wasn't a territorial hit, even if it was a religious or tribal revenge killing, no one just abandons 50 kilos of prime, raw, bad brown, or perfectly good assault rifles, or expensive personal trophies like watches, mini-disc players, and GPS locators. Note 1. Bad brown, a nickname for the type of opium grown in the Badakhshan province of Afghanistan. End note. The blood trail led up the mountain path from the massacre in the Wadi. A lot of blood. Anyone who lost that much wouldn't be getting up again. Only somehow he did. He hadn't been treated. There were no other track marks. From what we could tell, this man had run, bled, fallen face down. We still could see his bloody face mark imprinted in the sand. Somehow, without suffocating, without bleeding to death, he'd lain there for some time, then just gotten up again and started walking. These new tracks were very different from the old. They were slower, closer together. His right foot was dragging, clearly why he'd lost his shoe, an old worn-out Nike high top. The drag marks were sprinkled with fluid, not blood, not human, but droplets of hard, black-crusted ooze that none of us recognized. We followed these and the drag marks to the entrance of the cave. There was no opening fire, no reception of any kind. We found the tunnel entrance unguarded and wide open. Immediately we began to see bodies, men killed by their own booby traps. They looked like they'd been running, to get out. Beyond them, in the first chamber, we saw our first evidence of a one-sided firefight. One-sided because only one wall of the cavern was pockmarked by small arms. Opposite that wall were the shooters. They'd been torn apart, their limbs, their bones, shredded and gnawed, some still clutching their weapons, one of those severed hands with an old Makarov still in the grip. The hand was missing a finger. I found it across the room, along with the body of another unarmed man who'd been hit over 100 times. Several rounds had taken the top of his head off. The finger was still stuck between his teeth. Every chamber told a similar story. We found smashed barricades, discarded weapons. We found more bodies, or pieces of them. Only the intact ones died from headshots. We found meat, chewed, pulped flesh, bulging from their throats and stomachs. You could see by the blood trails, the footprints, the shell casings, and pockmarks that the entire battle had originated from the infirmary. We discovered several cots, all bloody. At the end of the room, we found a headless, I'm guessing, doctor, lying on the dirt floor next to a cot with soiled sheets and clothes and an old left-footed, worn-out Nike high top. The last tunnel we checked had collapsed from the use of a booby-trapped demolition charge. A hand was sticking out of the limestone. It was still moving. I reacted from the gut, leaned forward, grabbed the hand, felt that grip. Like steel, almost crushed my fingers. I pulled back, tried to get away. It wouldn't let me go. I pulled harder, dug my feet in. First, the arm came free. Then the head, the torn face, wide eyes and gray lips. Then the other hand, grabbing my arm and squeezing. Then came the shoulders. I fell back, the thing's top half coming with me. The waist down was still jammed under the rocks, still connected to the upper torso by a line of entrails. It was still moving, still clawing me, trying to pull my arm into its mouth. I reached for my weapon. The burst was angled upward, connecting just under and behind the chin and spraying its brains across the ceiling above us. I'd been the only one in the tunnel when it happened. I was the only witness. He pauses. Exposure to unknown chemical agents. That's what they told me back in Edmonton. That, or an adverse reaction to our own prophylactic medication. They threw in a healthy dose of PTSD for good measure. Note 2. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. End note. I just needed rest and long-term evaluation. Evaluation. That's what happens when it's your own side. It's only interrogation when it's the enemy. They teach you how to resist the enemy, how to protect your mind and spirit. They don't teach you how to resist your own people, especially people who think they're trying to help you see the truth. They didn't break me. I broke myself. I wanted to believe them, and I wanted them to help me. I was a good soldier, well-trained, experienced. I knew what I could do to my fellow human beings and what they could do to me. I thought I was ready for anything. He looks out at the valley, his eyes unfocused. Who in his right mind could have been ready for this? The Amazon rainforest, Brazil. I arrive blindfolded so as not to reveal my host's location. Outsiders call them the Yanomami, the fierce people, and it is unknown whether this supposedly warlike nature, or the fact that their new village hangs suspended from the tallest trees, was what allowed them to weather the crisis as well, if not better, than even the most industrialized nation. It is not clear whether Fernando Oliveira, the emaciated, drug-addicted white man from the edge of the world, is their guest, mascot, or prisoner. I was still a doctor, that's what I told myself. Yes, I was rich, and getting richer all the time. But at least my success came from performing necessary medical procedures. I wasn't just slicing and dicing little teenage noses or sewing Sudanese pintos onto she-boy pop divas. Note 1. It has been alleged that before the war, the sexual organs of Sudanese men convicted of adultery were severed and sold on the world black market. End note. I was still a doctor. I was still helping people. And if it was so immoral to the self-righteous, hypocritical North, why did their citizens keep coming? The package arrived from the airport an hour before the patient, packed in ice in a plastic picnic cooler. Hearts are extremely rare, not like livers or skin tissue, and certainly not like kidneys, which, after the presumed consent law was passed, you could get from almost any hospital or morgue in the country. Was it tested? For what? In order to test for something, you have to know what you're looking for. We didn't know about walking plague then. We were concerned with conventional ailments, hepatitis or HIV/AIDS, and we didn't even have time to test for those. Why is that? Because the flight had already taken so long. Organs can't be kept on ice forever. We were already pushing our luck with this one. Where had it come from? China, most likely. My broker operated out of Macau. We trusted him. His record was solid. When he assured us that the package was clean, I took him at his word. I had to. He knew the risks involved, so did I, so did the patient. Herr Mueller, in addition to his conventional heart ailments, was cursed with the extremely rare genetic defect of dextrocardia with situs inversus. His organs lay in their exact opposite position. The liver was on the left side, the heart entryways on the right, and so on. You see the unique situation we were facing. We couldn't have just transplanted a conventional heart and turned it backward. It just doesn't work that way. We needed another fresh, healthy heart from a donor with exactly the same condition. Where else but China could we find that kind of luck? It was luck. Smiles. And political expediency. I told my broker what I needed, gave him the specifics, and sure enough, 3 weeks later I received an email simply titled, "We have a match." So you performed the operation? I assisted. Dr. Silva performed the actual procedure. He was a prestigious heart surgeon who worked the top cases at the Hospital Israelita Albert Einstein in Sao Paulo. Arrogant bastard even for a cardiologist. It killed my ego to have to work with that prick, treating me like I was a first-year resident. But what was I going to do? Herr Mueller needed a new heart, and my beach house needed a new herbal jacuzzi. Herr Mueller never came out of the anesthesia. As he lay in the recovery room, barely minutes after closing, his symptoms began to appear. His temperature, pulse rate, oxygen saturation. I was worried, and it must have tickled my more experienced colleague. He told me that it was either a common reaction to the immunosuppressant medication or the simple expected complications of an overweight, unhealthy 67-year-old man who'd just gone through one of the most traumatic procedures in modern medicine. I'm surprised he didn't pat me on the head, the prick. He told me to go home, take a shower, get some sleep, maybe call a girl or two, relax. He'd stay and watch him and call me if there was any change. Oliveira purses his lips angrily and chews another wad of the mysterious leaves at his side. And what was I supposed to think? Maybe it was the drugs, the OKT3. Or maybe I was just being a worrier. This was my first heart transplant. What did I know? Still, it bothered me so much that the last thing I wanted to do was sleep. So I did what any good doctor should do when his patient is suffering. I hit the town. I danced, I drank, I had salaciously indecent things done to me by who knows who or what. I wasn't even sure it was my phone vibrating the first couple of times. It must have been at least an hour before I finally picked up. Graziella, my receptionist, was in a real state. She told me that Herr Mueller had slipped into a coma an hour before. I was in my car before she could finish the sentence. It was a 30-minute drive back to the clinic, and I cursed both Silva and myself every second of the way. So I did have reason to be concerned. So I was right. Ego, you could say, even though to be right meant dire consequences for me as well. I still relished tarnishing the invincible Silva's reputation. I arrived to find Graziella trying to comfort a hysterical Rosie, one of my nurses. The poor girl was inconsolable. I gave her a good one across the cheek. That calmed her down, and asked her what was going on. Why were there spots of blood on her uniform? Where was Dr. Silva? Why were some of the other patients out of their rooms? And what the hell was that goddamn banging noise? She told me that Herr Mueller had flatlined suddenly and unexpectedly. She explained that they had been trying to revive him when Herr Mueller had opened his eyes and bitten Dr. Silva on the hand. The two of them struggled. Rosie tried to help, but was almost bitten herself. She left Silva, ran from the room, and locked the door behind her. I almost laughed. It was so ridiculous. Maybe Superman had slipped up, misdiagnosed him, if that was possible. Maybe he'd just risen from the bed and, in a stupor, had tried to grab onto Dr. Silva to steady himself. There had to be a reasonable explanation, and yet there was the blood on her uniform and the muffled noise from Herr Mueller's room. I went back to the car for my gun, more so to calm Graziella and Rosie than for myself. You carried a gun? I lived in Rio. What do you think I carried? My Pinto? I went back to Herr Mueller's room. I knocked several times. I heard nothing. I whispered his and Silva's names. No one responded. I noticed blood seeping out from under the door. I entered and found it covering the floor. Silva was lying in the far corner, Mueller crouching over him with his fat, pale, hairy back to me. I can't remember how I got his attention, whether I called his name, uttered a swear, or did anything at all but just stand there. Mueller turned to me, bits of bloody meat falling from his open mouth. I saw that his steel sutures had been partially pried open, and a thick, black, gelatinous fluid oozed through the incision. He got shakily to his feet, lumbering slowly toward me. I raised my pistol, aiming at his new heart. It was a Desert Eagle Israeli, large and showy, which is why I'd chosen it. I'd never fired it before, thank God. I wasn't ready for the recoil. The round went wild, literally blowing his head off. Lucky, that's all, this lucky fool standing there with a smoking gun and a stream of worn urine running down my leg. Now it was my turn to get slapped several times by Graziella before I came to my senses and telephoned the police. Were you arrested? Are you crazy? These were my partners. How do you think I was able to get my homegrown organs? How do you think I was able to take care of this mess? They're very good at that. They helped explain to my other patients that a homicidal maniac had broken into the clinic and killed both Herr Mueller and Dr. Silva. They also made sure that none of the staff said anything to contradict that story. What about the bodies? They listed Silva as the victim of a probable carjacking. I don't know where they put his body. Maybe some ghetto side street in the City of God. A drug score gone bad just to give the story more credibility. I hope they just burned him or buried him deep. Do you think he... I don't know. His brain was intact when he died. If he wasn't in a body bag, if the ground was soft enough, how long would it have taken to dig out? He'd choose another leaf, offering me some. I declined. And Mr. Mueller? No explanation. Not to his widow, not to the Austrian embassy. Just another kidnapped tourist who'd been careless in a dangerous town. I don't know if Frau Mueller ever believed that story, or if she ever tried to investigate further. She probably never realized how damn lucky she was. Why was she lucky? Are you serious? What if he hadn't reanimated in my clinic? What if he'd managed to make it all the way home? Is that possible? Of course it is. Think about it. Because the infection started in the heart, the virus had direct access to his circulatory system. So it probably reached his brain seconds after it was implanted. Now you take another organ, a liver or a kidney, or even a section of grafted skin. That's going to take a lot longer, especially if the virus is only present in small amounts. But the donor doesn't have to be fully reanimated. What if he's just newly infected? The organ may not be completely saturated. It might only have an infinitesimal trace. You put that organ in another body, it might take days, weeks, before it eventually works its way out into the bloodstream. By that point, the patient might be well on the way to recovery, happy and healthy and living a regular life. But whoever is removing the organ may not know what he's dealing with. I didn't. These were the very early stages, when nobody knew anything yet. Even if they did know, like elements in the Chinese army, you want to talk about immoral? Years before the outbreak, they'd been making millions on organs from executed political prisoners. You think something like a little virus is going to make them stop sucking that golden tit? But how? You remove the heart not long after the victim's died. Maybe even while he's alive. They used to do that, you know. Remove living organs to ensure their freshness. Pack it in ice, put it on a plane for Rio. China used to be the largest exporter of human organs on the world market. Who knows how many infected corneas, infected pituitary glands? Mother of God, who knows how many infected kidneys they pumped into the global market? And that's just the organs. You want to talk about the donated eggs from political prisoners? The sperm, the blood? You think immigration was the only way the infection swept the planet? Not all the initial outbreaks were Chinese nationals. Can you explain all those stories of people suddenly dying of unexplained causes, then reanimating without ever having been bitten? Why did so many outbreaks begin in hospitals? Illegal Chinese immigrants weren't going to hospitals. Do you know how many thousands of people got illegal organ transplants in those early years leading up to the Great Panic? Even if 10% of them were infected, even 1%. Do you have any proof of this theory? No, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. When I think about how many transplants I performed, all those patients from Europe, the Arab world, even the self-righteous United States, few of you Yankees asked where your new kidney or pancreas was coming from, be it a slum kid from the city of God or some unlucky student in a Chinese political prison. You didn't know, you didn't care. You just signed your traveler's checks, went under the knife, then went home to Miami or New York or wherever. Did you ever try to track these patients down, warn them? No, I didn't. I was trying to recover from a scandal, rebuild my reputation, my client base, my bank account. I wanted to forget what happened, not investigate it further. By the time I realized the danger, it was scratching at my front door. Bridgetown Harbor, Barbados, West Indies Federation. I was told to expect a tall ship, although the sails, of IS Imfingo referred to the 4 vertical wind turbines rising from her sleek trimaran hull. When coupled with banks of PEM, or proton exchange membrane fuel cells, a technology that converts seawater into electricity, it is easy to see why the prefix IS stands for Infinity Ship. Hailed as the undisputed future of maritime transport, it is still rare to see one sailing under anything but a government flag. The Imfingo is privately owned and operated. Jacob Nyathi is her captain. I was born about the same time as the new post-apartheid South Africa. In those euphoric days, the new government not only promised the democracy of one man, one vote, but employment and housing to the entire country. My father thought that meant immediately. He didn't understand that these were long-term goals to be achieved after years, generations of hard work. He thought that if we abandoned our tribal homeland and relocated to a city, there would be a brand new house and high-paying jobs just sitting there waiting for us. My father was a simple man, a day laborer. I can't blame him for his lack of formal education, his dream of a better life for his family. And so we settled in Khayelitsha, one of the 4 main townships outside of Cape Town. It was a life of grinding, hopeless, humiliating poverty. It was my childhood. The night it happened, I was walking home from the bus stop. It was around 5 a.m., and I'd just finished my shift waiting tables at the TGI Fridays at Victoria Wharf. It had been a good night. The tips were big, and news from the Tri-Nations was enough to make any South African feel 10 feet tall. The Springboks were trouncing the All Blacks. Again. He smiles with the memory. Maybe those thoughts were what distracted me at first. Maybe it was simply being so knackered. But I felt my body instinctively react before I consciously heard the shots. Gunfire was not unusual, not in my neighborhood, not in those days. One man, one gun, that was the slogan of my life in Khayelitsha. Like a combat veteran, you develop almost genetic survival skills. Mine were razor sharp. I crouched, tried to triangulate the sound, and at the same time looked for the hardest surface to hide behind. Most of the homes were just makeshift shanties, wood scraps or corrugated tin, or just sheets of plastic fastened to barely standing beams. Fire ravaged these lean-tos at least once a year, and bullets could pass through them as easily as open air. I sprinted and crouched behind a barber shop, which had been constructed from a car-sized shipping container. It wasn't perfect, but it would do for a few seconds, long enough to hole up and wait for the shooting to die down. Only it didn't. Pistols, shotguns, and that clatter you never forget, the kind that tells you someone has a Kalashnikov. This was lasting much too long to be just an ordinary gang row. Now there were screams, shouts. I began to smell smoke. I heard the stirrings of a crowd. I peeked out from around the corner. Dozens of people, most of them in their nightclothes, all shouting, "Run! Get out of there! They're coming!" House lamps were lighting all around me, faces poking out of shanties. "What's going on here?" they asked. "Who's coming?" Those were the younger faces. The older ones, they just started running. They had a different kind of survival instinct, an instinct born in a time when they were slaves in their own country. In those days, everyone knew who they were, and if they were ever coming, all you could do was run and pray. Did you run? I couldn't. My family, my mother and 2 little sisters, lived only a few doors down from the Radio Zibonele station, exactly where the mob was fleeing from. I wasn't thinking. I was stupid. I should have doubled back around, found an alley or quiet street. I tried to wade through the mob, pushing in the opposite direction. I thought I could stay along the sides of the shanties. I was knocked into one of their plastic walls that wrapped around me as the whole structure collapsed. I was trapped. I couldn't breathe. Someone ran over me, smashed my head into the ground. I shook myself free, wriggled, and rolled out into the street. I was still on my stomach when I saw them. 10 or 15, silhouetted against the fires of the burning shanties. I couldn't see their faces, but I could hear them moaning. They were slouching steadily toward me with their arms raised. I got to my feet. My head swam. My body ached all over. Instinctively, I began to withdraw, backing into the doorway of the closest shack. Something grabbed me from behind, pulled at my collar, tore the fabric. I spun, ducked, and kicked hard. He was large, larger and heavier than me by a few kilos. Black fluid ran down the front of his white shirt. A knife protruded from his chest, jammed between the ribs and buried to the hilt. A scrap of my collar, which was clenched between his teeth, dropped as his lower jaw fell open. He growled. He lunged. I tried to dodge. He grabbed my wrist. I felt a crack, and pain shot up through my body. I dropped to my knees, tried to roll and maybe trip him up. My hand came up against a heavy cooking pot. I grabbed it and swung hard. It smashed into his face. I hit him again and again, bashing his skull until the bones split open and the brains spilled out across my feet. He slumped over. I freed myself just as another one of them appeared in the entrance. This time the structure's flimsy nature worked to my advantage. I kicked the back wall open, slinking out and bringing the whole hut down in the process. I ran. I didn't know where I was going. It was a nightmare of shacks and fire and grasping hands all racing past me. I ran through a shanty where a woman was hiding in the corner. Her 2 children were huddled against her, crying. "Come with me," I said. "Please, come, we have to go." I held out my hands, moved closer to her. She pulled her children back, brandishing a sharpened screwdriver. Her eyes were wide, scared. I could hear sounds behind me, smashing through shanties, knocking them over as they came. I switched from Xhosa to English. "Please," I begged. "You have to run." I reached for her, but she stabbed my hand. I left her there. I didn't know what else to do. She is still in my memory when I sleep or maybe close my eyes sometimes. Sometimes she's my mother, and the crying children are my sisters. I saw a bright light up ahead, shining between the cracks in the shanties. I ran as hard as I could. I tried to call to them. I was out of breath. I crashed through the wall of a shack, and suddenly I was in open ground. The headlights were blinding. I felt something slam into my shoulder. I think I was out before I even hit the ground. I came to in a bed at Groteshore Hospital. I'd never seen the inside of a recovery ward like this. It was so clean and white, I thought I might be dead. The medication, I'm sure, helped that feeling. I'd never tried any kind of drugs before, never even touched a drink of alcohol. I didn't want to end up like so many in my neighborhood, like my father. All my life I'd fought to stay clean, and now... The morphine, or whatever they had pumped into my veins, was delicious. I didn't care about anything. I didn't care when they told me the police had shot me in the shoulder. I saw the man in the bed next to me frantically wheeled out as soon as his breathing stopped. I didn't even care when I overheard them talking about the outbreak of rabies. Who was talking about it? I don't know. Like I said, I was as high as the stars. I just remember voices in the hallway outside my ward, loud voices angrily arguing. "That wasn't rabies," one of them yelled. "Rabies doesn't do that to people." Then something else. Then, "Well, what the hell do you suggest? We've got 15 downstairs right here. Who knows how many more are still out there?" It's funny, I go over that conversation all the time in my head. What I should have thought, felt, done. It was a long time before I sobered up again, before I woke up and faced the nightmare. Tel Aviv, Israel. Jürgen Warmbrunn has a passion for Ethiopian food, which is our reason for meeting at a falasha restaurant. With his bright pink skin and white, unruly eyebrows that match his Einstein hair, he might be mistaken for a crazed scientist or college professor. He is neither, although never acknowledging which Israeli intelligence service he was, and possibly still is, employed by. He openly admits that at one point he could be called a spy. Most people don't believe something can happen until it already has. That's not stupidity or weakness, that's just human nature. I don't blame anyone for not believing. I don't claim to be any smarter or better than them. I guess what it really comes down to is the randomness of birth. I happen to be born into a group of people who live in constant fear of extinction. It's part of our identity, part of our mindset, and it has taught us through horrific trial and error to always be on our guard. The first warning I had of the plague was from our friends and customers over in Taiwan. They were complaining about our new software decryption program. Apparently, it was failing to decode some emails from PRC sources, or at least decoding them so poorly that the text was unintelligible. I suspected the problem might not be in the software, but in the translated messages themselves. The mainland Reds, I guess they weren't really Reds anymore, but what do you want from an old man? The Reds had a nasty habit of using too many different computers from too many different generations and countries. Before I suggested this theory to Taipei, I thought it might be a good idea to review the scrambled messages myself. I was surprised to find that the characters themselves were perfectly decoded. But the text itself, it all had to do with a new viral outbreak that first eliminated its victim, then reanimated his corpse into some kind of homicidal berserker. Of course, I didn't believe this was true, especially because only a few weeks later, the crisis in the Taiwan Strait began, and any messages dealing with rampaging corpses abruptly ended. I suspected a second layer of encryption, a code within a code. That was pretty standard procedure, going back to the first days of human communication. Of course, the Reds didn't mean actual dead bodies. It had to be a new weapons system or ultra-secret war plan. I let the matter drop, tried to forget about it. Still, as one of your great national heroes used to say, my spider sense was tingling. Not long afterward, at the reception for my daughter's wedding, I found myself speaking to one of my son-in-law's professors from Hebrew University. The man was a talker, and he'd had a little too much to drink. He was rambling about how his cousin was doing some kind of work in South Africa, and had told him some stories about golems. You know about the golem, the old legend about a rabbi who breathes life into an inanimate statue. Mary Shelley stole the idea for her book Frankenstein. I didn't say anything at first, just listened. The man went on blathering about how these golems weren't made from clay, nor were they docile and obedient. As soon as he mentioned reanimating human bodies, I asked for the man's number. It turns out he had been in Cape Town on one of those adrenaline tours. Shark feeding, I think it was. He rolls his eyes. Apparently the shark had obliged him, right in the tuchus, which is why he had been recovering at Grota Shore when the first victims from Khayelitsha Township were brought in. He hadn't seen any of these cases firsthand, but the staff had told him enough stories to fill my old dictaphone. I then presented his stories, along with those decrypted Chinese emails, to my superiors. And this is where I directly benefited from the unique circumstances of our precarious security. In October of 1973, when the Arab sneak attack almost drove us into the Mediterranean. We had all the intelligence in front of us, all the warning signs, and we had simply dropped the ball. We never considered the possibility of an all-out, coordinated, conventional assault from several nations, certainly not on our holiest of holidays. Call it stagnation, call it rigidity, call it an unforgivable herd mentality. Imagine a group of people all staring at writing on a wall, everyone congratulating one another on reading the words correctly. But behind that group is a mirror whose image shows the writing's true message. No one looks at the mirror. No one thinks it's necessary. Well, after almost allowing the Arabs to finish what Hitler started, we realized that not only was that mirror image necessary, but it must forever be our national policy. From 1973 onward, if 9 intelligence analysts came to the same conclusion, it was the duty of the 10th to disagree. No matter how unlikely or far-fetched a possibility might be, one must always dig deeper. If a neighbor's nuclear power plant might be used to make weapons-grade plutonium, you dig. If a dictator was rumored to be building a cannon so big it could fire anthrax shells across whole countries, you dig. And if there was even the slightest chance that dead bodies were being reanimated as ravenous killing machines, you dig and dig until you strike the absolute truth. And that is what I did. I dug. At first it wasn't easy. With China out of the picture, the Taiwan crisis put an end to any intelligence gathering. I was left with very few sources of information. A lot of it was chaff, especially on the internet. Zombies from space and Area 51. What is your country's fetish for Area 51, anyway? After a while, I started to uncover more useful data. Cases of rabies, similar to Cape Town. It wasn't called African rabies until later. I uncovered the psychological evaluations of some Canadian mountain troops recently returned from Kyrgyzstan. I found the blog records of a Brazilian nurse who told her friends all about the murder of a heart surgeon. The majority of my information came from the World Health Organization. The UN is a bureaucratic masterpiece, so many nuggets of valuable data buried in mountains of unread reports. I found incidents all over the world, all of them dismissed with plausible explanations. These cases allowed me to piece together a cohesive mosaic of this new threat. The subjects in question were indeed dead, they were hostile, and they were undeniably spreading. I also made one very encouraging discovery: how to terminate their existence. Going for the brain. He chuckles. We talk about it today as if it is some feat of magic, like holy water, or a silver bullet. But why wouldn't destruction of the brain be the only way to annihilate these creatures? Isn't it the only way to annihilate us as well? You mean human beings? He nods. Isn't that all we are? Just a brain kept alive by a complex and vulnerable machine we call the body? The brain cannot survive if just one part of the machine is destroyed, or even deprived of such necessities as food or oxygen. That is the only measurable difference between us and the undead. Their brains do not require a support system to survive, so it is necessary to attack the organ itself. His right hand in the shape of a gun rises to touch his temple. A simple solution, but only if we recognized the problem. Given how quickly the plague was spreading, I thought it might be prudent to seek confirmation from foreign intelligence circles. Paul Knight had been a friend of mine for a long time, going all the way back to Entebbe. The idea to use a double of Amin's black Mercedes, that was him. Paul had retired from government service right before his agency's reforms, and gone to work for a private consulting firm in Bethesda, Maryland. When I visited him at his home, I was shocked to find that not only had he been working on the very same project, on his own time, of course, but that his file was almost as thick and heavy as mine. We sat up the whole night reading each other's findings. Neither of us spoke. I don't think we were even conscious of each other, the world around us, anything except the words before our eyes. We finished almost at the same time, just as the sky began to lighten in the east. Paul turned the last page, then looked to me, and said very matter-of-factly, "This is pretty bad, huh?" I nodded. So did he, then followed up with, "So what are we going to do about it?" And that is how the Warmbrunn Night Report was written. I wish people would stop calling it that. There were 15 other names on that report. Virologists, intelligence operatives, military analysts, journalists, even one UN observer who'd been monitoring the elections in Jakarta when the first outbreak hit Indonesia. Everyone was an expert in his or her field. Everyone had come to their own similar conclusions before ever being contacted by us. Our report was just under 100 pages long. It was concise. It was fully comprehensive. It was everything we thought we needed to make sure this outbreak never reached epidemic proportions. I know a lot of credit has been heaped upon the South African war plan, and deservedly so, but if more people had read our report and worked to make its recommendations a reality, then that plan would have never needed to exist. But some people did read and follow your report, your own government. Barely. And just look at the cost. Bethlehem, Palestine. With his rugged looks and polished charm, Saladin Khadr could be a movie star. He is friendly but never obsequious, self-assured but never arrogant. He is a professor of urban planning at Khalil Gibran University, and naturally the love of all his female students. We sit under the statue of the university's namesake. Like everything else in one of the Middle East's most affluent cities, its polished bronze glitters in the sun. I was born and raised in Kuwait City. My family was one of the few lucky ones not to be expelled after 1991, after Arafat sided with Saddam against the world. We weren't rich, but neither were we struggling. I was comfortable, even sheltered, you might say, and oh, did it show in my actions. I watched the Al Jazeera broadcast from behind the counter at the Starbucks, where I worked every day after school. It was the afternoon rush hour, and the place was packed. You should have heard the uproar, the jeers and catcalls. I'm sure our noise level matched that on the floor of the General Assembly. Of course, we thought it was a Zionist lie. Who didn't? When the Israeli ambassador announced to the UN General Assembly that his country was enacting a policy of voluntary quarantine, what was I supposed to think? Was I supposed to really believe his crazy story that African rabies was actually some new plague that transformed dead bodies into bloodthirsty cannibals? How can you possibly believe that kind of foolishness, especially when it comes from your most hated enemy? I didn't even hear the second part of that fat bastard's speech, the part about offering asylum, no questions asked, to any foreign-born Jew, any foreigner of Israeli-born parents, any Palestinian living in the formerly occupied territories, and any Palestinian whose family had once lived within the borders of Israel. The last part applied to my family, refugees from the '67 war of Zionist aggression. At the heating of the PLO leadership, we had fled our village, believing we could return as soon as our Egyptian and Syrian brothers had swept the Jews into the sea. I had never been to Israel, or what was about to be absorbed into the new state of unified Palestine. What did you think was behind the Israeli ruse? Here's what I thought. The Zionists have just been driven out of the occupied territories. They say they left voluntarily, just like Lebanon, and most recently the Gaza Strip. But really, just like before, we knew we'd driven them out. They know that the next and final blow would destroy that illegal atrocity they call a country. And to prepare for that final blow, they're attempting to recruit both foreign Jews as cannon fodder and I thought I was so clever for figuring this part out, kidnapping as many Palestinians as they could to act as human shields. I had all the answers. Who doesn't at 17? My father wasn't quite convinced of my ingenious geopolitical insights. He was a janitor at a Miri hospital. He'd been on duty the night it had its first major African rabies outbreak. He hadn't personally seen the bodies rise from their slabs, or the carnage of panicked patients and security guards, but he'd witnessed enough of the aftermath to convince him that staying in Kuwait was suicidal. He'd made up his mind to leave the same day Israel made their declaration. That must have been difficult to hear. It was blasphemy. I tried to make him see reason, to convince him with my adolescent logic. I'd show the images from Al Jazeera, the images coming out of the new West Bank state of Palestine, the celebrations, the demonstrations. Anyone with eyes could see total liberation was at hand. The Israelis had withdrawn from all the occupied territory and were actually preparing to evacuate Al-Quds, what they called Jerusalem. All the factional fighting, the violence between our various resistance organizations, I knew that would die down once we unified for the final blow against the Jews. Couldn't my father see this? Couldn't he understand that in a few years, a few months, we would be returning to our homeland, this time as liberators, not as refugees? How was your argument resolved? Resolved? What a pleasant euphemism. It was resolved after the second outbreak, the larger one at Al-Jarrah. My father had just quit his job, cleared out our bank account, such as it was. Our bags were packed, our e-tickets confirmed. The TV was blaring in the background, riot police storming the front entrance of a house. You couldn't see what they were shooting at inside. The official report blamed the violence on pro-Western extremists. My father and I were arguing, as always. He tried to convince me of what he'd seen at the hospital, that by the time our leaders acknowledged the danger, it would be too late for any of us. I, of course, scoffed at his timid ignorance, at his willingness to abandon the struggle. What else could I expect from a man who'd spent his whole life scrubbing toilets in a country that treated our people only slightly better than its Filipino guest workers? He'd lost his perspective, his self-respect. The Zionists were offering the hollow promise of a better life, and he was jumping at it like a dog with scraps. My father tried, with all the patience he could muster, to make me see that he had no more love for Israel than the most militant Al-Aqsa martyr. But they seemed to be the only country actively preparing for the coming storm, certainly the only one that would so freely shelter and protect our family. I laughed in his face. Then I dropped the bomb. I told him that I'd already found a website for the children of Yasin, and was waiting for an email from a recruiter supposedly operating right in Kuwait City. Note 1. Children of Yasin, a youth-based terrorist organization named for the late Sheikh Yasin. Under strict recruitment codes, all martyrs could be no older than 18. End note. I told my father to go and be the Yehud's whore if he wanted, but the next time we'd meet was when I would be rescuing him from an internment camp. I was quite proud of those words. I thought they sounded very heroic. I glared in his face, stood from the table, and made my final pronouncement. Surely the vilest of beasts in Allah's sight are those who disbelieve. Note 2. Sure, the vilest of beasts in Allah's sight are those who disbelieve. Then they would not believe. From the Holy Quran, Part 8, Section 55. End note. The dinner table suddenly became very silent. My mother looked down, my sisters looked at each other. All you could hear was the TV, the frantic words of the on-site reporter telling everyone to remain calm. My father was not a large man. By that time, I think I was even bigger than him. He was also not an angry man. I don't think he ever raised his voice. I saw something in his eyes, something I didn't recognize, and then suddenly he was on me, a lightning whirlwind that threw me up against the wall, slapped me so hard my left ear rang. "You will go," he shouted as he grabbed my shoulders and repeatedly slammed me against the cheap drywall. "I am your father. You will obey me." His next slap sent my vision flashing white. "You will leave with this family, or you will not leave this room alive." More grabbing and shoving, shouting and slapping. I didn't understand where this man had come from, this lion who'd replaced my docile, frail excuse for a parent. A lion protecting his cubs. He knew that fear was the only weapon he had left to save my life, and if I didn't fear the threat of the plague, then, damn it, I was going to fear him. Did it work? Laughs. Some martyr I turned out to be. I think I cried all the way to Cairo. Cairo? There were no direct flights to Israel from Kuwait, not even from Egypt, once the Arab League imposed its travel restrictions. We had to fly from Kuwait to Cairo, then take a bus across the Sinai Desert to the crossing at Tibet. As we approached the border, I saw the wall for the first time. It was still unfinished, naked steel beams rising above the concrete foundation. I'd known about the infamous security fence. What citizen of the Arab world didn't? But I'd always been led to believe that it only surrounded the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Out here in the middle of this barren desert, it only confirmed my theory that the Israelis were expecting an attack along their entire border. Good, I thought. The Egyptians have finally rediscovered their balls. At Tibet, we were taken off the bus and told to walk single file past cages that held very large and fierce-looking dogs. We went one at a time. A border guard, this skinny black African, I didn't know there were black Jews, would hold out his hand. Note 3. By this point, the Israeli government had completed Operation Moses II, which transported the last of the Ethiopian falasha into Israel. End note. "Wait there," he said in barely recognizable Arabic. Then, "You go. Come." The man before me was old. He had a long white beard and supported himself on a cane. As he passed the dogs, they went wild, howling and snarling, biting and charging at the confines of their cages. Instantly, two large chaps in civilian clothing were at the old man's side, speaking something in his ear and escorting him away. I could see the man was injured. His dishdasha was torn at the hip and stained with brown blood. These men were certainly no doctors, however, and the black, unmarked van they escorted him to was certainly no ambulance. Bastards, I thought, as the old man's family wailed after him, weeding out the ones too sick and old to be of any use to them. Then it was our turn to walk the gauntlet of dogs. They didn't bark at me, nor the rest of my family. I think one of them even wagged its tail as my sister held out her hand. The next man after us, however, again came the barks and growls. Again came the nondescript civilians. I turned to look at him and was surprised to see a white man, American maybe, or Canadian. No, he had to be American. His English was too loud. "Come on, I'm fine," he shouted and struggled. "Come on, man, what the fuck?" He was well dressed, a suit and tie, matching luggage that was tossed aside as he began to fight with the Israelis. "Dude, come on, get the fuck off me. I'm one of you. Come on." The buttons on his shirt ripped open, revealing a blood-stained bandage wrapped tightly around his stomach. He was still kicking and screaming as they dragged him into the back of the van. I didn't understand it. Why these people? Clearly, It wasn't just about being an Arab, or even about being wounded. I saw several refugees with severe injuries pass through without molestation from the guards. They were all escorted to waiting ambulances, real ambulances, not the black vans. I knew it had something to do with the dogs. Were they screening for rabies? That made the most sense to me, and it continued to be my theory during our internment outside Yeroam, the resettlement camp. Resettlement and quarantine. At that time, I just saw it as a prison. It was exactly what I'd expected to happen to us. The tents, the overcrowding, the guards, barbed wire, and the seething, baking Negev desert sun. We felt like prisoners. We were prisoners. And although I would have never had the courage to say to my father, "I told you so," he could see it clearly in my sour face. What I didn't expect was the physical examinations, every day from an army of medical personnel. Blood, skin, hair, saliva, even urine and feces. It was exhausting, mortifying. Note 4. At the time, it was unsure whether the virus could survive in solid waste outside of the human body. End note. The only thing that made it bearable, and probably what prevented an all-out riot among some of the Muslim detainees, was that most of the doctors and nurses doing the examinations were themselves Palestinian. The doctor who examined my mother and sisters was a woman, an American woman from a place called Jersey City. The man who examined us was from Jabalia in Gaza, and had himself been a detainee only a few months before. He kept telling us, "You made the right decision to come here. You'll see. I know it's hard, but you'll see it was the only way." He told us it was all true, everything the Israelis had said. I still couldn't bring myself to believe him, even though a growing part of me wanted to. We stayed at Yeroam for 3 weeks, until our papers were processed and our medical examinations finally cleared. You know, the whole time, they barely even glanced at our passports. My father had done all this work to make sure our official documents were in order. I don't think they even cared. Unless the Israeli Defense Force or the police wanted you for some previous unkosher activities, all that mattered was your clean bill of health. The Ministry of Social Affairs provided us with vouchers for subsidized housing, free schooling, and a job for my father at a salary that would support the entire family. This is too good to be true, I thought, as we boarded the bus for Tel Aviv. The hammer is going to fall any time now. It did once we entered the city of Beersheba. I was asleep. I didn't hear the shots or see the driver's windscreen shatter. I jerked awake as I felt the bus swerve out of control. We crashed into the side of a building. People screamed. Glass and blood were everywhere. My family was close to the emergency exit. My father kicked the door open and pushed us out into the street. There was shooting from the windows, doorways. I could see that it was soldiers versus civilians, civilians with guns or homemade bombs. This is it, I thought. My heart felt like it was going to burst. This liberation has started. Before I could do anything, run out to join my comrades in battle, someone had me by the shirt and was pulling me through the doorway of a Starbucks. I was thrown on the floor next to my family. My sisters were crying as my mother tried to crawl on top of them. My father had a bullet wound in the shoulder. An IDF soldier shoved me on the ground, keeping my face away from the window. My blood was boiling. I started looking for something I could use as a weapon, maybe a large shard of glass to ram through the Yehud's throat. Suddenly, a door at the back of the Starbucks swung open. The soldier turned in its direction and fired. A bloody corpse hit the floor right beside us. A grenade rolled out of his twitching hand. The soldier grabbed the bomb and tried to hurl it into the street. It exploded in midair. His body shielded us from the blast. He tumbled back over the corpse of my slain Arab brother. Only he wasn't an Arab at all. As my tears dried, I noticed that he wore payas and a yarmulke, and bloody tzitzit snaked out from his damp, shredded trousers. This man was a Jew. The armed rebels out in the street were Jews. The battle raging all around us wasn't an uprising by Palestinian insurgents, but the opening shots of the Israeli Civil War. In your opinion, what do you believe was the cause of that war? I think there were many causes. I know the repatriation of Palestinians was unpopular. So was the general pullout from the West Bank. I'm sure the strategic Hamlet resettlement program must have inflamed more than its share of hearts. A lot of Israelis had to watch their houses bulldozed in order to make way for those fortified, self-sufficient residential compounds. Al-Quds, I believe. That was the final straw. The coalition government decided that it was the one major weak point, too large to control, and a hole that led right into the heart of Israel. They not only evacuated the city, but the entire Nablus to Hebron corridor as well. They believed that rebuilding a shorter wall along the 1967 demarcation line was the only way to ensure physical security, no matter what backlash might occur from their own religious right. I learned all this much later, you understand, as well as the fact that the only reason the IDF eventually triumphed was because the majority of the rebels came from the ranks of the ultra-Orthodox, and therefore most had never served in the armed forces. Did you know that? I didn't. I realized I practically didn't know anything about these people I'd hated my entire life. Everything I thought was true went up in smoke that day, supplanted by the face of our real enemy. I was running with my family into the back of an Israeli tank when one of those unmarked vans came around the corner. Note 5. Unlike most countries' main battle tanks, the Israeli Merkava contains rear hatches for troop deployment. End note. A handheld rocket slammed right into its engine. The van catapulted into the air, crashed upside down, and exploded into a brilliant orange fireball. I still had a few steps to go before reaching the doors of the tank, just enough time to see the whole event unfold. Figures were climbing out of the burning wreckage, slow-moving torches, whose clothes and skin were covered in burning petrol. The soldiers around us began firing at the figures. I could see little pops in their chests where the bullets were passing harmlessly through. The squad leader next to me shouted, "Barosh! Yora Barosh!" and the soldiers adjusted their aim. The creatures' heads exploded. The petrol was just burning out as they hit the ground, these charred, black, headless corpses. Suddenly I understood what my father had been trying to warn me about, what the Israelis had been trying to warn the rest of the world about. What I couldn't understand was why the rest of the world wasn't listening. Blame. Langley, Virginia, USA. The office of the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency could belong to a business executive or doctor or an everyday small-town high school principal. There are the usual collection of reference books on the shelf, degrees and photos on the wall, and on his desk an autographed baseball from Cincinnati Reds catcher Johnny Bench. Bob Archer, my host, can see by my face that I was expecting something different. I suspect that is why he chose to conduct our interview here. When you think about the CIA, you probably imagine two of our most popular and enduring myths. The first is that our mission is to search the globe for any conceivable threat to the United States, and the second is that we have the power to perform the first. This myth is the byproduct of an organization which, by its very nature, must exist and operate in secrecy. Secrecy is a vacuum, and nothing fills a vacuum like paranoid speculation. Hey, did you hear who killed so-and-so? I hear it was the CIA. Hey, what about that coup in El Banana Republico? Must have been the CIA. Hey, be careful looking at that website. You know who keeps a record of every website anyone's ever looked at ever? The CIA. This is the image most people had of us before the war, and it's an image we were more than happy to encourage. We wanted bad guys to suspect us, to fear us, and maybe think twice before trying to harm any of our citizens. This was the advantage of our image as some kind of omniscient octopus. The only disadvantage was that our own people believed in that image as well, so whenever anything anywhere occurred without any warning, where do you think the finger was pointed? Hey, how did that crazy country get those nukes? Where was the CIA? How come all those people were murdered by that fanatic? Where was the CIA? How come when the dead began coming back to life, we didn't know about it until they were breaking through our living room windows? Where the hell was the goddamn CIA? The truth was, neither the Central Intelligence Agency nor any of the other official and unofficial U.S. intelligence organizations have ever been some kind of all-seeing, all-knowing global Illuminati. For starters, we never had that kind of funding. Even during the blank check days of the Cold War, it's just not physically possible to have eyes and ears in every back room, cave, alley, brothel, bunker, office, home, car, and rice paddy across the entire planet. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we were impotent, and maybe we can take credit for some of the things our fans and our critics have suspected us of over the years. But if you add up all the crackpot conspiracy theories from Pearl Harbor to the day before the Great Panic, then you'd have an organization not only more powerful than the United States, but the united efforts of the entire human race. Note 1. The CIA, originally the OSS, was not created until June 1942, 6 months after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. End note. We're not some shadow superpower with ancient secrets and alien technology. We have very real limitations and extremely finite assets, so why would we waste those assets chasing down each and every potential threat? That goes to the second myth of what an intelligence organization really does. We can't just spread ourselves thin looking for and hoping to stumble on new and possible dangers. Instead, we've always had to identify and focus on those that are already clear and present. If your Soviet neighbor is trying to set fire to your house, you can't be worrying about the Arab down the block. If suddenly it's the Arab in your backyard, you can't be worrying about the People's Republic of China. And if one day the Chi-Coms show up at your front door with an eviction notice in one hand and a Molotov cocktail in the other, then the last thing you're going to do is look over his shoulder for a walking corpse. But didn't the plague originate in China? It did, as well as one of the greatest single Maskarovkas in the history of modern espionage. I'm sorry. It was deception, a fake-out. The PRC knew they were already our #1 surveillance target. They knew they could never hide the existence of their nationwide health and safety sweeps. They realized that the best way to mask what they were doing was to hide it in plain sight. Instead of lying about the sweeps themselves, they just lied about what they were sweeping for. The dissident crackdown? Bigger. The whole Taiwan Strait incident, the victory of the Taiwan National Independence Party, the assassination of the PRC defense minister, the build-up, the war threats, the demonstrations and subsequent crackdowns were all engineered by the Ministry of State Security, and all of it was to divert the world's eye from the real danger growing within China. And it worked. Every shred of intel we had on the PRC, the sudden disappearances, the mass executions, the curfews, the reserve call-ups. Everything could easily be explained as standard Chi-Com procedure. In fact, it worked so well, we were so convinced that World War III was about to break out in the Taiwan Strait, that we diverted other intel assets from countries where undead outbreaks were just starting to unfold. The Chinese were that good. And we were that bad. It wasn't the agency's finest hour. We were still reeling from the purges. You mean the reforms? No, I mean the purges, because that's what they were. When Joe Stalin either shot or imprisoned his best military commanders, he wasn't doing half as much damage to his national security as what that administration did to us with their reforms. The last brushfire war was a debacle, and guess who took the fall? We'd been ordered to justify a political agenda. Then when that agenda became a political liability, those who'd originally given the order now stood back with the crowd and pointed the finger at us. Who told us we should go to war in the first place? Who mixed us up in all this mess? The CIA. We couldn't defend ourselves without violating national security. We had to just sit there and take it. And what was the result? Brain drain. Why stick around and be the victim of a political witch hunt when you could escape to the private sector? A fatter paycheck, decent hours, and maybe, just maybe, a little respect and appreciation by the people you work for. We lost a lot of good men and women, a lot of experience, initiative, and priceless analytical reasoning. All we were left with were the dregs, a bunch of brown-nosing, myopic eunuchs. But that couldn't have been everyone. No, of course not. There were some of us who stayed because we actually believed in what we were doing. We weren't in this for money or working conditions or even the occasional pat on the back. We were in this because we wanted to serve our country. We wanted to keep our people safe. But even with ideals like that, there comes a point when you have to realize that the sum of all your blood, sweat, and tears will ultimately amount to zero. So you knew what was really happening? No, I couldn't. There was no way to confirm, but you had suspicions. I had doubts. Could you be more specific? No, I'm sorry. But I can say that I broached the subject a number of times to my coworkers. What happened? The answer was always the same. Your funeral. And was it? Nods. I spoke to someone in a position of authority. Just a 5-minute meeting expressing some concerns. He thanked me for coming in and told me he'd look into it right away. The next day I received transfer orders. Buenos Aires, effective immediately. Did you ever hear of the Warmbrun Night Report? Sure now, but back then? The copy that was originally hand-delivered by Paul Knight himself, the one marked Eyes Only for the director. It was found at the bottom of the desk of a clerk in the San Antonio field office of the FBI, 3 years after the Great Panic. It turned out to be academic, because right after I was transferred, Israel went public with its statement of voluntary quarantine. Suddenly, the time for advanced warning was over. The facts were out. It was now a question of who would believe them. Vaalajarvi, Finland. It is spring, hunting season. As the weather warms and the bodies of frozen zombies begin to reanimate, elements of the UN N4 Northern Force have arrived for their annual sweep and clear. Every year, the undead's numbers dwindle. At current trends, this area is expected to be completely secure within a decade. Travis D'Ambrosia, Supreme Allied Commander Europe, is here to personally oversee operations. There is a softness to the general's voice, a sadness. Throughout our interview, he struggles to maintain eye contact. I won't deny mistakes were made. I won't deny we could have been better prepared. I'll be the first one to admit that we let the American people down. I just want the American people to know why. What if the Israelis are right? Those were the first words out of the chairman's mouth the morning after Israel's UN declaration. I'm not saying they are. He made sure to stress that point. I'm just saying, what if? He wanted candid, not canned opinions. He was that type of man, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He kept the conversation hypothetical, indulging in the fantasy that this was just some intellectual exercise. After all, if the rest of the world wasn't ready to believe something so outrageous, why should the men and women in this room? We kept up with the charade as long as we could, speaking with a smile or punctuating with a joke. I'm not sure when the transition happened. It was so subtle, I don't think anyone even noticed. But suddenly you had a room full of military professionals, each one with decades of combat experience and more academic training than the average civilian brain surgeon, and all of us speaking openly and honestly about the possible threat of walking corpses. It was like a dam breaking. The taboo was shattered, and the truth just started flooding out. It was liberating. So you had had your own private suspicions? For months before the Israeli declaration. So had the chairman. Everyone in that room had heard something or suspected something. Had any of you read the Warmbrunn Night Report? No, none of us. I had heard the name, but had no idea about its content. I actually got my hands on a copy about 2 years after the Great Panic. Most of its military measures were almost line for line in step with our own. Your own what? Our proposal to the White House. We outlined a fully comprehensive program, not only to eliminate the threat within the United States, but to roll back and contain it throughout the entire world. What happened? The White House loved Phase 1. It was cheap, fast, and, if executed properly, 100% covert. Phase 1 involved the insertion of Special Forces units into infested areas. Their orders were to investigate, isolate, and eliminate. Eliminate? With extreme prejudice. Those were the Alpha teams? Yes, sir. And they were extremely successful. Even though their battle record is sealed for the next 140 years, I can say that it remains one of the most outstanding moments in the history of America's elite warriors. So what went wrong? Nothing, with Phase 1. But the Alpha teams were only supposed to be a stopgap measure. Their mission was never to extinguish the threat, only delay it long enough to buy time for Phase 2. But Phase 2 was never completed. Never even begun. And herein lies the reason why the American military was caught so shamefully unprepared. Phase 2 required a massive national undertaking, the likes of which hadn't been seen since the darkest days of the Second World War. That kind of effort requires Herculean amounts of both national treasure and national support, both of which by that point were non-existent. The American people had just been through a very long and bloody conflict. They were tired. They'd had enough. Like the 1970s, the pendulum was swinging from a militant stance to a very resentful one. In totalitarian regimes, communism, fascism, religious fundamentalism, popular support is a given. You can start wars, you can prolong them, you can put anyone in uniform for any length of time without ever having to worry about the slightest political backlash. In a democracy, the polar opposite is true. Public support must be husbanded as a finite national resource. It must be spent wisely, sparingly, and with the greatest return on your investment. America is especially sensitive to war weariness, and nothing brings on a backlash like the perception of defeat. I say perception, because America is a very all-or-nothing society. We like the big win, the touchdown, the knockout in the first round. We like to know, and for everyone else to know, that our victory wasn't only uncontested, it was positively devastating. If not, well, look at where we were before the panic. We didn't lose the last brushfire conflict, far from it. We actually accomplished a very difficult task, with very few resources and under extremely unfavorable circumstances. We won. But the public didn't see it that way, because it wasn't the blitzkrieg smackdown that our national spirit demanded. Too much time had gone by, too much money had been spent, too many lives had been lost or irrevocably damaged. We'd not only squandered all our public support, we were deeply in the red. Think about just the dollar value of Phase 2. Do you know the price tag of putting just one American citizen in uniform? And I don't just mean the time that he's actively in that uniform. The training, the equipment, the food, the housing, the transport, the medical care. I'm talking about the long-term dollar value that the country, the American taxpayer, has to shell out to that person for the rest of their natural life. This is a crushing financial burden, and in those days, we barely had enough funding to maintain what we had. Even if the coffers hadn't been empty, if we'd had all the money to make all the uniforms we needed to implement Phase 2, who do you think we could have conned into filling them? This goes to the heart of America's war weariness. As if the traditional horrors weren't bad enough, the dead, the disfigured, the psychologically destroyed, now you had a whole new breed of difficulties. The betrayed. We were a volunteer army, and look what happened to our volunteers. How many stories do you remember about some soldier who had his term of service extended, or some ex-reservist who, after 10 years of civilian life, suddenly found himself recalled into active duty? How many weekend warriors lost their jobs or houses? How many came back to ruined lives, or worse, didn't come back at all? Americans are an honest people. We expect a fair deal. I know that a lot of other cultures used to think that was naive and even childish, but it's one of our most sacred principles. To see Uncle Sam going back on his word, revoking people's private lives, revoking their freedom. After Vietnam, when I was a young platoon leader in West Germany, we'd had to institute an incentives program just to keep our soldiers from going AWOL. After this last war, no amount of incentives could fill our depleted ranks. No payment bonuses or term reductions or online recruiting tools disguised as civilian video games. Note 1. Before the war, an online shooter game, known as America's Army, was made available free of charge by the U.S. government to the general public. Some have alleged to entice new recruits. End of note. This generation had had enough, and that's why when the undead began to devour our country, we were almost too weak and vulnerable to stop them. I'm not blaming the civilian leadership, and I'm not suggesting that we, in uniform, should be anything but beholden to them. This is our system, and it's the best in the world, but it must be protected and defended, and it must never again be so abused. Vostok Station, Antarctica. In pre-war times, this outpost was considered the most remote on Earth. Situated near the planet's southern geomagnetic pole, atop the 4-kilometer ice crust of Lake Vostok. Temperatures here have been recorded at a world record negative 89 degrees Celsius, with the highs rarely reaching above negative 22. This extreme cold and the fact that overland transport takes over a month to reach the station were what made Vostok so attractive to Breckenridge Breck Scott. We meet in the dome, the reinforced geodesic greenhouse that draws power from the station's geothermal plant. These and many other improvements were implemented by Mr. Scott when he leased the station from the Russian government. He has not left it since the Great Panic. Do you understand economics? I mean big-time pre-war global capitalism. Do you get how it worked? I don't. And anyone who says they do is full of shit. There are no rules, no scientific absolutes. You win, you lose, it's a total crapshoot. The only rule that ever made sense to me, I learned from a history, not an economics professor at Wharton. Fear, he used to say. Fear is the most valuable commodity in the universe. That blew me away. Turn on the TV, he'd say. What are you seeing? People selling their products? No. People selling the fear of you having to live without their products. Fucking A, was he right. Fear of aging, fear of loneliness, fear of poverty, fear of failure. Fear is the most basic emotion we have. Fear is primal. Fear sells. That was my mantra. Fear sells. When I first heard about the outbreaks, back when it was still called African rabies, I saw the opportunity of a lifetime. I'll never forget that first report, the Cape Town outbreak. Only 10 minutes of actual reporting, then a full hour of speculating about what would happen if the virus ever made it to America. God bless the news. I hit speed dial 30 seconds later. I met with some of my nearest and dearest. They'd all seen the same report. I was the first one to come up with a workable pitch, a vaccine, a real vaccine for rabies. Thank God there is no cure for rabies. A cure would make people buy it only if they thought they were infected. But a vaccine? That's preventative. People will keep taking that as long as they're afraid it's out there. We had plenty of contacts in the biomed industry, with plenty more up on the Hill and Penn Avenue. We could have a working proto in less than a month and a proposal written up within a couple of days. By the 18th hole, it was handshakes all around. What about the FDA? Please, are you serious? Back then, the FDA was one of the most underfunded, mismanaged organizations in the country. I think they were still high-fiving over getting red number 2 out of M&Ms. Note 1. Myth. Although red M&Ms were removed from 1976 to 1985, they did not use red dye number 2. End note. Plus, this was one of the most business-friendly administrations in American history. J.P. Morgan and John D. Rockefeller were getting wood from beyond the grave for this guy in the White House. His staff didn't even bother to read our cost assessment report. I think they were already looking for a magic bullet. They railroaded it through the FDA in 2 months. Remember the speech the Prez made before Congress, how it had been tested in Europe for some time, and the only thing holding it up was our own bloated bureaucracy? Remember the whole thing about people don't need big government, they need big protection, and they need it big time. Jesus Christmas. I think half the country creamed their pants at that. How high did his approval rating go that night? 60%? 70%? I just know that it jacked our IPO 389% on the first day. Suck on that, Baidu.com. And you didn't know if it would work? We knew it would work against rabies, and that's what they said it was. Right. Just some weird strain of jungle rabies. Who said that? You know, they. Like the UN or the somebody. That's what everyone ended up calling it, right? African rabies. Was it ever tested on an actual victim? Why? People used to take flu shots all the time, never knowing if it was for the right strain. Why was this any different? But the damage. Who thought it was going to go that far? You know how many disease scares there used to be? Jesus, you'd think the Black Death was sweeping the globe every 3 months or so. Ebola, SARS, avian flu. You know how many people made money on those scares? Shit, I made my first million on useless anti-radiation pills during the dirty bomb scares. But if someone discovered... Discovered what? We never lied, you understand. They told us it was rabies. So we made a vaccine for rabies. We said it had been tested in Europe, and the drugs it was based on had been tested in Europe. Technically, we never lied. Technically, we never did anything wrong. But if someone discovered that it wasn't rabies, who was going to blow the whistle? The medical profession? We made sure it was a prescription drug, so doctors stood just as much to lose as us. Who else? The FDA, who let it pass? The congressmen who all voted for its acceptance? The Surgeon General? The White House? This was a win-win situation. Everyone got to be heroes. Everyone got to make money. 6 months after Phalanx hit the market, you started getting all these cheaper knockoff brands, all solid sellers as well as the other ancillary stuff like home air purifiers. But the virus wasn't airborne. It didn't matter. It still had the same brand name, from the makers of... All I had to say was, may prevent some viral infections. That was it. Now I understand why it used to be illegal to shout fire in a crowded theater. People weren't going to say, hey, I don't smell smoke. Is there really a fire? No, they say, holy shit, there's a fire. Run. Laughs. I made money on home purifiers, car purifiers. My biggest seller was this little doodad you wore around your neck when you got on a plane. I don't know if it even filtered ragweed, but it sold. Things got so good I started setting up these dummy companies. You know, with plans to build manufacturing facilities all over the country. The shares from these dumbos sold almost as much as the real stuff. It wasn't even the idea of safety anymore. It was the idea of safety. Remember when we started to get our first cases here in the States, that guy in Florida who said he'd been bitten but survived because he was taking Phalanx? Oh, he stands, mimes the act of frantic fornication. God freaking bless that dumbass, whoever he was. But that wasn't because of Phalanx. Your drug didn't protect people at all. It protected them from their fears. That's all I was selling. Hell, because of Phalanx, the biomed sector started to recover, which in turn jump-started the stock market, which then gave the impression of a recovery, which then restored consumer confidence to stimulate an actual recovery. Phalanx, hands down, ended the recession. I ended the recession. And then, when the outbreaks became more serious, and the press finally reported that there was no wonder drug, Pre-fucking-cisely. That's the alpha cunt who should be shot. What's her name? Who first broke that story? Look what she did. Pulled the fucking rug right out from under us all. She caused the spiral. She caused the Great Panic. And you take no personal responsibility. For what? For making a little fucking cash? Well, not a little. Giggles. All I did was what any of us are ever supposed to do. I chased my dream, and I got my slice. You want to blame someone? Blame whoever first called it rabies. Or who knew it wasn't rabies and gave us the green light anyway. Shit, you want to blame someone? Why not start with all the sheep who forked over their greenbacks without bothering to do a little responsible research? I never held a gun to their heads. They made the choice themselves. They're the bad guys, not me. I never directly hurt anybody, and if anybody was too stupid to get themselves hurt, boo fucking who. Of course, if there's a hell, giggles as he talks, I don't want to think about how many of those dumb shits might be waiting for me. I just hope they don't want a refund. Amarillo, Texas, USA. Grover Carlson works as a fuel collector for the town's experimental bioconversion plant. The fuel he collects is dung. I follow the former White House chief of staff as he pushes his wheelbarrow across the pie-laden pastures. Of course we got our copy of the Night Warren Jews report. What do you think we are, the CIA? We read it 3 months before the Israelis went public. Before the Pentagon started making noise, it was my job to personally brief the president, who in turn even devoted an entire meeting to discussing its message. Which was, drop everything, focus all our efforts, typical alarmist crap. We got dozens of these reports a week, every administration did, all of them claiming that their particular boogeyman was the greatest threat to human existence. Come on. Can you imagine what America would have been like if the federal government slammed on the brakes every time some paranoid crackpot cried wolf, or global warming, or living dead? Please. What we did, what every president since Washington has done, was provide a measured, appropriate response in direct relation to a realistic threat assessment. And that was the Alpha teams, among other things. Given how low a priority the National Security Advisor thought this was, I think we actually gave it some pretty healthy table time. We produced an educational video for state and local law enforcement about what to do in case of an outbreak. The Department of Health and Human Services had a page on its website for how citizens should respond to infected family members. And hey, what about pushing phalanx right through the FDA? But phalanx didn't work. Yeah. And do you know how long it would have taken to invent one that did? Look how much time and money had been put into cancer research, or AIDS. Do you want to be the man who tells the American people that he's diverting funds from either one of those for some new disease that most people haven't even heard of? Look at what we've put into research during and after the war, and we still don't have a cure or a vaccine. We knew phalanx was a placebo, and we were grateful for it. It calmed people down and let us do our job. What? You would have rather we told people the truth? That it wasn't a new strain of rabies, but a mysterious uber plague that reanimated the dead? Can you imagine the panic that would have happened? The protests, the riots, the billions in damage to private property? Can you imagine all those wet pants senators who would have brought the government to a standstill so they could railroad some high-profile and ultimately useless Zombie Protection Act through Congress? Can you imagine the damage it would have done to that administration's political capital? We're talking about an election year, and a damn hard uphill fight. We were the cleanup crew, the unlucky bastards who had to mop up all the shit left by the last administration. And believe me, the previous 8 years had piled up one tall mountain of shit. The only reason we squeaked back into power was because our new propped-up patsy kept promising a return to peace and prosperity. The American people wouldn't have settled for anything less. They thought they'd been through some pretty tough times already, and it would have been political suicide to tell them that the toughest ones were actually up ahead. So you never really tried to solve the problem? Oh, come on. Can you ever solve poverty? Can you ever solve crime? Can you ever solve disease, unemployment, war, or any other societal herpes? Hell no. All you can hope for is to make them manageable enough to allow people to get on with their lives. That's not cynicism, that's maturity. You can't stop the rain. All you can do is just build a roof that you hope won't leak, or at least won't leak on the people who are going to vote for you. What does that mean? Come on. Seriously, what does that mean? Fine. Whatever, Mr. Smith goes to motherfucking Washington. It means that in politics you focus on the needs of your power base. Keep them happy, and they keep you in office. Is that why certain outbreaks were neglected? Jesus, you make it sound like we just forgot about them. Did local law enforcement request additional support from the federal government? When have cops not asked for more men, better gear, more training hours, or community outreach program funds? Those pussies are almost as bad as soldiers, always whining about never having what they need. But do they have to risk their jobs by raising taxes? Do they have to explain to suburban Peter Why they're fleecing him for Ghetto Paul? You weren't worried about public disclosure? From who? The press, the media. The media? You mean those networks that are owned by some of the largest corporations in the world? Corporations that would have taken a nosedive if another panic hit the stock market? That media? So you never actually instigated a cover-up? We didn't have to. They covered it up themselves. They had as much or more to lose than we did. And besides, they'd already gotten their stories the year before, when the first cases were reported in America. Then winter came, phalanx hit the shelves, cases dropped. Maybe they dissuaded a few younger crusading reporters, but in reality, the whole thing was pretty much old news after a few months. It had become manageable. People were learning to live with it, and they were already hungry for something different. Big news is big business, and you got to stay fresh if you want to stay successful. But there were alternative media outlets. Oh, sure, and you know who listens to them? Pansy, overeducated know-it-alls. And you know who listens to them? Nobody. Who's going to care about some PBS NPR fringe minority that's out of touch with the mainstream? The more those elitist eggheads shouted, "The dead are walking," the more most real Americans tuned them out. So let me see if I understand your position. The administration's position. The administration's position, which is that you gave this problem the amount of attention that you thought it deserved. Right. Given that at any time, government always has a lot on its plate, and especially at this time, because another public scare was the last thing the American people wanted. Yep. So you figured that the threat was small enough to be managed by both the Alpha teams abroad and some additional law enforcement training at home. You got it. Even though you'd received warnings to the contrary, that it could never just be woven into the fabric of public life, and that it actually was a global catastrophe in the making. Mr. Carlson pauses, shoots me an angry look, then heaves a shovelful of fuel into his cart. Grow up. Troy, Montana, USA. This neighborhood is, according to the brochure, the new community for the new America. Based on the Israeli Masada model, it is clear just from first glance that this neighborhood was built with one goal in mind. The houses all rest on stilts, so high as to afford each a perfect view over the 20-foot-high reinforced concrete wall. Each house is accessed by a retractable staircase and can connect to its neighbors by a similarly retractable walkway. The solar cell roofs, the shielded wells, the gardens, lookout towers, and thick sliding steel-reinforced gate have all served to make Troy an instant success with its inhabitants, so much so that its developer has already received 7 more orders across the continental United States. Troy's developer, chief architect, and first mayor is Mary Jo Miller. Oh, yeah, I was worried. I was worried about my car payments and Tim's business loan. I was worried about that widening crack in the pool and the new non-chlorinated filter that still left an algae film. I was worried about our portfolio, even though my e-broker assured me this was just first-time investor jitters and that it was much more profitable than a standard 401k. Aiden needed a math tutor. Jenna needed just the right Jamie Lynn Spears cleats for soccer camp. Tim's parents were thinking of coming to stay with us for Christmas. My brother was back in rehab. Finley had worms. One of the fish had some kind of fungus growing out of its left eye. These were just some of my worries. I had more than enough to keep me busy. Did you watch the news? Yeah, for about 5 minutes every day. Local headlines, sports, celebrity gossip. Why would I want to get depressed by watching TV? I could do that just by stepping on the scale every morning. What about other sources? Radio. Morning drive time? That was my zen hour. After the kids were dropped off, I'd listen to... Name withheld for legal reasons. His jokes helped me get through the day. What about the internet? What about it? For me, it was shopping. For Jenna, it was homework. For Tim, it was stuff he kept swearing he'd never look at again. The only news I ever saw was what popped up on my AOL welcome page. At work, there must have been some discussion. Oh, yeah, at first. It was kind of scary, kind of weird. You know, I hear it's not really rabies and stuff like that. But then that first winter, things died down, remember? And anyway, it was a lot more fun to rehash last night's episode of Celebrity Fat Camp, or totally bitch out whoever wasn't in the break room at that moment. One time around March or April, I came into work and found Mrs. Ruiz clearing out her desk. I thought she was being downsized, or maybe outsourced, something I considered a real threat. She explained that it was them. That's how she always referred to it, them, or everything that's happening. She said that her family'd already sold their house and were buying a cabin up near Fort Yukon, Alaska. I thought that was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard, especially from someone like Inez. She wasn't one of the ignorant ones. She was a clean Mexican. I'm sorry to use that term, but that was how I thought back then. That was who I was. Did your husband ever show any concern? No, but the kids did. Not verbally, or consciously, I think. Jenna started getting into fights. Aiden wouldn't go to sleep unless we left the lights on. Little things like that. I don't think they were exposed to any more information than Tim or I. But maybe they didn't have the adult distractions to shut it out. How did you and your husband respond? Zoloft and Ritalin SR for Aiden, and Adderall XR for Jenna. It did the trick for a while. The only thing that pissed me off was that our insurance didn't cover it because the kids were already on phalanx. How long had they been on phalanx? Since it became available. We were all on phalanx. Piece of phalanx, piece of mind. That was our way of being prepared. And Tim buying a gun. He kept promising to take me to the range to learn how to shoot. Sunday, he'd always say. We're going this Sunday. I knew he was full of it. Sundays were reserved for his mistress, that 18-footer twin-engine bitch he seemed to sink all his love into. I didn't really care. We had our pills, and at least he knew how to use the Glock. It was part of life, like smoke alarms or airbags. Maybe you think about it once in a while. It was always just in case. And besides, really, there was already so much out there to worry about. Every month it seemed a new nail-biter. How can you keep track of all of it? How do you know which one is really real? How did you know? It had just gotten dark. The game was on. Tim was in the Barcalounger with a Corona. Aiden was on the floor playing with his Ultimate Soldiers. Jenna was in her room doing homework. I was unloading the Maytag, so I didn't hear Finley barking. Well, maybe I did, but I never gave it any thought. Our house was in the community's last row, right at the foot of the hills. We lived in a quiet, just-developed part of North County, near San Diego. There was always a rabbit, sometimes a deer, running across the lawn, so Finley was always throwing some kind of a shit fit. I think I glanced at the Post-it to get him one of those citronella bark collars. I'm not sure when the other dogs started barking, or when I heard the car alarm down the street. It was when I heard something that sounded like a gunshot that I went into the den. Tim hadn't heard anything. He had the volume jacked up too high. I kept telling him he had to get his hearing checked. You just don't spend your 20s in a speed metal band without sighs. Aiden had heard something. He asked me what it was. I was about to say I didn't know when I saw his eyes go wide. He was looking past me at the glass sliding door that led to the backyard. I turned just in time to see it shatter. It was about 5'10", slumped, narrow shoulders, with this puffy, wagging belly. It wasn't wearing a shirt, and its mottled gray flesh was all torn and pockmarked. It smelled like the beach, like rotten kelp and salt water. Aiden jumped up and ran behind me. Tim was out of the chair, standing between us and that thing. In a split second, it was like all the lies fell away. Tim looked frantically around the room for a weapon just as it grabbed him by the shirt. They fell on the carpet wrestling. He shouted for us to get in the bedroom, for me to get the gun. We were in the hallway when I heard Jenna scream. I ran to her room, threw open the door. Another one, big, I'd say 6.5 feet, with giant shoulders and bulging arms. The window was broken, and it had Jenna by the hair. She was screaming, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy!" What did you do? I'm not totally sure. When I try to remember, everything goes by too fast. I had it by the neck. It pulled Jenna toward its open mouth. I squeezed hard, pulled. The kids say I tore the thing's head off, just ripped it right out, with all the flesh and muscle and whatever else hanging in tatters. I don't think that's possible. Maybe with all your adrenaline pumping. I think the kids just have built it up in their memories over the years, making me into She-Hulk or something. I know I freed Jenna. I remember that, and just a second later, Tim came in the room with this thick black goo all over his shirt. He had the gun in one hand and Finley's leash in the other. He threw me the car keys and told me to get the kids in the Suburban. He ran into the backyard as we headed for the garage. I heard his gun go off as I started the engine. The Great Panic. Parnell Air National Guard Base, Memphis, Tennessee, USA. Gavin Blair pilots one of the D-17 combat dirigibles that make up the core of America's Civil Air Patrol. It is a task well suited to him. In civilian life, he piloted a Fujifilm blimp. It stretched to the horizon. Sedans, trucks, buses, RVs, anything that could drive. I saw tractors. I saw a cement mixer. Seriously, I even saw a flatbed with nothing but a giant sign on it, a billboard advertising a gentleman's club. People were sitting on top of it. People were riding on top of everything, on roofs, in between luggage racks. It reminded me of some old picture of trains in India with people hanging on them like monkeys. All kinds of crap lined the road, suitcases, boxes, even pieces of expensive furniture. I saw a grand piano, I'm not kidding, just smashed like it was thrown off the top of a truck. There were also a lot of abandoned cars. Some had been pushed over, some were stripped, some looked burned out. I saw a lot of people on foot, walking across the plains or alongside the road. Some were knocking on windows, holding up all kinds of stuff. A few women were exposing themselves. They must have been looking to trade, probably gas. They couldn't have been looking for rides. They were moving faster than cars. It wouldn't make sense, but shrugs. Back down the road, about 30 miles, traffic was moving a little better. You'd think the mood would be calmer. It wasn't. People were flashing their lights, bumping the cars in front of them, getting out and throwing down. I saw a few people lying by the side of the road, barely moving or not at all. People were running past them, carrying stuff, carrying children, or just running, all in the same direction of the traffic. A few miles later, I saw why. Those creatures were swarming among the cars. Drivers on the outer lanes tried to veer off the road, sticking in the mud, trapping the inner lanes. People couldn't open their doors. The cars were too tightly packed. I saw those things reach in open windows, pulling people out or pulling themselves in. A lot of drivers were trapped inside. Their doors were shut and, I'm assuming, locked. Their windows were rolled up. It was safety-tempered glass. The dead couldn't get in, but the living couldn't get out. I saw a few people panic, try to shoot through their windshields, destroying the only protection they had. Stupid. They might have bought themselves a few hours in there, maybe even a chance to escape. Maybe there was no escape, just a quicker end. There was a horse trailer hitched to a pickup in the center lane. It was rocking crazily back and forth. The horses were still inside. The swarm continued among the cars, literally eating its way up the stalled lines. All those poor bastards just trying to get away. And that's what haunts me most about it. They weren't headed anywhere. This was the I-80, a strip of highway between Lincoln and North Platte. Both places were heavily infested, as well as all those little towns in between. What did they think they were doing? Who organized this exodus? Did anyone? Did people see a line of cars and join them without asking? I tried to imagine what it must have been like, stuck bumper to bumper, crying kids, barking dog, knowing what was coming just a few miles back, and hoping, praying, that someone up ahead knows where he's going. You ever hear about that experiment an American journalist did in Moscow in the 1970s? He just lined up at some building, nothing special about it, just a random door. Sure enough, someone got in line behind him, then a couple more. And before you knew it, they were backed up around the block. No one asked what the line was for. They just assumed it was worth it. I can't say if that story was true. Maybe it's an urban legend or a Cold War myth. Who knows? Balang, India. I stand on the shore with A.J. Shah, looking out at the rusting wrecks of once proud ships. Since the government does not possess the funds to remove them, and because both time and the elements have made their steel next to useless, they remain silent memorials to the carnage this beach once witnessed. They tell me what happened here was not unusual. All around our world, where the ocean meets the land, people trying desperately to board whatever floated for a chance of survival at sea. I didn't know what Balang was, even though I'd lived my entire life in nearby Bhavnagar. I was an office manager, a zippy, white-collar professional from the day I left university. The only time I'd ever worked with my hands was to punch a keyboard, and not even that, since all our software went voice recognition. I knew Balang was a shipyard. That's why I tried to make for it in the first place. I'd expected to find a construction site cranking out hull after hull to carry us all to safety. I had no idea that it was just the opposite. Balang didn't build ships, it killed them. Before the war, it was the largest breakers' yard in the world. Vessels from all nations were bought by Indian scrap iron companies, run up on this beach, stripped, cut, and disassembled until not the smallest bolt remained. The several dozen vessels I saw were not fully loaded, fully functional ships, but naked hulks lining up to die. There were no dry docks, no slipways. Balang was not so much a yard as a long stretch of sand. Standard procedure was to ram the ships up onto the shore, stranding them like beached whales. I thought my only hope was the half-dozen new arrivals that still remained anchored offshore, the ones with skeleton crews, and, I hoped, a little bit of fuel left in their bunkers. One of these ships, the Veronique Delmas, was trying to pull one of her beached sisters out to sea. Ropes and chains were haphazardly lashed to the stern of the APL Tulip, a Singapore container ship that had already been partially gutted. I arrived just as the Delmas fired up her engines. I could see the white water churning as she strained against the lines. I could hear some of the weaker ropes snap like gunshots. The stronger chains, though, they held out longer than the hull. Beaching the Tulip must have badly fractured her keel. When the Delmas began to pull, I heard this horrible groan, this creaking screech of metal. The Tulip literally split in two, the bow remaining on shore while the stern was pulled out to sea. There was nothing anyone could do. The Delma was already at flank speed, dragging the Tulip's stern out into deep water, where it rolled over and sank within seconds. There must have been at least 1,000 people aboard, packing every cabin and passageway and square inch of open deck space. Their cries were muffled by the thunder of escaping air. Why didn't the refugees just wait aboard the beached ships, pull up the ladders, make them inaccessible? You speak with rational hindsight. You weren't there that night. The yard was crammed right up to the shoreline, this mad dash of humanity backlit by inland fires. Hundreds were trying to swim out to the ships. The surf was choked with those who didn't make it. Dozens of little boats were going back and forth, shuttling people from shore to ships. "Give me your money," some of them would say. "Everything you have, then I'll take you." Money was still worth something. Money or food or anything they considered valuable. I saw one ship's crew that only wanted women, young women. I saw another that would only take light-skinned refugees. The bastards were shining their torches in people's faces, trying to root out darkies like me. I even saw one captain standing on the deck of his ship's launch, waving a gun and shouting, "No scheduled casts! We won't take untouchables!" Untouchables? Casts? Who the hell still thinks like that? And this is the crazy part. Some older people actually got out of the queue. Can you believe that? I'm just highlighting the most extreme negative examples, you understand. For every one profiteer or repulsive psychopath, there were 10 good and decent people whose karma was still untainted. A lot of fishermen and small boat owners who could have simply escaped with their families chose to put themselves in danger by continuing to return to shore. When you think about what they were risking, being murdered for their boats, or just marooned on the beach, or else attacked from beneath by so many underwater ghouls. There were quite a few. Many infected refugees had tried to swim for the ships and then reanimated after they drowned. It was low tide, just deep enough for a man to drown, but shallow enough for a standing ghoul to reach up for prey. You saw many swimmers suddenly vanish below the surface, or boats capsize with their passengers dragged under. And still rescuers continued to return to shore, or even jumped from ships to save people in the water. That was how I was saved. I was one of those who tried to swim. The ships looked much closer than they actually were. I was a strong swimmer, but after walking from Bhavnagar, after fighting for my life for most of that day, I barely had enough strength to float on my back. By the time I reached my intended salvation, there wasn't enough air in my lungs to call for help. There was no gangway. The smooth side towered over me. I banged on the steel, shouting up with the last bit of breath I had. Just as I slipped below the surface, I felt a powerful arm wrap around my chest. This is it, I thought. Any second, I thought I would feel teeth dig into my flesh. Instead of pulling me down, the arm hauled me back up to the surface. I ended up aboard the Sir Wilfrid Grenfell, an ex-Canadian Coast Guard cutter. I tried to talk, to apologize for not having any money, to explain that I could work for my passage, do anything they needed. The crewman just smiled. "Hold on," he said to me. "We're about to get underway." I could feel the deck vibrate, then lurch as we moved. That was the worst part, watching the other ships we passed. Some of the onboard infected refugees had begun to reanimate. Some vessels were floating slaughterhouses. Others just burned at anchor. People were leaping into the sea. Many who sank beneath the surface never reappeared. Topeka, Kansas, USA. Sharon could be considered beautiful by almost any standard. With long red hair, sparkling green eyes, and the body of a dancer or a pre-war supermodel, she also has the mind of a 4-year-old girl. We are at the Rothman Rehabilitation Home for Feral Children. Dr. Roberta Kellner, Sharon's caseworker, describes her condition as lucky. At least she has language skills, a cohesive thought process, she explains. It's rudimentary, but at least it's fully functional. Dr. Kellner is eager for the interview, but Dr. Summers, Rothman's program director, is not. Funding has always been spotty for this program, and the present administration is threatening to close it down altogether. Sharon is shy at first. She will not shake my hand and seldom makes eye contact. Although Sharon was found in the ruins of Wichita, there is no way of knowing where her story originally occurred. We were in church, Mommy and me. Daddy told us that he would come find us. Daddy had to go do something. We had to wait for him in church. Everybody was there. They all had stuff. They had cereal and water and juice and sleeping bags and flashlights and... She mimes a rifle. Mrs. Randolph had one. She wasn't supposed to. They were dangerous. She told me they were dangerous. She was Ashley's mommy. Ashley was my friend. I asked her where was Ashley. She started to cry. Mommy told me not to ask her about Ashley and told Mrs. Randolph that she was sorry. Mrs. Randolph was dirty. She had red and brown on her dress. She was fat. She had big, soft arms. There were other kids, Joe and Dabby, and other kids. Mrs. McGraw was watching them. They had crayons. They were coloring on the wall. Mommy told me to go play with them. She told me it was okay. She said Pastor Dan said it was okay. Pastor Dan was there. He was trying to make people listen to him. Please, everyone. She mimics a deep, low voice. Please stay calm. The authorities are coming. Just stay calm and wait for the authorities. No one was listening to him. Everyone was talking. Nobody was sitting. People were trying to talk on their things. Mimes holding a cell phone. They were angry at their things, throwing them and saying bad words. I felt bad for Pastor Dan. She mimics the sound of a siren. Outside. She does it again, starting soft, then growing, then fading out again multiple times. Mommy was talking to Mrs. Kermode and other mommies. They were fighting. Mommy was getting mad. Mrs. Kermode kept saying, in an angry drawl, well, what if? What else can you do? Mommy was shaking her head. Mrs. Kermode was talking with her hands. I didn't like Mrs. Kermode. She was Pastor Dan's wife. She was bossy and mean. Somebody yelled, Here they come! Mommy came and picked me up. They took our bench and put it next to the door. They put all the benches next to the door. Quick, jam the door. She mimics several different voices. I need a hammer. Nails. They're in the parking lot. They're coming this way. She turns to Dr. Kellner. Can I? Dr. Summers looks unsure. Dr. Kellner smiles and nods. I later learn that the room is soundproofed for this reason. Sharon mimics the moan of a zombie. It is undoubtedly the most realistic I have ever heard. Clearly, by their discomfort, Summers and Kellner agree. They were coming. They came bigger. Again she moans, then follows up by pounding her right fist on the table. They wanted to come in. Her blows are powerful, mechanical. People screamed. Mommy hugged me tight. It's okay. Her voice softens as she begins to stroke her own hair. I won't let them get you. Shh. Now she bangs both fists on the table, her strikes becoming more chaotic as if to simulate multiple ghouls. Brace the door. Hold it. Hold it. She simulates the sound of shattering glass. The windows broke. The windows in the front next to the door. The lights got black. Grown-ups got scared. They screamed. Her voice returns to her mother's. Shh, baby, I won't let them get you. Her hands go from her hair to her face, gently stroking her forehead and cheeks. Sharon gives Kellner a questioning look. Kellner nods. Sharon's voice suddenly simulates the sound of something large breaking, a deep, phlegm-filled rumble from the bottom of her throat. They're coming in. Shoot 'em! Shoot 'em! She makes the sound of gunfire then. I won't let them get you. I won't let them get you. Sharon suddenly looks away over my shoulder to something that isn't there. The children! Don't let them get the children! That was Mrs. Kermode. Save the children! Save the children! Sharon makes more gunshots. She balls her hands into a large double fist, bringing it down hard on an invisible form. Now the kids started crying. She simulates stabbing, punching, striking with objects. Abby cried hard. Mrs. Kermode picked her up. She mimes lifting something or someone up and swinging them against the wall. And then Abby stopped. She goes back to stroking her own face. Her mother's voice has become harder. Shh, it's okay, baby, it's okay. Her hands move down from her face to her throat, tightening into a strangling grip. I won't let them get you. I won't let them get you. Sharon begins to gasp for air. Dr. Summers makes a move to stop her. Dr. Kellner puts up a hand. Sharon suddenly ceases, throwing her arms out to the sound of a gunshot. Warm and wet, salty in my mouth, stinging my eyes. Arms picked me up and carried me. She gets up from the table, mimicking a motion close to a football. Carried me into the parking lot. Run, Sharon, don't stop. This is a different voice now, not her mother's. Just run. Run, run, run. They pulled her away from me. Her arms let me go. They were big, soft arms. Khuzhir, Olkhon Island, Lake Baikal, the Holy Russian Empire. The room is bare except for a table, 2 chairs, and a large wall mirror, which is almost sure to be one-way glass. I sit across from my subject, writing on the pad provided for me. My transcriber has been forbidden for security reasons. Maria Zhuganova's face is worn. Her hair is graying. Her body strains the seams of the fraying uniform she insists on wearing for this interview. Technically, we are alone, although I sense watching eyes behind the room's one-way glass. We didn't know that there was a great panic. We were completely isolated. About a month before it began, about the same time as that American newswoman broke the story, our camp was placed on indefinite communication blackout. All the televisions were removed from the barracks, all the personal radios and cell phones, too. I had one of those cheap disposable types with 5 prepaid minutes. It was all my parents could afford. I was supposed to use it to call them on my birthday, my first birthday away from home. We were stationed in North Ossetia, Alanya, one of our wild southern republics. Our official duty was peacekeeping, preventing ethnic strife between the Ossetia and Ingush minorities. Our rotation was up about the same time they cut us off from the world. A matter of state security, they called it. Who were they? Everyone. Our officers, the military police, even a plain-clothed civilian who just seemed to appear one day out of nowhere. He was a mean little bastard with a thin rat face. That's what we called him, Rat Face. Did you ever try to find out who he was? What, me personally? Never. Neither did anyone else. Oh, we griped. Soldiers always gripe. But there also wasn't time for any serious complaints. Right after the blackout was put into effect, we were placed on full combat alert. Up until then, it had been easy duty, lazy, monotonous, and broken only by the occasional mountain stroll. Now we were in those mountains for days at a time, with full battle dress and ammo. We were in every village, every house. We questioned every peasant and traveler and, I don't know, goat that crossed our path. Questioned them for what? I didn't know. Is everyone in your family present? Has anyone gone missing? Has anyone been attacked by a rabid animal or man? That was the part that confused me the most. Rabid? I understood the animal part, but man? There were a lot of physical inspections, too, stripping these people to their bare skin while the medics searched every inch of their bodies for something. We weren't told what. It didn't make sense. Nothing did. We once found a whole cache of weapons, 74s, a few older 47s, plenty of ammo, probably bought from some corrupt opportunist right in our battalion. We didn't know who the weapons belonged to, drug runners or the local gangsters, maybe even those supposed reprisal squads that were the reason for our deployment in the first place. And what did we do? We left it all. That little civilian rat-face, he had a private meeting with some of the village elders. I don't know what was discussed, but I can tell you that they looked scared half to death, crossing themselves, praying silently. We didn't understand. We were confused, angry. We didn't understand what the hell we were doing out there. We had this one old veteran in our platoon, Baburin. He'd fought in Afghanistan and twice in Chechnya. It was rumored that during Yeltsin's crackdown, his BMP was the first to fire on the Duma. Note 1. The BMP is an armored personnel carrier invented and used by Soviet and now Russian military forces. End note. We used to like to listen to his stories. He was good-natured, always drunk, when he thought he could get away with it. He changed after the incident with the weapons. He stopped smiling. There were no more stories. I don't think he ever touched a drop after that. And when he spoke to you, which was rare, the only thing he ever said was, "This isn't good. Something's going to happen." Whenever I tried to ask him about it, he would just shrug and walk away. Morale was pretty low after that. People were tense, suspicious. Ratface was always there in the shadows, listening, watching, whispering into the ears of our officers. He was with us the day we swept a little no-name town, this primitive hamlet, at what looked like the edge of the world. We'd executed our standard searches and interrogations. We were just about to pack it in. Suddenly, this child, this little girl, came running down the only road in town. She was crying, obviously terrified. She was chattering to her parents. I wish I could have taken the time to learn their language. And pointing across the field, there was a tiny figure, another little girl, staggering across the mud toward us. Lieutenant Tikhonov raised his binoculars, and I watched his face lose its color. Ratface came up next to him, gave a look through his own glasses, then whispered something in the lieutenant's ear. Petrenko, platoon sharpshooter, was ordered to raise his weapon and center the girl in his sights. He did. Do you have her? I have her. Shoot. That's how it went, I think. I remember there was a pause. Petrenko looked up at the lieutenant and asked him to repeat the order. You heard me, he said angrily. I was farther away than Petrenko, and even I'd heard him. I said eliminate the target now. I could see the tip of his rifle was shaking. He was a skinny little runt, not the bravest or the strongest, but suddenly he lowered his weapon and said he wouldn't do it. Just like that. No, sir. It felt like the sun froze in the sky. No one knew what to do, especially Lieutenant Tikhonov. Everyone was looking at one another. Then we were all looking out at the field. Ratface was walking out there, slowly, almost casually. The little girl was now close enough so we could see her face. Her eyes were wide, locked on Ratface. Her arms were raised, and I could just make out this high-pitched, rasping moan. He met her halfway across the field. It was over before most of us realized what had happened. In one smooth motion, Ratface pulled a pistol from underneath his coat, shot her right between the eyes, then turned around and sauntered back toward us. A woman, probably the little girl's mother, exploded into sobs. She fell to her knees, spitting and cursing at us. Ratface didn't seem to care or even notice. He just whispered something to Lieutenant Tikhonov, then remounted the BMP as if he was hailing a Moscow taxicab. That night, lying awake in my bunk, I tried not to think about what had happened. I tried not to think about the fact that the MPs had taken Petrenko away, or that our weapons had been locked in the armory. I knew I should have felt bad for the child, angry, even vengeful toward Ratface, and maybe even a little bit guilty because I didn't lift a finger to stop it. I knew those were the kinds of emotions I should have been feeling. At that point, the only thing I could feel was fear. I kept thinking about what Baburin had said, that something bad was going to happen. I just wanted to go home, see my parents. What if there'd been some horrible terrorist attack? What if it was a war? My family lived in Byakin, almost within sight of the Chinese border. I needed to speak to them, to make sure they were okay. I worried so much that I started throwing up, so much so that they checked me into the infirmary. That's why I missed the patrol that day. That's why I was still on bed rest when they came back the following afternoon. I was in my bunk rereading an outdated copy of Semnatsat. Note 2. Semnatsat was a Russian magazine aimed at teenage girls. Its title, 17, was illegally copied from an American publication of the same name. End note. I heard a commotion, vehicle engines, voices. A crowd was already assembled on the parade ground. I pushed my way through and saw Arkady standing in the center of the mob. Arkady was the heavy machine gunner from my squad, a big bear of a man. We were friends because he kept the other men away from me, if you understand what I mean. He said I reminded him of his sister. Smiles sadly. I liked him. There was someone crawling at his feet. It looked like an old woman, but there was a burlap hood over her head and a chain leash wrapped around her neck. Her dress was torn, and the skin of her legs had been scraped clean off. There was no blood, just this black pus. Arkady was well into a loud, angry speech. No more lies, no more orders to shoot civilians on sight, and that's why I put the little Jopalets down. I looked for Lieutenant Tikhonov, but I couldn't see him anywhere. I got a ball of ice in my stomach. Because I wanted you all to see. Arkady lifted the chain, pulling the old babushka up by her throat. He grabbed the hood and ripped it off. Her face was gray, just like the rest of her. Her eyes were wide and fierce. She snarled like a wolf and tried to grab Arkady. He wrapped one powerful hand around her throat, holding her at arm's length. I want you all to see why we are here. He grabbed the knife from his belt and plunged it into the woman's heart. I gasped. We all did. It was buried up to the hilt, and she continued to squirm and growl. You see, he shouted, stabbing her several more times. You see? This is what they're not telling us. This is what they have us breaking our backs to find. You could see heads start to nod, a few grunts of agreement. Arkady continued. What if these things are everywhere? What if they're back home with our families right now? He was trying to make eye contact with as many of us as possible. He wasn't paying enough attention to the old woman. His grip loosened. She pulled free and bit him on the hand. Arkady roared. His fist caved in the old woman's face. She fell to his feet, writhing and gurgling that black goo. He finished the job with his boot. We all heard her skull crack. Blood was trickling down the gouge in Arkadiy's fist. He shook it at the sky, screaming as the veins in his neck began to bulge. "We want to go home," he bellowed. "We want to protect our families." Others in the crowd began to pick it up. "Yes, we want to protect our families. This is a free country. This is a democracy. You can't keep us in prison." I was shouting too, chanting with the rest. That old woman, the creature that could take a knife in the heart without dying? What if they were back home? What if they were threatening our loved ones, my parents? All the fear, all the doubt, every tangled negative emotion, all fused into rage. "We want to go home! We want to go home!" Chanting, and then a round cracked past my ear, and Arkadiy's left eye imploded. I don't remember running or inhaling the tear gas. I don't remember when the Spetsnaz commandos appeared, but suddenly they were all around us, beating us down, shackling us together, one of them stepping on my chest so hard I thought I was going to die right then and there. Was that the decimation? No, that was the beginning. We weren't the first army unit to rebel. It had actually started about the time the MPs first closed down the base. About the time we staged our little demonstration, the government had decided how to restore order. She straightens her uniform, composes herself before speaking. To decimate. I used to think it meant just to wipe out, cause horrible damage, destroy. It actually means to kill by a percentage of 10. 1 out of every 10 must die. And that's exactly what they did to us. The Spetsnaz had us assemble on the parade ground, full-dress uniform no less. Our new commanding officer gave a speech about duty and responsibility, about our sworn oath to protect the motherland, and how we had betrayed that oath with our selfish treachery and individual cowardice. I'd never heard words like that before. Duty, responsibility. Russia, my Russia, was nothing but an apolitical mess. We lived in chaos and corruption. We were just trying to get through the day. Even the army was no bastion of patriotism. It was a place to learn a trade, get food and a bed, and maybe even a little money to send home when the government decided it was convenient to pay its soldiers. Oath to protect the motherland? Those weren't the words of my generation. That was what you'd hear from old, great, patriotic war veterans, the kind of broken, demented geezers who used to besiege Red Square with their tattered Soviet banners and their rows and rows of medals pinned to their faded, moth-eaten uniforms. Duty to the motherland was a joke, but I wasn't laughing. I knew the executions were coming. The armed men surrounding us, the men in the guard towers, I was ready. Every muscle in my body was tensing for the shot. And then I heard those words. You spoiled children think democracy is a God-given right. You expect it. You demand it. Well, now you're going to get your chance to practice it. His exact words stamped behind my eyelids for the rest of my life. What did he mean? We would be the ones to decide who would be punished. Broken up into groups of 10, we would have to vote on which one of us was going to be executed. And then we, the soldiers, we would be the ones to personally murder our friends. They rolled these little pushcarts past us. I can still hear their creaking wheels. They were full of stones, about the size of your hand, sharp and heavy. Some cried out, pleaded with us, begged like children. Some, like Baburin, simply knelt there silently, on his knees, staring right into my face as I brought the rock down into his. She sighs softly, glancing over her shoulder at the one-way glass. Brilliance. Sheer fucking brilliance. Conventional executions might have reinforced discipline, might have restored order from the top down. But by making us all accomplices, they held us together not just by fear, but by guilt as well. We could have said no, could have refused, and been shot ourselves, but we didn't. We went right along with it. We all made a conscious choice, and because that choice carried such a high price, I don't think anyone ever wanted to make another one again. We relinquished our freedom that day, and we were more than happy to see it go. From that moment on, we lived in true freedom. The freedom to point to someone else and say, "They told me to do it. It's their fault, not mine." The freedom, God help us, to say, "I was only following orders." Bridgetown, Barbados, West Indies Federation. Travers Bar personifies the wild West Indies, or more specifically, each island's special economic zone. This is not a place most people would associate with the order and tranquility of post-war Caribbean life. It is not meant to be. Fenced off from the rest of the island and catering to a culture of chaotic violence and debauchery, the special economic zones are engineered specifically to separate off-islanders from their money. My discomfort seems to please T. Sean Collins. The giant Texan slides a shot of Kill Devil rum in my direction, then swings his massive boot-clad feet onto the table. They haven't come up with a name for what I used to do. Not a real one, not yet. Independent contractor sounds like I should be laying drywall and smearing plaster. Private security sounds like some dumbass mall guard. Mercenary is the closest, I guess, but at the same time, about as far from the real me as you could have gotten. A mercenary sounds like some crazed-out NAM vet, all tats and handle stash, humping in some third-world cesspool, 'cause he can't hack it back in the real world. That wasn't me at all. Yeah, I was a vet, and yeah, I used my training for cash. Funny thing about the Army, they always promise to teach you marketable skills, but they never mention that, by far, there's nothing more marketable than knowing how to kill some people while keeping others from being killed. Maybe I was a mercenary, but you'd never know it to look at me. I was clean-cut, nice car, nice house, even a housekeeper who came in once a week. I had plenty of friends, marriage prospects, and my handicap at the country club was almost as good as the pros. Most importantly, I worked for a company no different from any other before the war. There was no cloak and dagger, no back rooms and midnight envelopes. I had vacation days and sick days, full medical, and a sweet dental package. I paid my taxes, too much. I paid into my IRA. I could have worked overseas. Lord knows there was plenty of demand. But after seeing what my buddies went through in the last brush fire, I said, screw it. Let me guard some fat CEO or worthless dumb celebrity. And that's where I found myself when the panic hit. You don't mind if I don't mention any names, Kay? Some of these people are still alive, or their estates are still active, and, can you believe, they're still threatening to sue. After all that's gone down? Okay, so I can't name names or places, but figure it's an island, a big island, a long island, right next to Manhattan. Can't sue me for that, right? My client, I'm not sure what he really did, something in entertainment or high finance. Beats me. I think he might have even been one of the senior shareholders in my firm. Whatever, he had bucks, lived in this amazing pad by the beach. Our client liked to know people who were known by all. His plan was to provide safety for those who could raise his image during and after the war, playing Moses to the scared and famous. And you know what? They fell for it. The actors and singers and rappers and pro athletes and just the professional faces, like the ones you see on talk shows or reality shows, Or even that little rich, spoiled, tired-looking whore who was famous for just being a rich, spoiled, tired-looking whore. There was that record mogul guy with the big old diamond earrings. He had this tricked-out AK with a grenade launcher. He loved to talk about how it was an exact replica of the one from Scarface. I didn't have the heart to tell him that Senor Montana had used a 16A1. There was the political comedy guy, you know, the one with the show. He was snorting blow between the airbags of this teeny Thai stripper, while spewing about how what was happening wasn't just about the living versus the dead. It would send shock waves through every facet of our society, social, economic, political, even environmental. He said that subconsciously everyone already knew the truth during the Great Denial, and that's why they wigged out so hard when the story was finally broken. It all actually kind of made sense, until he started spewing about high fructose corn syrup and the feminization of America. Crazy, I know, but you kind of expected those people to be there. At least I did. What I didn't expect was all their people. Every one of them, no matter who they were or what they did, had to have at least, I don't know how many stylists and publicists and personal assistants. Some of them, I think, were pretty cool, just doing it for the money or because they figured they'd be safe there. Young people just trying to get a leg up. Can't fault them for that. Some of the others, though, real pricks, all high on the smell of their own piss. Just rude and pushy and ordering everyone else around. One guy sticks out in my mind only because he wore this baseball cap that read, "Get It Done." I think he was the chief handler of the fat fuck who won that talent show. That guy must have had 14 people around him. I remember thinking at first that it would be impossible to take care of all these people, but after my initial tour of the premises, I realized our boss had planned for everything. He'd transformed his home into a survivalist's wet dream. He had enough dehydrated food to keep an army fed for years, as well as an endless supply of water from a desalinizer that ran right out into the ocean. He had wind turbines, solar panels, and backup generators with giant fuel tanks buried right under the courtyard. He had enough security measures to hold off the living dead forever. High walls, motion sensors, and weapons. Oh, the weapons. Yeah, our boss had really done his homework, but what he was most proud of was the fact that every room in the house was wired for a simultaneous webcast that went out all over the world 24/7. This was the real reason for having all his closest and best friends over. He didn't just want to ride out the storm in comfort and luxury. He wanted everyone to know he'd done it. That was the celebrity angle, his way of ensuring high-profile exposure. Not only did you have a webcam in almost every room, but there was all the usual press you'd find on the Oscars red carpet. I honestly never knew how big an industry entertainment journalism was. There had to be dozens of them there from all these magazines and TV shows. How are you feeling? I heard that a lot. How are you holding up? What do you think is going to happen? And I swear I even heard someone ask, what are you wearing? For me, the most surreal moment was standing in the kitchen with some of the staff and other bodyguards, all of us watching the news that was showing. Guess what? Us. The cameras were literally in the other room, pointed at some of the stars as they sat on the couch watching another news channel. The feed was live from New York's Upper East Side. The dead were coming right up 3rd Avenue. People were taking them on hand to hand, hammers and pipes. The manager of a Modell's Sporting Goods was handing out all his baseball bats and shouting, "Get 'em in the head!" There was this one guy on rollerblades. He had a hockey stick in his hand, a big old meat cleaver bolted to the blade. He was doing an easy 30 at that speed. He might have taken a neck or two. The camera saw the whole thing. The rotted arm that shot out of the sewer drain right in front of him. The poor guy backflipping into the air, coming down hard on his face, then being dragged screaming by his ponytail into the drain. At that moment, the camera in our living room swung back to catch the reactions of the watching celebs. There were a few gasps, some honest, some staged. I remember thinking I had less respect for the ones who tried to fake some tears than I did for the little spoiled whore who called the rollerblading guy a dumbass. Hey, at least she was being honest. I remember I was standing next to this guy, Sergei, a miserable, sad-faced, hulking motherfucker. His stories about growing up in Russia convinced me that not all third-world cesspools had to be tropical. It was when the camera was catching the reactions of the beautiful people that he mumbled something to himself in Russian. The only word I could make out was Romanovs, and I was about to ask him what he meant when we all heard the alarm go off. Something had triggered the pressure sensors we'd placed several miles around the wall. They were sensitive enough to detect just one zombie. Now they were going crazy. Our radios were squawking, "Contact, contact, southwest corner. Shit, there's hundreds of them." It was a damn big house. It took me a few minutes to get to my firing position. I didn't understand why the lookout was so nervous. So what if there were a couple hundred? They'd never get over the wall. Then I heard him shout, "They're running! Holy fucking shit, they're fast!" Fast zombies? That turned my gut. If they could run, they could climb. If they could climb, maybe they could think. And if they could think... Now I was scared. I remember our boss's friends were all raiding the armory, racing around like extras in an 80s action flick by the time I made the third-floor guest room window. I flipped the safety off my weapon and flipped the guards off my sight. It was one of the newest gens, a fusion of light amplification and thermal imaging. I didn't need the second part because G's gave off no body heat. So when I saw the searing, bright green signatures of several hundred runners, my throat tightened. Those weren't living dead. "There it is," I heard them shout. "That's the house on the news." They were carrying ladders, guns, babies. A couple of them had these heavy satchels strapped to their backs. They were booking it for the front gate, big, tough steel that was supposed to stop 1,000 ghouls. The explosion tore them right off their hinges, sent them flipping into the house like giant ninja stars. "Fire!" the boss was screaming into the radio. "Knock 'em down! Kill 'em! Shoot, shoot, shoot!" The attackers, for lack of a better label, stampeded for the house. The courtyard was full of parked vehicles, sports cars and Hummers, and even a monster truck belonging to some NFL cat. Freaking fireballs, all of them, blowing over on their sides or just burning in place, this thick oily smoke from their tires blinding and choking everyone. All you could hear was gunfire, ours and theirs, and not just our private security team. Any big shot who wasn't crapping his pants either had it in his head to be a hero or felt he had to protect his rep in front of his peeps. A lot of them demanded that their entourage protect them. Some did, these poor 20-year-old personal assistants who'd never fired a gun in their lives. They didn't last very long. But then there were also the peons who turned and joined the attackers. I saw this one real queenie hairdresser stab an actress in the mouth with a letter opener, and ironically, I watched Mr. Get It Done try to wrestle a grenade away from the talent show guy before it went off in their hands. It was bedlam, exactly what you thought the end of the world was supposed to look like. Part of the house was burning, blood everywhere, bodies or bits of them spewed over all that expensive stuff. I met the whore's rat dog as we were both heading for the back door. He looked at me, I looked at him. If it had been a conversation, it probably would have gone like, "What about your master?" What about yours? Fuck 'em. That was the attitude among a lot of the hired guns, the reason I hadn't fired a shot all night. We'd been paid to protect rich people from zombies, not against other not-so-rich people who just wanted a safe place to hide. You could hear them shouting as they charged in through the front door. Not grab the booze or rape the bitches, it was put out the fire and get the women and kids upstairs. I stepped over Mr. Political Comedy Guy on my way out to the beach. He and this chick, this leathery old blonde who I thought was supposed to be his political enemy, were going at it like there was no tomorrow. And hey, maybe for them there wasn't. I made it out to the sand, found a surfboard, probably worth more than the house I grew up in, and started paddling for the lights on the horizon. There were a lot of boats on the water that night, a lot of people getting out of Dodge. I hoped one of them might give me a ride as far as New York Harbor. Hopefully I could bribe them with a pair of diamond earrings. He finishes his shot of rum and signals for another. Sometimes I ask myself, why didn't they all just shut the fuck up, you know? Not just my boss, but all of those pampered parasites. They had the means to stay way out of harm's way, so why didn't they use it? Go to Antarctica or Greenland, or just stay where they were, but stay the hell out of the public eye. But then again, maybe they couldn't, like a switch you just can't turn off. Maybe it's what made them who they were in the first place. But what the hell do I know? The waiter arrives with another shot, and T-Shawn flicks a silver rand coin to him. If you got it, flaunt it. Ice City, Greenland. From the surface, all that is visible are the funnels, the massive, carefully sculpted wind catchers that continue to bring fresh, albeit cold air, to the 300-kilometer maze below. Few of the 250,000 people who once inhabited this hand-carved marvel of engineering have remained. Some stay to encourage the small but growing tourist trade. Some are here as custodians, living on the pension that goes with UNESCO's renewed World Heritage Program. Some, like Ahmed Faranakian, formerly Major Faranakian, of the Iranian Revolution Guards Corps Air Force, have nowhere else to go. India and Pakistan, like North and South Korea, or NATO and the old Warsaw Pact. If two sides were going to use nuclear weapons against each other, it had to be India and Pakistan. Everyone knew it, everyone expected it, and that is exactly why it didn't happen. Because the danger was so omnipresent, all the machinery had been put in place over the years to avoid it. The hotline between the two capitals was in place, ambassadors were on a first-name basis, and generals, politicians, and everyone involved in the process was trained to make sure the day they all feared never came. No one could have imagined, I certainly didn't, that events would unfold as they did. The infection hadn't hit us as hard as some other countries. Our land was very mountainous. Transportation was difficult. Our population was relatively small, given the size of our country, and when you consider that many of our cities could be easily isolated by a proportionately large military, it is not difficult to see how optimistic our leadership was. The problem was refugees, millions of them from the east, millions, streaming across Baluchistan, throwing our plans into disarray. So many areas were already infected, great swarms slouching toward our cities. Our border guards were overwhelmed, entire outposts buried under waves of ghouls. There was no way to close the border and at the same time deal with our own outbreaks. We demanded that the Pakistanis get control of their people. They assured us they were doing all they could. We knew they were lying. The majority of refugees came from India, just passing through Pakistan in an attempt to reach someplace safe. Those in Islamabad were quite willing to let them go. Better to pass the problem along to another nation than have to deal with it themselves. Perhaps if we could have combined our forces, coordinated a joint operation at some appropriately defensible location. I know the plans were on the table. Pakistan's south-central mountains, the Pab, the Kirtir, the central Brahui range. We could have stopped any number of refugees or living dead. Our plan was refused. Some paranoid military attaché at their embassy told us outright that any foreign troops on their soil would be seen as a declaration of war. I don't know if their president ever saw our proposal. Our leaders never spoke to him directly. You see what I mean about India and Pakistan. We didn't have their relationship. The diplomatic machinery was not in place. For all we know, this little shit-eating colonel informed his government that we were attempting to annex their western provinces. But what could we do? Every day, hundreds of thousands of people crossed our border, and of those, perhaps tens of thousands were infected. We had to take decisive action. We had to protect ourselves. There is a road that runs between our two countries. It is small by your standards, not even paved in most places, but it was the main southern artery in Baluchistan. To cut it at just one place, the Ketch River Bridge would have effectively sealed off 60% of all refugee traffic. I flew the mission myself, at night with a heavy escort. You didn't need image intensifiers. You could see the headlights from miles away, a long, thin, white trail in the darkness. I could even see small arms flashes. The area was heavily infested. I targeted the bridge's center foundation, which would be the hardest part to repair. The bombs separated cleanly. They were high-explosive, conventional ordnance, just enough to do the job. American aircraft, from when we used to be your allies of convenience, used to destroy a bridge built with American aid for the same purpose. The irony was not lost on the high command. Personally, I could have cared less. As soon as I felt my phantom lighten, I hit my burners, waited for my observer plane's report, and prayed with all my might that the Pakistanis wouldn't retaliate. Of course, my prayers went unanswered. 3 hours later, their garrison at Kilisafed shot up our border station. I know now that our president and Ayatollah were willing to stand down. We'd gotten what we wanted. They'd gotten their revenge. Tit for tat, let it go. But who was going to tell the other side? Their embassy in Tehran had destroyed its codes and radios. That son-of-a-bitching colonel had shot himself rather than betray any state secrets. We had no hotline, no diplomatic channels. We didn't know how to contact the Pakistani leadership. We didn't even know if there was any leadership left. It was such a mess, confusion turning to anger, anger turning on our neighbors. Every hour the conflict escalated. Border clashes, airstrikes. It happened so fast, just 3 days of conventional warfare, neither side having any clear objective, just panicked rage. He shrugs. We created a beast, a nuclear monster that neither side could tame. Tehran, Islamabad, Qom, Lahore, Bandar Abbas, Ormara, Imam Khomeini, Faisalabad. No one knows how many died in the blasts, or would die when the radiation clouds began to spread over our countries, over India, Southeast Asia, the Pacific, over America. No one thought it could happen, not between us. For God's sake, they helped us build our nuclear program from the ground up. They supplied the materials, the technology, the third-party brokering with North Korea and Russian renegades. We wouldn't have been a nuclear power if it wasn't for our fraternal Muslim brothers. No one would have expected it, but then again, no one would have expected the dead to rise, now would they? Only one could have foreseen this, and I don't believe in him anymore. Denver, Colorado, USA. My train is late. The Western Drawbridge is being tested. Todd Wainio doesn't seem to mind waiting for me at the platform. We shake hands under the station's mural of victory, easily the most recognizable image of the American experience in World War Z. Originally taken from a photograph, it depicts a squad of soldiers standing on the New Jersey side of the Hudson River, their backs turned to us as they watch dawn break over Manhattan. My host looks very small and frail next to these towering two-dimensional icons. Like most men of his generation, Todd Wainio is old before his time, with an expanding paunch, receding, graying hair, and 3 deep parallel scars down the side of his right cheek. It would be difficult to guess that this former U.S. Army infantryman is still, at least chronologically, at the beginning of his life. The sky was red that day. All the smoke, the crap that had been filling the air all summer. It put everything in an amber red light, like looking at the world through hell-colored glasses. That's how I first saw Yonkers, this little depressed, rust-collar burb just north of New York City. I don't think anybody ever heard of it. I sure as hell hadn't. And now it's up there with, like, Pearl Harbor. No, not Pearl. That was a surprise attack. This was more like Little Bighorn, where well, at least the people in charge, they knew what was up, or they should have. The point is, it wasn't a surprise, the war, or emergency, or whatever you want to call it. It was already on. It had been, 3 months since everyone jumped on the panic train. You remember what it was like? People just freaking out, boarding up their houses, stealing food, guns, shooting everything that moved. They probably killed more people, the Rambos and the runaway fires, and the traffic accidents, and just the whole shitstorm that we now call the Great Panic. I think that killed more people at first than Zach. I guess I can see why the powers that be thought that one big stand-up battle was such a good idea. They wanted to show the people that they were still in charge, get them to calm the hell down so they could deal with the real problem. I get it. And because they needed a propaganda smackdown, I ended up in Yonkers. It actually wasn't the worst place to make a stand. Part of the town sat right in this little valley, and right over the West Hills you had the Hudson River. The Sawmill River Parkway ran right through the center of our main line of defense, and the refugees streaming down the freeway were leading the dead right to us. It was a natural choke point, and it was a good idea. The only good idea that day. Todd reaches for another cue, the homegrown American variety cigarette, so named for its 1/4 tobacco content. Why didn't they put us on the roofs? They had a shopping center, a couple of garages, big buildings with nice flat tops. They could have put a whole company right above the A&P. We could have seen the whole valley, and we would have been completely safe from attack. There was this apartment building, about 20 stories, I think. Each floor had a commanding view of the freeway. Why wasn't there a rifle team in each window? You know where they put us? Right down on the ground, right behind sandbags, or in fighting holes. We wasted so much time, so much energy, preparing these elaborate firing positions. Good cover and concealment, they told us. Cover and concealment? Cover means physical protection, conventional protection from small arms and artillery or air-dropped ordnance. That sound like the enemy we were about to go up against? Was Zach now calling in airstrikes and fire missions? And why the hell were we worried about concealment when the whole point of the battle was to get Zach to come directly at us? So back-asswards. All of it. I'm sure whoever was in charge must have been one of the last of the fucktards, those generals who spent their nard-drop years training to defend West Germany from Ivan. Tight-assed, narrow-minded, probably pissed off from so many years of brushfire war. He must have been an FF, because everything we did freaking stunk of Cold War static defense. They even tried to dig fighting holes for the tanks. The engineers blasted them right out of the A&P parking lot. You had tanks? Dude, we had everything. Tanks, Bradleys, Humvees, armed with everything from 50 cals to these new Vasilek heavy mortars. At least those might have been useful. We had Avenger Humvee-mounted Stinger surface-to-air missile sets. We had this AVLB, portable bridge layer system, perfect for the 3-inch deep creek that ran by the freeway. We had a bunch of XM5 electronic warfare vehicles, all crammed with radar and jamming gear and oh yeah, and we even had a whole FOL, family of latrines, just plopped right there in the middle of everything. Why? When the water pressure was still on, and toilets were still flushing in every building and house in the neighborhood. So much we didn't need. So much shit that only blocked traffic and looked pretty. And that's what I think they were really there for, just to look pretty. For the press? Hell yeah. There must have been at least one reporter for every 2 or 3 uniforms. Note 1. Although this is an exaggeration, pre-war records have shown Yonkers to have the largest press-to-military ratio than any other battlefield in history. End note. On foot and in vans, I don't know how many news choppers must have been circling. You'd think with so many, they'd spare a few to try and rescue people from Manhattan. Hell yeah, I think it was all for the press. Show them our big green kill power. Or tan. Some were just back from the desert. They hadn't even been repainted yet. So much of it was for show, not just the vehicles, but us as well. They had us in Mop 4, dude. Mission-oriented protective posture. Big, bulky suits and masks that are supposed to protect you from a radioactive or biochem environment. Could your superiors have believed the undead virus was airborne? If that's true, why didn't they protect the reporters? Why didn't our superiors wear them, or anyone else immediately behind the line? They were cool and comfortable in their BDUs, while we sweated under layers of rubber, charcoal, and thick, heavy body armor. And what genius thought to put us in body armor anyway? Because the press reamed them for not having enough in the last war? Why the hell do you need a helmet when you're fighting a living corpse? They're the ones who need the helmets, not us. And then you've got the net rigs. The Land Warrior Combat Integration System. It was this whole personal electronics suite that allowed each one of us to link up with each other and the higher-ups to link up with us. Through your eyepiece, you could download maps, GPS data, real-time satellite recon. You could find your exact position on a battlefield, your buddies' positions, the bad guys. You can actually look through the video camera on your weapon, or anyone else's, to see what's over a hedge or around a corner. Land Warrior allowed every soldier to have the information of an entire command post and let the command post control those soldiers as a single unit. Netrocentric, that's what I kept hearing from the officers in front of the cameras. Netrocentric and hyperwar. Cool terms, but they didn't mean shit when you're trying to dig a fighting hole with mop gear and body armor, and Land Warrior and standard combat load, and all of it on the hottest day in what was one of the hottest summers on record. I can't believe I was still standing when Zach began to show up. It was just a trickle at first, ones and twos staggering between the abandoned cars that jammed the deserted freeway. At least the refugees had been evacuated. Okay, that was another thing they did right. Picking a choke point and clearing the civilians. Great job. Everything else? Zach started entering the first kill zone, the one designated for the MLRS. I didn't hear the rockets launch. My hood muffled the noise, but I saw them streak toward the target. I saw them march on their way down as their casings broke away to reveal all those little bomblets on plastic streamers. They're about the size of a hand grenade, anti-personnel with a limited anti-armor capacity. They scattered amongst the G's, detonating once they hit the road or an abandoned car. Their gas tanks went up in like little volcanoes, geysers of fire and debris that added to the steel rain. I gotta be honest, it was a rush. Dudes were cheering in their mics. Me too, watching ghouls start to tumble. I'd say there were maybe 30, maybe 40 or 50 zombies spread out all across this half-mile stretch of freeway. The opening bombardment took out at least 3/4 of them. Only 3/4. Todd finishes his cigarette in one long, angry drag. Immediately, he reaches for another. Yep, and that's what should have made us worry right then and there. Steel rain hit each and every single one of them, shredded their insides. Organs and flesh were scattered all over the damn place, dropping from their bodies as they came toward us. But headshots. You're trying to destroy the brain, not the body, and as long as they got a working thinker and some mobility, some were still walking. Others, too thrashed to stand, were crawling. Yeah, we should have worried, but there wasn't time. The trickle was now turning into a stream. More G's, dozens now, thick among the burning cars. Funny thing about Zach, you always think he's going to be dressed in his Sunday best. That's how the media portrayed them, right? Especially in the beginning. G's in business suits and dresses, like a cross-section of everyday America, only dead. That's not what they looked like at all. Most infected, the early infected, the ones who went in that first wave, they either died under treatment or at home in their own beds. Most were either in hospital gowns or pajamas and nightshirts. Some were in sweats or their undies, or just naked. A lot of them completely buck bare. You could see their wounds, the dried marks on their bodies, the gouges that made you shiver even inside that sweltering gear. The second steel rain didn't have half the impact of the first. No more gas tanks to catch, and now the more tightly packed G's just happened to be shielding each other from a possible head wound. I wasn't scared, not yet. Maybe my wood was gone, but I was pretty sure it'd be back when Zach entered the Army's kill zone. Again, I couldn't hear the paladins, too far back up the hill, but I sure heard and saw their shells land. These were standard HE-155s, a high-explosive core with a fragmentation case. They did even less damage than the rockets. Why is that? No balloon effect, for one. When a bomb goes off close to you, it causes the liquid in your body to burst, literally, like a freaking balloon. That doesn't happen with Zach. Maybe because he carries less bodily fluid than us, or because that fluid's more like a gel. I don't know. But it didn't do shit. Neither did the SNT effect. What is SNT? Sudden nerve trauma. I think that's what you call it. It's another effect of close-in high explosives. The trauma is so great sometimes that your organs, your brain, all of it just shuts down like God flicking your life switch. Something to do with electrical impulses or whatnot. I don't know, I'm not a fucking doctor. But that didn't happen. Not once. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like Zach just skipped through the barrage unscathed. We saw bodies blown to shit, tossed into the air, ripped to pieces, even complete heads, live heads with eyes and jaws still moving, popping sky high like freaking crystal corks. We were taking them down, no doubt, but not as many or as fast as we needed to. The stream was now like a river, a flood of bodies, slouching, moaning, stepping over their mangled bros as they rolled slowly and steadily toward us, like a slow-motion wave. The next kill zone was direct fire from the heavy arms, the tank's main 120s, and Bradleys with their chain guns and FOTT missiles. The Humvees also began to open up, mortars and missiles, and the Mark 19s, which are like machine guns, but firing grenades. The Comanches came whining in at what felt like inches above our heads, with chains and hellfires and Hydra rocket pods. It was a fucking meat grinder, a wood chipper, organic matter clouding like sawdust above the horde. Nothing can survive this, I was thinking, and for a little while it looked like I was right. Until the fire started to die. Petering out, withering. For a second he is silent, and then angrily his eyes refocus. No one thought about it. No one. Don't pull my pud with stories about budget cuts and supply problems. The only thing in short supply was common fucking sense. Not one of those West Point War College medals up the ass 4-star fartbags said, "Hey, we got plenty of fancy weapons. We got enough shit for them to shoot." No one thought about how many rounds the artillery would need for sustained operations, how many rockets for the MLRS, how many canister shots. The tanks had these things called canister shots, basically a giant shotgun shell. They fired these little tungsten balls. Not perfect, wasting like 100 balls for every G. But fuck, dude, at least it was something. Each Abrams only had 3. 3 out of a total loadout of 40. The rest were standard heat or sabo. Do you know what a silver bullet, an armor-piercing, depleted uranium dart is going to do to a group of walking corpses? Nothing. Do you know what it feels like to see a 60-something ton tank fire into a crowd with absolutely ass-all result? 3 canister rounds. And what about fléchettes? That's the weapon we always hear about these days, fléchettes. These little steel spikes that turn any weapon into an instant scattergun. We talk about them like they're a new invention, but we had them as far back as, Korea. We had them for the Hydra rockets and the Mark 19s. Just imagine that. Just one 19 firing 350 rounds a minute, each round holding, 100 spikes. Note 2. The standard pre-war 40mm canister cartridge held 115 fléchettes. And note. Maybe it wouldn't have turned the tide, but God damn it. The fire was dying. Zach was still coming. And the fear, everyone was feeling it, in the orders from the squad leaders, in the actions of the men around me. That little voice in the back of your head that just keeps squeaking, "Oh, shit! Oh, shit!" We were the last line of defense, the afterthought when it came to firepower. We were supposed to pick off the random lucky G who happened to slip through the giant bitch slap of our heavier stuff. Maybe 1 in 3 of us was expected to fire his weapon. 1 in every 10 was expected to score a kill. They came by the thousands, spilling out over the freeway guardrails, down the side streets, around the houses, through them. So many of them, their moans so loud they echoed right through our hoods. We flipped our safeties off, sighted our targets. The order came to fire. I was a saw gunner, a light machine gun that you're supposed to fire in short controlled bursts about as long as it takes to say, "Die, motherfucker, die." Note 3. SAW. A light machine gun, short for squad automatic weapon. End note. The initial burst was too low. I caught one square in the chest. I watched him fly backward, hit the asphalt, then get right back up again as if nothing had happened. Dude, when they get back up... The cigarette has burned down to his fingers. He drops and crushes it without noticing. I did my best to control my fire and my sphincter. Just go for the head, I kept telling myself. Keep it together, just go for the head. And all the time my saws chattering, die, motherfucker, die. We could have stopped them. We should have. One guy with a rifle, that's all you need, right? Professional soldiers, trained marksmen. How could they get through? They still ask that, critics and armchair Pattons who weren't there. You think it's that simple? You think that after being trained to aim for the center mass your whole military career, you can suddenly make an expert headshot every time? You think in that straitjacket and suffocation hood it's easy to recharge a clip or clear a weapon jam? You think that after watching all the wonders of modern warfare fall flat on their high-tech hyper-ass, that after already living through 3 months of the Great Panic and watching everything you knew as reality be eaten alive by an enemy that wasn't even supposed to exist, that you're going to keep a cool fucking head and a steady fucking trigger finger? He stabs that finger at me. Well, we did. We still managed to do our job and make Zach pay for every fucking inch. Maybe if we'd had more men, more ammo, maybe if we'd just been allowed to focus on our job. His finger curls back into his fist. Land warrior. High-tech, high-priced, high-profile, netro-fucking-centric land warrior. To see what was in front of our face was bad enough, but spy-bird uplinks were also showing how truly large the horde was. We might be facing thousands, but behind them were millions. Remember, we were taking on the bulk of New York City's infestation. This was only the head of one really long, undead snake stretching all the way back to Times fucking Square. We didn't need to see that. I didn't need to know that. That little scared voice wasn't so little anymore. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And suddenly, it wasn't in my head anymore. It was in my earpiece. Every time some jerk-off couldn't control his mouth, Land Warrior made sure the rest of us heard it. There's too many. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Someone from another platoon, I didn't know his name, started hollering, I hit him in the head and he didn't die. They don't die when you shoot them in the head. I'm sure he must have missed the brain. It can happen, around just grazing the inside of the skull. Maybe if he'd been calm and used his own brain, he would have realized that. Panic's even more infectious than the Z-germ, and the wonders of Land Warrior allowed that germ to become airborne. What? They don't die? Who said that? You shot it in the head? Holy crap, they're indestructible. All over the net you could hear this, browning shorts across the info superhighway. Everyone pipe down, someone shouted. Hold the line, stay off the net. An older voice, you could tell. But suddenly it was drowned out in this scream, and suddenly my eyepiece, and I'm sure everyone else's, was filled with the sight of blood spurting into a mouth of broken teeth. The sight was from a dude in the yard of a house behind the line. The owners must have left a few reanimated family members locked in when they bugged out. Maybe the shock from the explosions weakened the door or something, because they came bursting out right into this poor bastard. His gun camera recorded the whole thing. Fell right at the perfect angle. There were 5 of them, a man, a woman, 3 kids. They had him pinned on his back. The man was on his chest. The kids had him by the arms, trying to bite through his suit. The woman tore his mask off. You could see the terror in his face. I'll never forget his shriek as she bit off his chin and lower lip. They're behind us, someone was shouting. They're coming out of the houses. The line's broken. They're everywhere. Suddenly the image went dark, cut off from an external source, and the voice, the older voice, was back again. Stay off the net, he ordered, trying real hard to control his voice, and then the link went dead. I'm sure it must have taken more than a few seconds. It had to, even if they'd been hovering above our heads. But it seemed like right after the communications line blacked out, that the sky was suddenly screaming with JSFs. Note 4. JSF, Joint Strike Fighters. End note. I didn't see them release their ordnance. I was at the bottom of my hole, cursing the army and God and my own hands for not digging deeper. That ground shook. The sky went dark. Debris was everywhere, earth and ash and burning whatever flying above my head. I felt this weight slam between my shoulder blades, soft and heavy. I rolled over. It was a head and torso, all charred black and still smoking and still trying to bite. I kicked it away and scrambled out of my hole seconds after the last of the JSOW fell. Note 5. JSOW, Joint Standoff Weapon. End note. I found myself staring into this cloud of black smoke where the horde had been. The freeway, the houses, everything was covered by this midnight cloud. I vaguely remember other guys getting out of their holes, hatches opening on tanks and Bradleys, everyone just staring into the darkness. There was a quiet, a stillness that in my mind lasted for hours. And then they came, right out of the smoke like a freaking little kid's nightmare. Some were steaming, some were even still burning. Some were walking, some crawling, some just dragging themselves along on their torn bellies. Maybe 1 in 20 was still able to move, which left, a couple thousand? And behind them, mixing with their ranks and pushing steadily toward us, the remaining million that the airstrike hadn't even touched. And that was when the line collapsed. I don't remember it all at once. I see these flashes. People running, grunts, reporters. I remember a newsman with a big Yosemite Sam mustache trying to pull a Beretta from his vest before 3 burning G's pulled him down. I remember a dude forcing open the door of a news van, jumping in, throwing out a pretty blonde reporter, and trying to drive away before a tank crushed them both. 2 news choppers crashed together, showering us with their own steel rain. One Comanche driver, brave, beautiful motherfucker, tried to turn his rotor into the oncoming G's. The blade diced a path right down their mass before catching on a car and hurling him into the A&P. Shooting. Crazy random shooting. I took a round in the sternum, in my armor's center plate. I felt like I'd run into a wall, even though I'd been standing still. It knocked me on my ass. I couldn't breathe. And just then some dumbass lobbed a flashbang right in front of me. The world was white. My ears were ringing. I froze. Hands were clawing me, grabbing my arms. I kicked and punched. I felt my crotch get warm and wet. I shouted, but couldn't hear my own voice. More hands, stronger, were trying to haul me somewhere. Kicking, squirming, cursing, crying. Suddenly a fist clocked me in the jaw. It didn't knock me out, but I was suddenly relaxed. These were my buddies. Zach don't punch. They dragged me into the closest Bradley. My vision cleared just long enough to see the line of light vanish with the closing hatch. He reaches for another cue, then abruptly decides against it. I know professional historians like to talk about how Yonkers represented a catastrophic failure of the modern military apparatus, how it proved the old adage that armies perfect the art of fighting the last war just in time for the next one. Personally, I think that's a big old sack of it. Sure, we were unprepared. Our tools, our training, everything I just talked about, all one Class A gold standard clusterfuck. But the weapon that really failed wasn't something that rolled off an assembly line. It's as old as, I guess as old as war. It's fear, dude. Just fear. And you don't have to be Soon freaking Zoo to know that real fighting isn't about killing or even hurting the other guy. It's about scaring him enough to call it a day. Break their spirit. That's what every successful army goes for. From tribal face paint to the blitzkrieg to... What did we call the first round of Gulf War II? Shock and awe? Perfect name, shock and awe. But what if the enemy can't be shocked and awed? Not just won't, but biologically can't. That's what happened that day outside New York City. That's the failure that almost lost us the whole damn war. The fact that we couldn't shock and awe Zach boomeranged right back in our faces and actually allowed Zach to shock and awe us. They're not afraid. No matter what we do, no matter how many we kill, they will never, ever be afraid. Yonkers was supposed to be the day we restored confidence to the American people. Instead, we practically told them to kiss their ass goodbye. If it wasn't for the Southrican plan, I have no doubt we'd all be slouching and moaning right now. The last thing I remember was the Bradley being tossed like a Hot Wheels car. I don't know where the hit was, but I'm guessing it must have been close. I'm sure had I still been standing out there exposed, I wouldn't be standing here today. Have you ever seen the effects of a thermobaric weapon? Have you ever asked anyone with stars on the shoulders about them? I bet my ballsack you'll never get the full story. You'll hear about heat and pressure, the fireball that continues expanding, exploding, and literally crushing and burning everything in its path. Heat and pressure, that's what thermobaric means. Sounds nasty enough, right? What you won't hear about is the immediate after effect, the vacuum created when that fireball suddenly contracts. Anyone left alive will either have the air sucked right out of their lungs, or, and they'll never admit this to anyone, have their lungs ripped right out of their mouth. Obviously, no one's going to live long enough to tell that kind of horror story, probably why the Pentagon's been so good at covering up the truth. But if you ever see a picture of a G, or even an example of a real walking specimen, and he's got both airbags and windpipe just dangling out from his lips, make sure you give him my number. I'm always up for meeting another veteran of Yonkers. Turning the tide. Robben Island, Cape Town Province, United States of Southern Africa. Zalelwa Zanya greets me at his writing desk, inviting me to switch places with him so I can enjoy the cool ocean breeze from his window. He apologizes for the mess and insists on clearing the notes off his desk before we continue. Mr. Azanya is halfway through his third volume of Rainbow Fist, South Africa at War. This volume happens to be about the subject we are discussing, the turning point against the living dead, the moment when his country pulled itself back from the brink. Dispassionate, a rather mundane word to describe one of history's most controversial figures. Some revere him as a savior, some revile him as a monster. But if you ever met Paul Rediker, ever discussed his views of the world and the problems, or more importantly, the solutions to the problems that plague the world, probably the one word that would always cling to your impression of the man is dispassionate. Paul always believed, well, perhaps not always, but at least in his adult life, that humanity's one fundamental flaw was emotion. He used to say that the heart should only exist to pump blood to the brain, that anything else was a waste of time and energy. His papers from university, all dealing with alternate solutions to historical, societal quandaries, were what first brought him to the attention of the apartheid government. Many psychobiographers have tried to label him a racist, but in his own words, racism is a regrettable byproduct of irrational emotion. Others have argued that in order for a racist to hate one group, he must at least love another. Rediker believed both love and hate to be irrelevant. To him, they were impediments of the human condition. And in his words again, Imagine what could be accomplished if the human race would only shed its humanity. Evil? Most would call it that, while others, particularly that small cadre in the center of Praetoria's power, believed it to be an invaluable source of liberated intellect. It was the early 1980s, a critical time for the apartheid government. The country was resting on a bed of nails. You had the ANC, you had the Inkatha Freedom Party, you even had extremist right-wing elements of the Afrikaner population that would have liked nothing better than open revolt in order to bring about a complete racial showdown. On her border, South Africa faced nothing but hostile nations, and, in the case of Angola, a Soviet-backed, Cuban-spearheaded civil war. Add to this mixture a growing isolation from the Western democracies, which included a critical arms embargo, and it was no surprise that a last-ditch fight for survival was never far from Praetoria's mind. This is why they enlisted the aid of Mr. Rediker to revise the government's ultra-secret Plan Orange. Orange had been in existence since the apartheid government first came to power in 1948. It was the doomsday scenario for the country's white minority, the plan to deal with an all-out uprising of its indigenous African population. Over the years, it had been updated with the changing strategic outlook of the region. Every decade, that situation grew more and more grim, with multiplying independence of her neighbor states and multiplying voices for freedom from the majority of her own people. Those in Pretoria realized that a full-blown confrontation might not just mean the end for the Afrikaner government, but the Afrikaners themselves. This is where Rediker stepped in. His revised Plan Orange, appropriately completed in 1984, was the ultimate survival strategy for the Afrikaner people. No variable was ignored: population figures, terrain, resources, logistics. Rediker not only updated the plan to include both Cuba's chemical weapons and his own country's nuclear option, but also, and this is what made Orange 84 so historic, the determination of which Afrikaners would be saved and which had to be sacrificed. Sacrificed? Rediker believed that to try to protect everyone would stretch the government's resources to the breaking point, thus dooming the entire population. He compared it to survivors from a sinking ship capsizing a lifeboat that simply did not have room for them all. Rediker had even gone so far as to calculate who should be brought aboard. He included income, IQ, fertility, an entire checklist of desirable qualities, including the subject's location to a potential crisis zone. The first casualty of the conflict must be our own sentimentality, was the closing statement for his proposal, for its survival will mean our destruction. Orange 84 was a brilliant plan. It was clear, logical, efficient, and it made Paul Rediker one of the most hated men in South Africa. His first enemies were some of the more radical fundamentalist Afrikaners, the racial ideologues, and the ultra-religious. Later, after the fall of apartheid, his name began circulating among the general population. Of course, he was invited to appear before the Truth and Reconciliation hearings, and of course he refused. "I won't pretend to have a heart simply to save my skin," he stated publicly, adding, "No matter what I do, I'm sure they will come for me anyway." And they did, although it probably was not in the manner Rediker could have expected. It was during our Great Panic, which began several weeks before yours. Rediker was holed up in the Drakensberg cabin he had bought with the accumulated profits of a business consultant. He liked business, you know. One goal, no soul, he used to say. He wasn't surprised when the door blew off its hinges and agents of the National Intelligence Agency rushed in. They confirmed his name, his identity, his past actions. They asked him point blank if he had been the author of Orange 84. He answered without emotion, naturally. He suspected and accepted this intrusion as a last-minute revenge killing. The world was going to hell anyway, why not take a few apartheid devils down first? What he could have never predicted was the sudden lowering of their firearms and the removal of the gas masks of the NIA agents. They were of all colors, black, Asian, colored, and even a white man, a tall Afrikaner who stepped forward and, without giving his name or rank, asked abruptly, "You've got a plan for this, man, don't you?" Rediker had indeed been working on his own solution to the undead epidemic. What else could he do in this isolated hideaway? It had been an intellectual exercise. He never believed anyone would be left to read it. It had no name, as explained later, because names only exist to distinguish one from others, and until that moment there had been no other plan like his. Once again, Rediker had taken everything into account, not only the strategic situation of the country, but also the physiology, behavior, and combat doctrine of the living dead. While you can research the details of the Rediker plan in any public library around the world, here are some of the fundamental keys. First of all, there was no way to save everyone. The outbreak was too far gone. The armed forces had already been too badly weakened to effectively isolate the threat, and spread so thinly throughout the country they could only grow weaker with each passing day. Our forces had to be consolidated, withdrawn to a special safe zone, which hopefully would be aided by some natural obstacle, such as mountains, rivers, or even an offshore island. Once concentrated within this zone, the armed forces could eradicate the infestation within its borders, then use what resources were available to defend it against further onslaughts of the living dead. That was the first part of the plan, and it made as much sense as any conventional military retreat. The second part of the plan dealt with the evacuation of civilians, and this could not have been envisioned by anyone else but Rediker. In his mind, only a small fraction of the civilian population could be evacuated to the safe zone. These people would be saved not only to provide a labor pool for the eventual wartime economic restoration, but also to preserve the legitimacy and stability of the government, to prove to those already within the zone that their leaders were looking out for them. There was another reason for this partial evacuation, an eminently logical and insidiously dark reason that many believe will forever ensure Rediker the tallest pedestal in the pantheon of hell. Those who were left behind were to be herded into special isolated zones. They were to be human bait, distracting the undead from following the retreating army to their safe zone. Rediker argued that these isolated, uninfected refugees must be kept alive, well defended, and even resupplied if possible, so as to keep the undead hordes firmly rooted to the spot. You see the genius, the sickness. Keeping people as prisoners because every zombie besieging those survivors will be one less zombie throwing itself against our defenses. That was the moment when the Afrikaner agent looked up at Rediker, crossed himself, and said, "God help you, man." Another one said, "God help us all." That was the black one who appeared to be in charge of the operation. Now let's get him out of here. Within minutes, they were on a helicopter for Kimberley, the very underground base where Rediker had first written Orange 84. He was ushered into a meeting of the president's surviving cabinet, where his report was read aloud to the room. You should have heard the uproar, with no voice louder than the defense minister's. He was a Zulu, a ferocious man who'd rather be fighting in the streets than cowering in a bunker. The vice president was more concerned about public relations. He didn't want to imagine what his backside would be worth if news of this plan ever leaked to the population. The president looked almost personally insulted by Rediker. He physically grabbed the lapels of the safety and security minister and demanded why in hell he brought him this demented apartheid war criminal. The minister stammered that he didn't understand why the president was so upset, especially when it was he who gave the order to find Rediker. The president threw his hands in the air and shouted that he never gave such an order, and then from somewhere in the room a faint voice said, "I did." He had been sitting against the back wall. Now he stood, hunched over by age and supported by canes, but with a spirit as strong and vital as it had ever been. The elder statesman, the father of our new democracy, the man whose birth name had been Raleigh, which some have translated simply into troublemaker. As he stood, all others sat, all others except Paul Rediker. The old man locked eyes on him, smiled with that warm squint so famous the world over, and said, "Molo Mlobowam. Greetings, person of my region." He walked slowly over to Paul, turned to the governing body of South Africa, then lifted the pages from the Afrikaner's hand, and said in a suddenly loud and youthful voice, "This plan will save our people." Then, gesturing to Paul, he said, "This man will save our people." And then came that moment, the one that historians will probably debate until the subject fades from memory. He embraced the white Afrikaner. To anyone else, this was simply his signature bear hug, but to Paul Rediker. I know that the majority of psychobiographers continue to paint this man without a soul. That is the generally accepted notion. Paul Rediker. No feelings, no compassion, no heart. However, one of our most revered authors, Biko's old friend and biographer, postulates that Rediker was actually a deeply sensitive man, too sensitive, in fact, for life in apartheid South Africa. He insists that Rediker's lifelong jihad against emotion was the only way to protect his sanity from the hatred and brutality he witnessed on a daily basis. Not much is known about Rediker's childhood, whether he even had parents or was raised by the state, whether he had friends or was ever loved in any way. Those who knew him from work were hard-pressed to remember witnessing any social interaction, or even any physical act of warmth. The embrace by our nation's father, this genuine emotion piercing his impenetrable shell. Azania smiles sheepishly. Perhaps this is all too sentimental. For all we know, he was a heartless monster, and the old man's embrace had absolutely no impact. But I can tell you that that was the last day anyone ever saw Paul Rediker. Even now, no one knows what really happened to him. That is when I stepped in. In those chaotic weeks when the Rediker plan was implemented throughout the country, it took some convincing, to say the least, but once I'd convinced them that I'd worked for many years with Paul Rediker, and more importantly, I understood his way of thinking better than anyone left alive in South Africa, how could they refuse? I worked on the retreat, then afterward, during the consolidation months, and right up until the end of the war. At least they were appreciative of my services. Why else would they grant me such luxurious accommodations? Smiles. Paul Rediker, an angel and a devil. Some hate him, some worship him. Me, I just pity him. If he still exists, somewhere out there, I sincerely hope he's found his peace. After a parting embrace from my guest, I am driven back to my ferry for the mainland. Security is tight as I sign out my entrance badge. The tall Afrikaner guard photographs me again. "Can't be too careful, man," he says, handing me the pen. "A lot of people out there want to send him to hell." I sign next to my name, under the heading of Robben Island Psychiatric Institution. Name of patient you are visiting. Paul Rediker. Armagh, Ireland. While not a Catholic himself, Philip Adler has joined the throngs of visitors to the Pope's wartime refuge. My wife is Bavarian, he explains in the bar of our hotel. She had to make the pilgrimage to St. Patrick's Cathedral. This is his first time away from Germany since the end of the war. Our meeting is accidental. He does not object to my recorder. Hamburg was heavily infested. They were in the streets, in the buildings, pouring out of the Neue Elbtunnel. We'd tried to blockade it with civilian vehicles, but they were squirming through any open space like bloated, bloody worms. Refugees were also all over. They'd come from as far away as Saxony, thinking they could escape by sea. The ships were long gone. The port was a mess. We had over 1,000 trapped at the Reynolds Aluminiumwerk, and at least triple that at the Eurokai terminal. No food, no clean water, just waiting to be rescued, with the dead swarming outside, and I don't know how many infected inside. The harbor was choked with corpses, but corpses that were still moving. We'd blasted them into the harbor with anti-riot water cannons. It saved ammo, and it helped to keep the streets clear. It was a good idea, until the pressure in the hydrants died. We'd lost our commanding officer 2 days earlier. Freak accident. One of our men had shot a zombie that was almost on top of him. The bullet had gone right through the creature's head, taking bits of diseased brain tissue out the other end and into the colonel's shoulder. Insane, eh? He turned over sector command to me before dying. My first official duty was to put him down. I'd set up our command post in the Renaissance Hotel. It was a decent location, good fields of fire with enough space to house our own unit and several hundred refugees. My men, those not involved in holding the barricades, were attempting to perform these conversions on similar buildings. With the roads blocked and trains inoperative, I thought it best to sequester as many civilians as possible. Help would be coming, it was just a question of when it would arrive. I was about to organize a detail to scrounge for converted hand-to-hand weapons. We were running low on ammunition, when the order came to retreat. This was not unusual. Our unit had been steadily withdrawing since the first days of the panic. What was unusual, though, was the rally point. Division was using map grid coordinates, the first time since the trouble began. Up until then, they had simply used civilian designations on an open channel. This was so refugees could know where to assemble. Now it was a coded transmission from a map we hadn't used since the end of the Cold War. I had to check the coordinates 3 times to confirm. They put us at Schafstedt, just north of the Nordostsee Canal. Might as well be fucking Denmark. We were also under strict orders not to move the civilians. Even worse, we were ordered not to inform them of our departure. This didn't make any sense. They wanted us to pull back to Schleswig-Holstein, but leave the refugees behind. They wanted us to just cut and run. There had to be some kind of mistake. I asked for confirmation. I got it. I asked again. Maybe they got the map wrong, or had shifted codes without telling us. It wouldn't be their first mistake. I suddenly found myself speaking to General Lang, commander of the entire northern front. His voice was shaking. I could hear it even over the shooting. He told me the orders were not a mistake, that I was to rally what was left of the Hamburg garrison and proceed immediately north. This isn't happening, I told myself. Funny, eh? I could accept everything else that was happening, the fact that dead bodies were rising to consume the world, but this, following orders that would indirectly cause a mass murder. Now, I am a good soldier, but I am also a West German. You understand the difference? In the East, They were told that they were not responsible for the atrocities of the Second World War, that as good communists, they were just as much victims of Hitler as anyone else. You understand why the skinheads and proto-fascists were mainly in the East? They did not feel the responsibility of the past, not like we did in the West. We were taught since birth to bear the burden of our grandfather's shame. We were taught that even if we wore a uniform, that our first sworn duty was to our conscience, no matter what the consequences. That is how I was raised. That is how I responded. I told Long that I could not, in good conscience, obey this order, that I could not leave these people without protection. At this he exploded. He told me that I would carry out my instructions, or I, and more importantly my men, would be charged with treason and prosecuted with Russian efficiency. And this is what we've come to, I thought. We'd all heard of what was happening in Russia, the mutinies, the crackdowns, the decimations. I looked around at all these boys, 18, 19 years old, all tired and scared and fighting for their lives. I couldn't do that to them. I gave the order to withdraw. How did they take it? There were no complaints, at least not to me. They fought a little amongst themselves. I pretended not to notice. They did their duty. What about the civilians? Pause. We got everything we deserved. Where are you going? They shouted from buildings. Come back, you cowards. I tried to answer. No, we're coming back for you, I said. We're coming back tomorrow with more men. Just stay where you are. We'll be back tomorrow. They didn't believe me. Fucking liar, I heard one woman shout. You're letting my baby die. Most of them didn't try to follow, too worried about the zombies in the streets. A few brave souls grabbed onto our armored personnel carriers. They tried to force their way down the hatches. We knocked them off. We had to button up as the ones trapped in buildings started throwing things, lamps, furniture, down on us. One of my men was hit with a bucket filled with human waste. I heard a bullet clang off the hatch of my martyr. On our way out of the city, we passed the last of our new rapid reaction stabilization units. They had been badly mauled earlier in the week. I didn't know it at the time, but they were one of those units classified as expendable. They were detailed to cover our retreat, to prevent too many zombies or refugees from following us. They were ordered to hold to the end. Their commander was standing through the cupola of his Leopard. I knew him. We'd served together as part of the NATO's I-4 in Bosnia. Maybe it is melodramatic to say he saved my life, but he did take a Serbian's bullet that I'm sure was meant for me. The last time I saw him was in a hospital in Sarajevo, joking about getting out of this madhouse those people called a country. Now here we were, passing on the shattered Autobahn in the heart of our homeland. We locked eyes, traded salutes. I ducked back into the APC and pretended to study my map so the driver wouldn't see my tears. When we get back, I told myself, I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. General Long? I had it all planned. I would not look angry, not give him any reason to worry. I'd submit my report and apologize for my behavior. Maybe he'd want to give me some kind of pep talk, try to explain or justify our retreat. Good, I thought. I'd listen patiently, put him at ease. Then when he rose to shake my hand, I'd draw my weapon and blow his eastern brains against the map of what used to be our country. Maybe his whole staff would be there, all the other little stooges who were just following orders. I'd get them all before they took me. It would be perfect. I wasn't going to just goose-step my way into hell, like some good little Hitler Jugend. I'd show him and everyone else what it meant to be a real Deutsche Soldat. But that's not what happened. No, I did manage to make it into General Long's office. We were the last unit across the canal. He'd waited for that. As soon as the report came in, he'd sat down at his desk, signed a few final orders, addressed and sealed a letter to his family, then put a bullet through his brain. Bastard. I hate him even more now than I did on the road from Hamburg. Why is that? Because I now understand why we did what we did, the details of the Prochnow Plan. Note 1. Germany's version of the Rediker Plan. End note. Wouldn't this revelation engender sympathy for him? Are you kidding? That's exactly why I hate him. He knew that this was just the first step of a long war, and we were going to need men like him to help win it. Fucking coward. Remember what I said about being beholden to your conscience? You can't blame anyone else, not the plan's architect, not your commanding officer, no one but yourself. You have to make your own choices and live every agonizing day with the consequences of those choices. He knew this. That's why he deserted us like we deserted those civilians. He saw the road ahead, a steep, treacherous mountain road. We'd all have to hike that road, each of us dragging the boulder of what we'd done behind us. He couldn't do it. He couldn't shoulder the weight. Yevchenko Veteran Sanatorium, Odessa, Ukraine. The room is windowless. Dim, fluorescent bulbs illuminate the concrete walls and unwashed cots. The patients here mainly suffer from respiratory disorders, many made worse by the lack of any usable medication. There are no doctors here, and understaffed nurses and orderlies can do little to ease the suffering. At least the room is warm and dry, and for this country in the dead of winter, that is a luxury beyond measure. Bogdan Taras Kondratyuk sits upright on his cot at the end of the room. As a war hero, he rates a hung sheet for privacy. He coughs into his handkerchief before speaking. Chaos. I don't know how else to describe it. A complete breakdown of organization, of order, of control. We'd just fought 4 brutal engagements. Lutsk, Rovna, Novigrad, and Zhytomyr. Goddamn Zhytomyr. My men were exhausted, you understand. What they'd seen, what they'd had to do, and all the time pulling back, rear guard actions, running. Every day you heard about another town falling, another road closing, another unit overwhelmed. Kiev was supposed to be safe, behind the lines. It was supposed to be the center of our new safety zone, well garrisoned, fully resupplied, quiet. And so what happens as soon as we arrive? Are my orders to rest and refit? Repair my vehicles, reconstitute my numbers, rehabilitate my wounded? No, of course not. Why should things be as they should be? They never have been before. The safety zone was being shifted again, this time to the Crimea. The government had already moved, fled, to Sevastopol. Civil order had collapsed. Kiev was being fully evacuated. This was the task of the military, or what was left of it. Our company was ordered to oversee the escape route at Patona Bridge. It was the first all-electrically welded bridge in the world, and many foreigners used to compare its achievement to that of the Eiffel Tower. The city had planned a major restoration project, a dream to renew its former glory. But like everything else in our country, that dream never came true. Even before the crisis, the bridge had been a nightmare of traffic jams. Now it was crammed with evacuees. The bridge was supposed to be closed to road traffic, but where were the barricades we were promised, the concrete and steel that would have made any forced entry impossible? Cars were everywhere, little logs and old jiks, a few Mercedes, and a mammoth gauze truck sitting right in the middle, just turned over on its side. We tried to move it, get a chain around the axle, and pull it free with one of the tanks. Not a chance. What could we do? We were an armored platoon, you understand. Tanks, not military police. We never saw any MPs. We were assured they would be there, but we never saw or heard from them. Neither did any of the other units along any of the other bridges. To even call them units is a joke. These were just mobs of men in uniforms, clerks and cooks. Anyone who happened to be attached to the military suddenly became in charge of traffic control. None of us were set up for this, weren't trained for it, weren't equipped. Where was the riot gear they promised us? The shields, the armor? Where was the water cannon? Our orders were to process all evacuees. You understand, process, to see if any of them had been tainted. But where were the goddamn sniffer dogs? How are you supposed to check for infection without dogs? What are you supposed to do? Visually inspect each refugee? Yes, and yet that is what we were told to do. Shakes his head. Did they really think that those terrified, frantic wretches, with death at their backs and safety, perceived safety only meters away, were going to form an orderly line and let us strip them naked to examine every centimeter of skin? Did they think men would just stand by while we examined their wives, their mothers, their little daughters? Can you imagine? And we actually tried to do it. What other alternative was there? They had to be separated if any of us were going to survive. What's the point of even trying to evacuate people if they're just going to bring the infection with them? Shakes his head, laughs bitterly. It was a disaster. Some just refused. Others tried to run by or even jump into the river. Fights broke out. Many of my men were beaten badly. 3 were stabbed. 1 was shot by a frightened grandfather with a rusty old Tokarev. I'm sure he was dead before hitting the water. I wasn't there, you understand. I was on the radio trying to call for support. Help is coming, they kept saying. Do not break, do not despair, help is coming. Across the Dnieper, Kiev burned. Black pillars rose from the city center. We were downwind. The stench was terrible, the wood and rubber and stink of burning flesh. We didn't know how far they were now, maybe a kilometer, maybe less. Up on the hill, the fire had engulfed the monastery. Goddamn tragedy. With its high walls, its strategic location, we could have made a stand. Any first-year cadet could have turned it into an impregnable fortress, stocked the basements, sealed the gates, and mounted snipers in the towers. They could have covered the bridge for fucking forever. I thought I heard something, a sound from the other bank. That sound, you know, when they are all together, when they are close, that even over the shouts, the curses, the honking horns, the distant sniper fire, you know that sound. He attempts to mimic their moan, but collapses into uncontrolled coughs. He holds his handkerchief up to his face. It comes away bloody. That sound was what pulled me away from the radio. I looked over at the city. Something caught my eye, something above the rooftops and closing fast. The jet streaked over us at street-top level. There were 4 of them. Sukhoi 25 Rooks, close and low enough to identify by sight. What the hell, I thought, are they going to try to cover the bridge's approach, maybe bomb the area behind it? It had worked at Rovna, at least for a few minutes. The Rooks circled as if confirming their targets, then banked low and came straight at us. Devil's mother, I thought. They are going to bomb the bridge. They'd given up on the evacuation and were going to kill everyone. Off the bridge, I started shouting. Everyone, get off! Panic shot through the crowd. You could see it like a wave, like a current of electricity. People started screaming, trying to push forward, back, into one another. Dozens were jumping into the water with heavy clothes and shoes that prevented them from swimming. I was pulling people across, telling them to run. I saw the bombs released. Thought maybe I could dive at the last moment, shield myself from the blast. Then the parachutes opened, and I knew. In a split second I was up and dashing like a frightened rabbit. "Button up!" I screamed. "Button up!" I leapt onto the nearest tank, slammed the hatch down, and ordered the crew to check the seals. The tank was an obsolete T-72. We couldn't know if the overpressure system still worked. Hadn't tested it in years. All we could do was hope and pray while cringing in our steel coffin. The gunner was sobbing. The driver was frozen. The commander, a junior sergeant just 20 years old, was balled up on the floor, clutching the little cross he had around his neck. I put my hand on the top of his head, assured him we would be fine, while keeping my eyes glued to the periscope. RVX doesn't start out as a gas, you see. It starts out as rain. Tiny, oily droplets that cling to whatever they contact. It enters through the pores, the eyes, the lungs. Depending on the dosage, the effects can be instantaneous. I could see the evacuees' limbs begin to tremble, arms falling to their sides as the agent worked its way through their central nervous system. They rubbed their eyes, fought to speak, move, breathe. I was glad I couldn't smell the contents of their undergarments, the sudden discharge of bladder and bowels. Why would they do it? I couldn't understand. Didn't the High Command know that chemical weapons had no effect on the undead? Didn't they learn anything from Zhytomyr? The first corpse to move was a woman, just a second or more before the others, a twitching hand groping across the back of a man who looked like he'd been trying to shield her. He slipped off as she rose on uncertain knees. Her face was mottled and webbed with blackened veins. I think she saw me or our tank. Her jaw dropped, her arms rose. I could see the others coming to life, every 40th or 50th person, everyone who had been bitten and had previously tried to conceal it. And then I understood. Yes, they'd learned from Zhytomyr, and now they found a better use for their Cold War stockpiles. How do you effectively separate the infected from the others? How do you keep evacuees from spreading the infection behind the lines? That's one way. They were starting to fully reanimate, regaining their footing, shuffling slowly across the bridge toward us. I called for the gunner. He could barely stutter a response. I kicked him in the back, barked the order to sight his targets. It took a few seconds, but he settled his crosshairs on the first woman and squeezed the trigger. I held my ears as the cokes belched. The other tanks followed suit. 20 minutes later it was over. I know I should have waited for orders, at least reported our status or the effects of the strike. I could see 6 more flights of rooks streaking over, 5 heading for the other bridges, the last for the city center. I ordered our company to withdraw, to head southwest, and just keep going. There were a lot of bodies around us, the ones who'd just made it over the bridge before the gas hit. They popped as we ran over them. Have you been to the Great Patriotic War Museum complex? It was one of the most impressive buildings in Kiev. The courtyard was filled with machines, tanks, guns, every class and size, from the Revolution to the modern day. 2 tanks faced each other at the museum's entrance. They were decorated with colorful drawings now, and children were allowed to climb and play on them. There was an iron cross, a full meter in size, made from the hundreds of real iron crosses taken from dead Hitlerites. There was a mural from floor to ceiling, showing a grand battle. Our soldiers were all connected in a seething wave of strength and courage that crashed upon the Germans, that drove them from our homeland. So many symbols of our national defense, and none more spectacular than the statue of the Rodina Mat, Motherland. She was the tallest building in the city, a more than 60-meter masterpiece of pure stainless steel. She was the last thing I saw in Kiev, her shield and sword held high in everlasting triumph, her cold, bright eyes looking down at us as we ran. Sand Lakes Provincial Wilderness Park, Manitoba, Canada. Jessica Hendricks gestures to the expanse of subarctic wasteland. The natural beauty has been replaced by wreckage. Abandoned vehicles, debris, and human corpses remain partially frozen into the gray snow and ice. Originally from Waukesha, Wisconsin, the now naturalized Canadian is part of this region's wilderness restoration project. Along with several hundred other volunteers, she has come here every summer since the end of official hostilities. Although WRP claims to have made substantial progress, none can claim to see any end in sight. I don't blame them, the government, the people who were supposed to protect us. Objectively, I guess I can understand. They couldn't have everyone following the army west behind the Rocky Mountains. How were they going to feed all of us? How were they going to screen us? And how could they ever hope to stop the armies of undead that almost certainly would have been following us? I can understand why they would want to divert as many refugees north as possible. What else could they do? Stop us at the Rockies with armed troops? Gas us like the Ukrainians? At least if we went north, we might have a chance. Once the temperature dropped and the undead froze, some of us might be able to survive. That was happening all around the rest of the world. People fleeing north, hoping to stay alive until winter came. No, I don't blame them for wanting to divert us. I can forgive that. But the irresponsible way they did it, the lack of vital information that would have helped so many to stay alive, that I can never forgive. It was August, 2 weeks after Yonkers, and just 3 days after the government had started withdrawing west. We hadn't had too many outbreaks in our neighborhood. I'd only seen one, a collection of 6 feeding on a homeless man. The cops had put them down quickly. It happened 3 blocks from our house, and that was when my father decided to leave. We were in the living room. My father was learning how to load his new rifle, while Mom finished nailing up the windows. You couldn't find a channel with anything but zombie news, either live images or recorded footage from Yonkers. Looking back, I still can't believe how unprofessional the news media was. So much spin, so few hard facts. All those digestible sound bites from an army of experts, all contradicting one another, all trying to seem more shocking and in-depth than the last one. It was all so confusing. Nobody seemed to know what to do. The only thing any of them could agree on was that all private citizens should go north. Because the living dead freeze solid, extreme cold is our only hope. That's all we heard. No more instructions on where to head north, what to bring with us, how to survive, just that damn catchphrase you'd hear from every talking head, or just crawling over and over across the bottom of the TV. Go north, go north, go north. That's it, Dad said. We're getting out of here tonight and heading north. He tried to sound determined, slapping his rifle. He'd never touched a gun in his life. He was a gentleman in the most literal sense. He was a gentle man. Short, bald, a pudgy face that turned red when he laughed, he was the king of the bad jokes and cheesy one-liners. He always had something for you, a compliment or a smile or a little extension to my allowance that Mom wasn't supposed to know about. He was the good cop in the family. He left all the big decisions to Mom. Now Mom tried to argue, tried to make him see reason. We lived above the snow line, We had all we needed. Why trek into the unknown when we could just stock up on supplies, continue to fortify the house, and just wait until the first fall frost? Dad wouldn't hear it. We could be dead by the fall. We could be dead by next week. He was so caught up in the Great Panic. He told us it would be like an extended camping trip. We'd live on moose burgers and wild berry desserts. He promised to teach me how to fish, and asked me what I wanted to name my pet rabbit when I caught it. He'd lived in Waukesha his whole life. He'd never been camping. She shows me something in the ice, a collection of cracked DVDs. This is what people brought with them: hair dryers, game cubes, laptops by the dozen. I don't think they were stupid enough to think they could use them. Maybe some did. I think most people were just afraid of losing them, that they'd come home after 6 months and find their homes looted. We actually thought we were packing sensibly. Warm clothes, cooking utensils, things from the medicine cabinet, and all the canned food we could carry. It looked like enough food for a couple of years. We finished half of it on the way up. That didn't bother me. It was like an adventure, the trek north. All those stories you hear about the clogged roads and violence, that wasn't us. We were in the first wave. The only people ahead of us were the Canadians, and most of them were already long gone. There was still a lot of traffic on the road, more cars than I'd ever seen, but it all moved pretty quickly, and only really snarled in places like roadside towns or parks. Parks? Designated campgrounds, any place where people thought they'd gone far enough. Dad used to look down on those people, calling them short-sighted and irrational. He said that we were still way too close to population centers, and the only way to really make it was to head as far north as we could. Mom would always argue that it wasn't their fault, that most of them had simply run out of gas. And whose fault is that, Dad would say. We had a lot of spare gas cans on the roof of the minivan. Dad had been stocking up since the first days of the panic. We'd pass a lot of traffic snarls around roadside gas stations, most of which already had these giant signs outside that said, "No more gas." Dad drove by them really fast. He drove fast by a lot of things: the stalled cars that needed a jump, or hitchhikers who needed a ride. There were a lot of those, in some cases, walking in lines by the side of the road, looking like the way you think refugees are supposed to look. Every now and then a car would stop to pick up a couple, and suddenly everyone wanted a ride. See what they got themselves into? That was Dad. We did pick up one woman, walking by herself and pulling one of those wheeled airline bags. She looked pretty harmless, all alone in the rain. That's probably why Mom made Dad stop to pick her up. Her name was Patty. She was from Winnipeg. She didn't tell us how she got out here, and we didn't ask. She was really grateful, and tried to give my parents all the money she had. Mom wouldn't let her, and promised to take her as far as we were going. She started crying, thanking us. I was proud of my parents for doing the right thing, until she sneezed and brought up a handkerchief to blow her nose. Her left hand had been in her pocket since we picked her up. We could see that it was wrapped in a cloth and had a dark stain that looked like blood. She saw that we saw, and suddenly looked nervous. She told us not to worry and that she'd just cut it by accident. Dad looked at Mom, and they both got very quiet. They wouldn't look at me. They didn't say anything. That night I woke up when I heard the passenger door slam shut. I didn't think it was anything unusual. We were always stopping for bathroom breaks. They always woke me up just in case I had to go, but this time I didn't know what had happened until the minivan was already moving. I looked around for Patty, but she was gone. I asked my parents what had happened, and they told me she'd asked them to drop her off. I looked behind us and thought I could just make her out, this little speck getting smaller each second. I thought she looked like she was running after us, but I was so tired and confused I couldn't be sure. I probably just didn't want to know. I shut a lot out during that drive north. Like what? Like the other hitchhikers, the ones who didn't run. There weren't a lot. Remember, we're talking about the first wave. We encountered half a dozen at most, wandering down the middle of the road, raising their arms when we got close. Dad would weave around them, and Mom would tell me to get my head down. I never saw them too close. I had my face against the seat and my eyes shut. I didn't want to see them. I just kept thinking about moose burgers and wild berries. It was like heading to the promised land. I knew once we headed far enough north, everything would be all right. For a little while it was. We had this great campsite right on the shore of a lake. Not too many people around, but just enough to make us feel safe. You know, if any of the dead showed up. Everyone was real friendly, this big collective vibe of relief. It was kind of like a party at first. There were these big cookouts every night, people all throwing in what they'd hunted or fished, mostly fished. Some guys would throw dynamite in the lake, and there'd be this huge bang, and all these fish would come floating to the surface. I'll never forget those sounds, the explosions, or the chainsaws as people cut down trees, or the music of car radios and instruments families had brought. We all sang around the campfires at night, these giant bonfires of logs stacked up on one another. That was when we still had trees, before the second and third waves started showing up, when people were down to burning leaves and stumps. Then, finally, whatever they could get their hands on. The smell of plastic and rubber got really bad, in your mouth, in your hair. By that time, the fish were all gone, and anything left for people to hunt. No one seemed to worry. Everyone was counting on winter freezing the dead. But once the dead were frozen, how were you going to survive the winter? Good question. I don't think most people thought that far ahead. Maybe they figured that the authorities would come rescue us, or that they could just pack up and head home. I'm sure a lot of people didn't think about anything except the day in front of them, just grateful that they were finally safe and confident that things would work themselves out. We'll all be home before you know it, people would say. It'll all be over by Christmas. She draws my attention to another object in the ice, a SpongeBob SquarePants sleeping bag. It is small and stained brown. What do you think this is rated to? A heated bedroom at a sleepover party? Okay, maybe they couldn't get a proper bag. Camping stores were always the first bought out or knocked off. But you can't believe how ignorant some of these people were. A lot of them were from Sunbelt states, some as far away as southern Mexico. You'd see people getting into their sleeping bags with their boots on, not realizing that it was cutting off their circulation. You'd see them drinking to get warm, not realizing it was actually lowering their temperature by releasing more body heat. You'd see them wearing these big heavy coats with nothing but a t-shirt underneath. They'd do something physical, overheat, take off the coat. Their bodies would be coated in sweat, a lot of cotton cloth holding in the moisture. The breeze had come up. A lot of people got sick that first September. Cold and flu. They gave it to the rest of us. In the beginning, everyone was friendly. We cooperated. We traded or even bought what we needed from other families. Money was still worth something. Everyone thought the banks would be reopening soon. Whenever Mom and Dad would go looking for food, they'd always leave me with a neighbor. I had this little survival radio, the kind you cranked for power, so we could listen to the news every night. It was all stories of the pullout, Army units leaving people stranded. We'd listen with our road map of the United States, pointing to the cities and towns where the reports were coming from. I'd sit on Dad's lap. See, he'd say, they didn't get out in time. They weren't smart like us. He'd try to force a smile. For a little while, I thought he was right. But after the first month, when the food started running out, and the days got colder and darker, people started getting mean. There were no more communal fires, no more cookouts or singing. The camp became a mess, nobody picking up their trash anymore. A couple times I stepped in human shit. Nobody was even bothering to bury it. I wasn't left alone with neighbors anymore. My parents didn't trust anyone. Things got dangerous. You'd see a lot of fights. I saw 2 women wrestling over a fur coat, tore it right down the middle. I saw one guy catching another guy trying to steal some stuff out of his car and beat his head in with a tire iron. A lot of it took place at night, scuffling and shouts. Every now and then you'd hear a gunshot and somebody crying. One time we heard someone moving outside the makeshift tent we'd draped over the minivan. Mom told me to put my head down and cover my ears. Dad went outside. Through my hands I heard shouts. Dad's gun went off. Someone screamed. Dad came back in. His face was white. I never asked him what happened. The only time anyone ever came together was when one of the dead showed up. These were the ones who'd followed the 3rd wave, coming alone or in small packs. It happened every couple of days. Someone would sound an alarm, and everyone would rally to take them out. And then, as soon as it was over, we'd all turn on each other again. When it got cold enough to freeze the lake, when the last of the dead stopped showing up, a lot of people thought it was safe enough to try to walk home. Walk, not drive. No more gas. They'd used it all up for cooking fuel, or just to keep their car heaters running. Every day there'd be these groups of half-starved, ragged wretches, all loaded down with all this useless stuff they'd brought with them, all with this look of desperate hope on their faces. Where do they think they're going, Dad would say. Don't they know that it hasn't gotten cold enough farther south? Don't they know what's still waiting for them back there? He was convinced that if we just held out long enough, sooner or later things would get better. That was in October, when I still looked like a human being. We come upon a collection of bones, too many to count. They lie in a pit, half covered in ice. I was a pretty heavy kid. I never played sports. I lived on fast food and snacks. I was only a little bit thinner when we arrived in August. By November, I was like a skeleton. Mom and Dad didn't look much better. Dad's tummy was gone. Mom had these narrow cheekbones. They were fighting a lot, fighting about everything. That scared me more than anything. They'd never raised their voices at home. They were school teachers, progressives. There might have been a tense, quiet dinner every now and then, but nothing like this. They went for each other every chance they had. One time, around Thanksgiving, I couldn't get out of my sleeping bag. My belly was swollen, and I had these sores on my mouth and nose. There was this smell coming from the neighbor's RV. They were cooking something, meat. It smelled really good. Mom and Dad were outside arguing. Mom said it was the only way. I didn't know what it was. She said it wasn't that bad because the neighbors, not us, had been the ones to actually do it. Dad said that we weren't going to stoop to that level, and that Mom should be ashamed of herself. Mom really laid into Dad, screeching that it was all his fault that we were here, that I was dying. Mom told him that a real man would know what to do. She called him a wimp and said he wanted us to die so then he could run away and live like the faggot she always knew he was. Dad told her to shut the fuck up. Dad never swore. I heard something, a crack from outside. Mom came back in holding a clump of snow over her right eye. Dad followed her. He didn't say anything. He had this look on his face I'd never seen before, like he was a different person. He grabbed my survival radio, the one people had tried to buy or steal for a long time, and went back out toward the RV. He came back 10 minutes later without the radio, but with a big bucket of this steaming hot stew. It was so good. Mom told me not to eat too fast. She fed me in little spoonfuls. She looked relieved. She was crying a little. Dad still had that look, the look I had myself in a few months, when Mom and Dad both got sick, and I had to feed them. I kneeled to examine the bone pile. They have all been broken, the marrow extracted. Winter really hit us in early December. The snow was over our heads, literally, mountains of it, thick and gray from the pollution. The camp got silent. No more fights, no more shooting. By Christmas Day, there was plenty of food. She holds up what looks like a miniature femur. It has been scraped clean by a knife. They say 11 million people died that winter, and that's just in North America. That doesn't count the other places, Greenland, Iceland, Scandinavia. I don't want to think about Siberia, all those refugees from southern China, the ones from Japan who'd never been outside a city, and all those poor people from India. That was the first gray winter, when the filth in the sky started changing the weather. They say that a part of that filth, I don't know how much, was ash from human remains. She plants a marker above the pit. It took a lot of time, but eventually the sun did come out. The weather began to warm. The snow finally began to melt. By mid-July, spring was finally here, and so were the living dead. One of the other team members calls us over. A zombie is half buried, frozen from the waist down in the ice. The head, arms, and upper torso are very much alive, thrashing and moaning and trying to claw toward us. Why do they come back after freezing? All human cells contain water, right? And when that water freezes, it expands and bursts the cell walls. That's why you can't just freeze people in suspended animation. So then why does it work for the living dead? The zombie makes one great lunge in our direction. Its frozen lower torso begins to snap. Jessica raises her weapon, a long iron crowbar, and casually smashes the creature's skull. Udaipur Lake Palace, Lake Pichola, Rajasthan, India. Completely covering its foundation of Jagniwas Island, this idyllic, almost fairy tale structure was once a Maharaja's residence, then a luxury hotel, then a haven to several hundred refugees, until an outbreak of cholera killed them all. Under the direction of project manager Sardar Khan, the hotel, like the lake and surrounding city, is finally beginning to return to life. During his recollections, Mr. Khan sounds less like a battle-hardened, highly educated civilian engineer, and more like a young, frightened lance corporal who once found himself on a chaotic mountain road. I remember the monkeys, hundreds of them, climbing and skittering among the vehicles, even over the tops of people's heads. I'd watched them as far back as Chandigarh, leaping from roofs and balconies as the living dead filled the street. I remember them scattering, chattering, scrambling straight up telephone poles to escape the zombies' grasping arms. Some didn't even wait to be attacked. They knew. And now they were here, on this narrow, twisting Himalayan goat track. They called it a road, but even in peacetime it had been a notorious death trap. Thousands of refugees were streaming past or climbing over the stalled and abandoned vehicles. People were still trying to struggle with suitcases, boxes. One man was stubbornly holding on to the monitor for a desktop PC. A monkey landed on his head, trying to use it as a stepping stone, but the man was too close to the edge, and the two of them went tumbling over the side. It seemed like every second someone would lose their footing. There were just too many people. The road didn't even have a guardrail. I saw a whole bus go over. I don't even know how. It wasn't even moving. Passengers were climbing out of the windows because the doors of the bus had been jammed by foot traffic. One woman was halfway out the window when the bus tipped over. Something was in her arms, something clutched tightly to her. I tell myself that it wasn't moving or crying, that it was just a bundle of clothes. No one within arm's reach tried to help her. No one even looked. They just kept streaming by. Sometimes when I dream about that moment, I can't tell the difference between them and the monkeys. I wasn't supposed to be there. I wasn't even a combat engineer. I was with the BRO. My job was to build roads, not blow them up. Note 1. BRO, the Border Roads Organization. End note. I'd just been wandering through the assembly area at Shimla, trying to find what remained of my unit, when this engineer, Sergeant Mukherjee, grabbed me by the arm and said, "You, soldier, you know how to drive?" I think I stammered something to the affirmative, and suddenly he was shoving me into the driver's side of a jeep, while he jumped in next to me with some kind of radio-like device on his lap. "Get back to the pass. Go, go." I took off down the road, screeching and skidding and trying desperately to explain that I was actually a steamroller driver and not even fully qualified at that. Mukherjee didn't hear me. He was too busy fiddling with the device on his lap. "The charges are already set," he explained. "All we have to do is wait for the order." "What charges?" I asked. "What order?" "To blow the pass, you arsehead," he yelled, motioning to what I now recognized as a detonator on his lap. "How the hell else are we going to stop them?" I knew vaguely that our retreat into the Himalayas had something to do with some kind of master plan, and that part of that plan meant closing all the mountain passes to the living dead. I never dreamed, however, that I would be such a vital participant. For the sake of civil conversation, I will not repeat my profane reaction to Mukherjee, nor Mukherjee's equally profane reaction when we arrived at the pass and found it still full of refugees. "It's supposed to be clear," he shouted. "No more refugees." We noticed a soldier from the Rashtriya Rifles, the outfit that was supposed to be securing the road's mountain entrance, come running past the jeep. Mukherjee jumped out and grabbed the man. "What the hell is this?" he asked. He was a big man, tough and angry. "You were supposed to keep the road clear." The other man was just as angry, just as scared. "You want to shoot your grandmother? Go ahead." He shoved the sergeant aside and kept going. Mukherjee keyed his radio and reported that the road was still highly active. A voice came back to him, a high-pitched, frantic, younger voice of an officer screaming that his orders were to blow the road no matter how many people were on it. Mukherjee responded angrily that he had to wait till it was clear. If we blew it now, not only would we be sending dozens of people hurtling to their deaths, but we would be trapping thousands on the other side. The voice shot back that the road would never be clear, that the only thing behind those people was a raging swarm of God knows how many million zombies. Mukherjee answered that he would blow it when the zombies got here, and not a second before. He wasn't about to commit murder, no matter what some pissant lieutenant. But then Mukherjee stopped in mid-sentence and looked at something over my head. I whipped around and suddenly found myself staring into the face of General Raj Singh. I don't know where he came from, why he was there. To this day no one believes me, not that he wasn't there, but that I was. I was inches away from him, from the Tiger of Delhi. I've heard that people tend to view those they respect as appearing physically taller than they actually are. In my mind, he appears as a virtual giant. Even with his torn uniform, his bloody turban, the patch on his right eye, and the bandage on his nose, One of his men had smashed him in the face to get him on the last chopper out of Gandhi Park. General Raj Singh. Khan takes a deep breath, his chest filling with pride. "Gentlemen," he began. He called us gentlemen, and explained very carefully that the road had to be destroyed immediately. The Air Force, what was left of it, had its own orders concerning the closure of all mountain passes. At this moment, a single Shamshir fighter bomber was already on station above our position. If we found ourselves unable or unwilling to accomplish our mission, then the Jaguar's pilot was ordered to execute Shiva's wrath. "Do you know what that means?" Raj Singh asked. Maybe he thought I was too young to understand, or maybe he must have guessed somehow that I was Muslim. But even if I'd known absolutely nothing about the Hindu deity of destruction, everyone in uniform had heard rumors about the secret code name for the use of thermonuclear weapons. "Wouldn't that have destroyed the pass?" "Yes, and half the mountain as well. Instead of a narrow choke point hemmed in by sheer cliff walls, you would have had little more than a massive, gently sloping ramp. The whole point of destroying these roads was to create a barrier inaccessible to the living dead, and now some ignorant Air Force general with an atomic erection was going to give them the perfect entrance right into the safe zone." Mukherjee gulped, not sure of what to do, until the tiger held out his hand for the detonator. Ever the hero, he was now willing to accept the burden of mass murderer. The sergeant handed it over, close to tears. General Raj Singh thanked him, thanked us both, whispered a prayer, then pressed his thumbs down on the firing buttons. Nothing happened. He tried again. No response. He checked the batteries, all the connections, and tried a third time. Nothing. The problem wasn't the detonator. Something had gone wrong with the charges that were buried half a kilometer down the road, set right in the middle of the refugees. This is the end, I thought. We're all going to die. All I could think of was getting out of there, far enough away to maybe avoid the nuclear blast. I still feel guilty about those thoughts, caring only for myself in a moment like that. Thank God for General Raj Singh. He reacted exactly how you would expect a living legend to react. He ordered us to get out of here, save ourselves, and get to Shimla, then turned and ran right into the crowd. Mukherjee and I looked at each other, without much hesitation, I'm happy to say, and took off after him. Now we wanted to be heroes too, to protect our general and shield him from the crowd. What a joke. We never even saw him once the masses enveloped us like a raging river. I was pushed and shoved from all directions. I don't know when I was punched in the eye. I shouted that I needed to get past, that this was army business. No one listened. I fired several shots in the air. No one noticed. I considered actually firing into the crowd. I was becoming as desperate as them. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mukherjee go tumbling over the side with another man, still fighting for his rifle. I turned to tell General Raj Singh, but couldn't find him in the crowd. I called his name, tried to spot him above the other heads. I climbed onto the roof of a microbus, trying to get my bearings. Then the wind came up. It brought the stink and moan whipping through the valley. In front of me, about half a kilometer ahead, the crowd began running. I strained my eyes, squinted. The dead were coming, slow and deliberate, and just as tightly packed as the refugees they were devouring. The microbus shook, and I fell. First, I was floating on a sea of human bodies. Then suddenly, I was beneath them, shoes and bare feet trampling on my flesh. I felt my ribs crack. I coughed and tasted blood. I pulled myself under the microbus. My body was aching, burning. I couldn't speak. I could barely see. I heard the sound of the approaching zombies. I guessed that they couldn't be more than 200 meters away. I swore I wouldn't die like the others, all those victims torn to pieces, that cow I saw struggling and bleeding on the banks of the Sutlej River in Rupnagar. I fumbled for my sidearm. My hand wouldn't work. I cursed and cried. I thought I'd be religious at that point, but I was just so scared and angry, I started beating my head against the underside of the van. I thought if I hit it hard enough, I could bash in my own skull. Suddenly there was a deafening roar, and the ground rose up underneath me. A wave of screams and moans mixed with this powerful blast of pressurized dust. My face slammed into the machinery above, knocking me cold. The first thing I remember when I came to was a very faint sound. At first I thought it was water. It sounded like a fast drip, tap, 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 like that. The tap became clearer, and I suddenly became aware of two other sounds. The crackle of my radio, how that wasn't smashed I'll never know, and the ever-present howling of the living dead. I crawled out from under the microbus. At least my legs were still working well enough to stand. I realized that I was alone. No refugees, no General Raj Singh. I was standing among a collection of discarded personal belongings in the middle of a deserted mountain path. In front of me was a charred cliff wall. Beyond it was the other side of the severed road. That's where the moan was coming from. The living dead were still coming for me. With eyes front and arms outstretched, they were falling in droves off the shattered edge. That was the tapping sound, their bodies smashing on the valley floor far below. The tiger must have set the demolition charges off by hand. I guessed he must have reached them the same time as the living dead. I hope they didn't get their teeth in him first. I hope he's pleased with his statue that now stands over a modern, 4-lane mountain freeway. I wasn't thinking about his sacrifice at that moment. I wasn't even sure if any of this was real. Staring silently at this undead waterfall, listening to my radio report from the other units. Vikasnagar, secure. Bilaspur, secure. Jawalamukhi, secure. All passes report secure, over. Am I dreaming, I thought. Am I insane? The monkey didn't help matters any. He was sitting on top of the microbus, just watching the undead plunge to their end. His face appeared so serene, so intelligent, as if he truly understood the situation. I almost wanted him to turn to me and say, "This is the turning point of the war. We've finally stopped them. We're finally safe." But instead, his little penis popped out and he peed in my face. Home front, USA. Taos, New Mexico. Arthur Sinclair, Jr., is the picture of an old-world patrician. Tall, lean, with close-cropped white hair and an affected Harvard accent. He speaks into the ether, rarely making eye contact or pausing for questions. During the war, Mr. Sinclair was director of the U.S. government's newly formed DESTRES, or Department of Strategic Resources. I don't know who first thought of the acronym DESTRES, or if they consciously knew how much it sounded like distress, but it certainly could not have been more appropriate. Establishing a defensive line at the Rocky Mountains might have created a theoretical safe zone, but in reality that zone consisted mainly of rubble and refugees. There was starvation, disease, homelessness in the millions. Industry was in shambles, transportation and trade had evaporated, and all of this was compounded by the living dead both assaulting the Rocky Line and festering within our safe zone. We had to get our people on their feet again, clothed, fed, housed, and back to work. Otherwise, this supposed safe zone was only forestalling the inevitable. That was why the DESTRES was created, And as you can imagine, I had to do a lot of on-the-job training. Those first months, I can't tell you how much information I had to cram into this withered old cortex. The briefings, the inspection tours. When I did sleep, it was with a book under my pillow, each night a new one, from Henry J. Kaiser to Va Nguyen Jup. I needed every idea, every word, every ounce of knowledge and wisdom to help me fuse a fractured landscape into the modern American war machine. If my father had been alive, he probably would have laughed at my frustration. He'd been a staunch New Dealer, working closely with FDR as controller of New York State. He used methods that were almost Marxist in nature, the kind of collectivization that would make Ayn Rand leap from her grave and join the ranks of the living dead. I'd always rejected the lessons he'd tried to impart, running as far away as Wall Street to shut them out. Now I was racking my brains to remember them. One thing those New Dealers did better than any generation in American history was find and harvest the right tools and talent. Tools and talent? A term my son had heard once in a movie. I found it described our reconstruction efforts rather well. Talent describes the potential workforce, its level of skilled labor, and how that labor could be utilized effectively. To be perfectly candid, our supply of talent was at a critical low. Ours was a post-industrial or service-based economy, so complex and highly specialized that each individual could only function within the confines of its narrow, compartmentalized structure. You should have seen some of the careers listed on our first employment census. Everyone was some version of an executive, a representative, an analyst, or a consultant, all perfectly suited to the pre-war world, but all totally inadequate for the present crisis. We needed carpenters, masons, machinists, gunsmiths. We had those people to be sure, but not nearly as many as were necessary. The first labor survey stated clearly that over 65% of the present civilian workforce were classified F6, possessing no valued vocation. We required a massive job retraining program. In short, we needed to get a lot of white collars dirty. It was slow going. Air traffic was non-existent. Roads and rail lines were a shambles. And fuel, good Lord, you couldn't find a tank of gas between Blaine, Washington, and Imperial Beach, California. Add to this the fact that pre-war America not only had a commuter-based infrastructure, but that such a method also allowed for severe levels of economic segregation. You would have entire suburban neighborhoods of upper-middle-class professionals, none of whom had possessed even the basic know-how to replace a cracked window. Those with that knowledge lived in their own blue-collar ghettos, an hour away in pre-war auto traffic, which translated to at least a full day on foot. Make no mistake, bipedal locomotion was how most people traveled in the beginning. Solving this problem, challenge, there are no problems, was the refugee camps. There were hundreds of them, some parking lot small, some spreading for miles, scattered across the mountains and coast, all requiring government assistance, all acute drains on rapidly diminishing resources. At the top of my list, before I tackled any other challenge, these camps had to be emptied. Anyone F6 but physically able became unskilled labor, clearing rubble, harvesting crops, digging graves. A lot of graves needed to be dug. Anyone A1, those with war-appropriate skills, became part of our CSSP, or Community Self-Sufficiency Program. A mixed group of instructors would be tasked with infusing these sedentary, overeducated, desk-bound cubicle mice with the knowledge necessary to make it on their own. It was an instant success. Within 3 months, you saw a marked drop in requests for government aid. I can't stress how vital this was to victory. It allowed us to transition from a zero-sum, survival-based economy into full-blown war production. This was the National Re-Education Act, the organic outgrowth of the CSSP. I'd say it was the largest jobs training program since the Second World War, and easily the most radical in our history. You've mentioned on occasion the problems faced by the NRA. I was getting to that. The President gave me the kind of power I needed to meet any physical or logistical challenge. Unfortunately, what neither he nor anyone on Earth could give me was the power to change the way people thought. As I explained, America was a segregated workforce, and in many cases that segregation contained a cultural element. A great many of our instructors were first-generation immigrants. These were the people who knew how to take care of themselves, how to survive on very little and work with what they had. These were the people who tended small gardens in their backyards, who repaired their own homes, who kept their appliances running for as long as mechanically possible. It was crucial that these people teach the rest of us to break from our comfortable, disposable consumer lifestyle, even though their labor had allowed us to maintain that lifestyle in the first place. Yes, there was racism, but there was also classism. You're a high-powered corporate attorney. You've spent most of your life reviewing contracts, brokering deals, talking on the phone. That's what you're good at. That's what made you rich, and what allowed you to hire a plumber to fix your toilet, which allowed you to keep talking on the phone. The more work you do, the more money you make, the more peons you hire to free you up to make more money. That's the way the world works. But one day it doesn't. No one needs a contract reviewed or a deal brokered. What it does need is toilets fixed. And suddenly that peon is your teacher, maybe even your boss. For some, this was scarier than the living dead. Once, on a fact-finding tour through L.A., I sat in the back of a re-education lecture. The trainees had all held lofty positions in the entertainment industry, a melange of agents, managers, creative executives, whatever the hell that means. I can understand their resistance, their arrogance. Before the war, entertainment had been the most valued export of the United States. Now they were being trained as custodians for a munitions plant in Bakersfield, California. One woman, a casting director, exploded. How dare they degrade her like this? She had an MFA in conceptual theater. She had cast the top 3 grossing sitcoms in the last 5 seasons, and she made more in a week than her instructor could dream of in several lifetimes. She kept addressing that instructor by her first name. Magda, she kept saying. Magda, enough already. Magda, please. At first I thought this woman was just being rude, degrading the instructor by refusing to use her title. I found out later that Mrs. Magda Antonova used to be this woman's cleaning lady. Yes, it was very hard for some, but a lot of them later admitted that they got more emotional satisfaction from their new jobs than anything closely resembling their old ones. I met one gentleman on a coastal ferry from Portland to Seattle. He had worked in the licensing department for an advertising agency, specifically in charge of procuring the rights to classic rock songs for television commercials. Now he was a chimney sweep. Given that most homes in Seattle had lost their central heat, and the winters were now longer and colder, he was seldom idle. "I help keep my neighbors warm," he said proudly. I know it sounds a little too Norman Rockwell, but I hear stories like that all the time. You see those shoes? I made them. That sweater? That's my sheep's wool. Like the corn? My garden. That was the upshot of a more localized system. It gave people the opportunity to see the fruits of their labor. It gave them a sense of individual pride to know they were making a clear, concrete contribution to victory. And it gave me a wonderful feeling that I was part of that. I needed that feeling. It kept me sane for the other part of my job. So much for talent. Tools are the weapons of war, and the industrial and logistical means by which those weapons are constructed. He swivels in his chair, motioning to a picture above his desk. I lean closer and see that it's not a picture, but a framed label. Ingredients: molasses from the United States, anise from Spain, licorice from France, vanilla, bourbon, from Madagascar, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, cloves from Indonesia, wintergreen from China, pimento berry oil from Jamaica, balsam oil from Peru. And that's just for a bottle of peacetime root beer. We're not even talking about something like a desktop PC or a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ask anyone how the Allies won the Second World War. Those with very little knowledge might answer that it was our numbers, or generalship. Those without any knowledge might point to techno-marvels, like radar or the atom bomb. Scowls. Anyone with the most rudimentary understanding of that conflict will give you 3 real reasons. First, the ability to manufacture more materiel, more bullets, beans, and bandages than the enemy. Second, the natural resources available to manufacture that materiel. And third, the logistical means to not only transport those resources to the factories, but also to transport the finished products out to the front lines. The Allies had the resources, industry, and logistics of an entire planet. The Axis, on the other hand, had to depend on what scant assets they could scrape up within their borders. This time, we were the Axis. The living dead controlled most of the world's land mass, while American war production depended on what could be harvested within the limits of the western states specifically. Forget raw materials from safe zones overseas. Our merchant fleet was crammed to the decks with refugees, while fuel shortages had dry-docked most of our Navy. We had some advantages. California's agricultural base could at least erase the problem of starvation if it could be restructured. The citrus growers didn't go quietly, neither did the ranchers. The beef barons who controlled so much prime potential farmland were the worst. Did you ever hear of Don Hill? Ever see the movie Roy Elliott did on him? It was when the infestation hit the San Joaquin Valley, the dead swarming over his fences, attacking his cattle, tearing them apart like African driver ants. And there he was in the middle of it all, shooting and hollering like Gregory Peck in Duel in the Sun. I dealt with him openly and honestly. As with everyone else, I gave him the choice. I reminded him that winter was coming, and there were still a lot of very hungry people out there. I warned him that when the hordes of starving refugees showed up to finish what the living dead started, he'd have no government protection whatsoever. Hill was a brave, stubborn bastard, but he wasn't an idiot. He agreed to surrender his land and herd only on the condition that his and everyone else's breeding stock remained untouched. We shook on that. Tender, juicy steaks. Can you think of a better icon of our pre-war artificial standard of living? And yet it was that standard that ended up being our second great advantage. The only way to supplement our resource base was recycling. This was nothing new. The Israelis had started when they sealed their borders, and since then each nation had adopted it to one degree or another. None of their stockpiles, however, could even compare to what we had at our disposal. Think about what life was like in the pre-war America. Even those considered middle class enjoyed or took for granted a level of material comfort unheard of by any other nation at any other time in human history. The clothing, the kitchenware, the electronics, the automobiles, just in the Los Angeles basin alone, outnumbered the pre-war population by 3 to 1. The cars poured in by the millions, every house, every neighborhood. We had an entire industry of over 100,000 employees working 3 shifts, 7 days a week, collecting, cataloging, disassembling, storing, and shipping parts and pieces to factories all over the coast. There was a little trouble, like with the cattle ranchers, people not wanting to turn over their Hummers or vintage Italian midlife crisis mobiles. Funny, no gas to run them, but they still hung on anyway. It didn't bother me too much. They were a pleasure to deal with compared to the military establishment. Of all my adversaries, easily the most tenacious were the ones in uniform. I never had direct control over any of their R&D. They were free to green light whatever they wanted. But given that almost all their programs were farmed out to civilian contractors, and that those contractors depended on resources controlled by Destras, I had de facto control. "You cannot mothball our stealth bombers," they would yell. "Who the blank do you think you are to cancel our production of tanks?" At first I tried to reason with them. "The M1 Abrams has a jet engine. Where are you going to find that kind of fuel? Why do you need stealth aircraft against an enemy that doesn't have radar?" I tried to make them see that, given what we had to work with, as opposed to what we were facing, we simply had to get the largest return on our investment, or in their language, the most bang for our buck. They were insufferable, with their all-hours phone calls, or just showing up at my office unannounced. I guess I can't really blame them, not after how we all treated them after the last brush-fire war, and certainly not after almost having their asses handed to them at Yonkers. They were teetering on the edge of total collapse, and a lot of them just needed somewhere to vent. He grins confidently. I started my career trading on the floor of the NYSE, so I can yell as hard and long as any professional drill sergeant. After each meeting, I'd expect the call, the one I'd been both dreading and hoping for. "Mr. Sinclair, this is the President. I just want to thank you for your service, and we'll no longer be requiring—" Chuckles. It never came. My guess is no one else wanted the job. His smile fades. I'm not saying that I didn't make mistakes. I know I was too anal about the Air Force's D Corps. I didn't understand their safety protocols, or what dirigibles could really accomplish in undead warfare. All I knew was that with our negligible helium supply, the only cost-effective lift gas was hydrogen, and no way was I going to waste lives and resources on a fleet of modern-day Hindenburgs. I also had to be persuaded, by the President, no less, to reopen the experimental cold fusion project at Livermore. He argued that even though a breakthrough was at best still decades away, planning for the future lets our people know there will be one. I was too conservative with some projects, and with others I was far too liberal. Project Yellow Jacket. I still kick myself when I think about that one. These Silicon Valley eggheads, all of them geniuses in their own field, convinced me that they had a wonder weapon that could win the war, theoretically, within 48 hours of deployment. They could build micro-missiles, millions of them, about the size of a .22 rimfire bullet, that could be scattered from transport aircraft, then guided by satellites to the brain of every zombie in North America. Sounds amazing, right? It did to me. He grumbles to himself. When I think of what we poured down that hole, what we could have produced instead, no point in dwelling on it now. I could have gone head-to-head against the military for the duration of the war, but I'm grateful in the end that I didn't have to. When Travis D'Ambrosia became chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he not only invented the resource-to-kill ratio, but developed a comprehensive strategy to employ it. I always listened to him when he told me a certain weapon system was vital, I trusted his opinion in matters like the new battle dress uniform or the standard infantry rifle. What was so amazing to see was how the culture of RKR began to take hold among the rank and file. You'd hear soldiers talking on the street, in bars, on the train. Why have X when for the same price you could have 10 Ys, which could kill 100 times as many Zs? Soldiers even began coming up with ideas on their own, inventing more cost-effective tools than we could have envisioned. I think they enjoyed it, improvising, adapting, outthinking us bureaucrats. The Marines surprised me the most. I'd always bought into the myth of the stupid jarhead, the knuckle-dragging, locked-jaw, testosterone-driven Neanderthal. I never knew that because the Corps always has to procure its assets through the Navy, and because admirals are never going to get too fired up about land warfare, that improvisation has had to be one of their most treasured virtues. Sinclair points above my head to the opposite wall. On it hangs a heavy steel rod, ending in what looks like a fusion of shovel and double-bladed battle axe. Its official designation is the Standard Infantry Entrenchment Tool, although to most it is known as either the lobotomizer or simply the Lobo. The Leathernecks came up with that one, using nothing but the steel of recycled cars. We made $23 million during the war. He smiles with pride. And they're still making them today. Burlington, Vermont. Winter has come later this season, as it has every year since the end of the war. Snow blankets the house and surrounding farmland and frosts the trees that shade the dirt track by the river. Everything about this scene is peaceful, except for the man with me. He insists on calling himself the Wacko, because everyone else calls me that. Why shouldn't you? His stride is fast and purposeful. The cane given to him by his doctor and wife serves only to stab at the air. To be honest, I wasn't surprised to be nominated for vice president. Everyone knew a coalition party was inevitable. I'd been a rising star, at least until I self-destructed. That's what they said about me, right? All the cowards and hypocrites who'd rather die than see a real man express his passion. So what if I wasn't the world's best politician? I said what I felt, and I wasn't afraid to say it loud and clear. That's one of the main reasons I was the logical choice for co-pilot. We made a great team. He was the light, I was the heat. Different parties, different personalities, and let's not kid ourselves, different skin colors as well. I knew I wasn't the first choice. I know who my party secretly wanted, but America wasn't ready to go that far, as stupid, ignorant, and infuriatingly Neolithic as it sounds. They'd rather have a screaming radical for a VP than another one of those people. So I wasn't surprised at my nomination. I was surprised at everything else. You mean the elections? Elections. Honolulu was still a madhouse. Soldiers, congressmen, refugees, all bumping into one another trying to find something to eat, or a place to sleep, or just to find out what the hell was going on. And that was paradise next to the mainland. The Rocky Line was just being established. Everything west of it was a war zone. Why go through all the trouble of elections when you could have Congress simply vote for extended emergency powers? The Attorney General had tried it when he was mayor of New York. Almost got away with it, too. I explained to the president that we didn't have the energy or resources to do anything but fight for our very existence. What did he say? Well, let's just say he convinced me otherwise. Can you elaborate? I could, but I don't want to mangle his words. The old neurons aren't firing like they used to. Please try. You'll fact-check with his library? I promise. Well, We were in his temporary office, the presidential suite of a hotel. He'd just been sworn in on Air Force Two. His old boss was sedated in the suite next to us. From the window you could see the chaos on the streets, the ships at sea lining up to dock, the planes coming in every 30 seconds, and ground crew pushing them off the runway once they landed to make room for new ones. I was pointing to them, shouting and gesturing with the passion I'm most famous for. We need a stable government, fast, I kept saying. Elections are great in principle, but this is no time for high ideals. The president was cool, a lot cooler than me. Maybe it was all that military training. He said to me, "This is the only time for high ideals because those ideals are all that we have. We aren't just fighting for our physical survival, but for the survival of our civilization. We don't have the luxury of old world pillars. We don't have a common heritage. We don't have a millennia of history. All we have are the dreams and promises that bind us together. All we have," struggling to remember, "all we have is what we want to be." You see what he was saying. Our country only exists because people believed in it, and if it wasn't strong enough to protect us from this crisis, then what future could it ever hope to have? He knew that America wanted a Caesar, but to be one would mean the end of America. They say great times make great men. I don't buy it. I saw a lot of weakness, a lot of filth. People who should have risen to the challenge and either couldn't or wouldn't. Greed, fear, stupidity, and hate. I saw it before the war. I see it today. My boss was a great man. We were damn lucky to have him. The business of elections really set the tone for his entire administration. So many of his proposals looked crazy at first glance, but once you peeled back the first layer, you realized that underneath there existed a core of irrefutable logic. Take the new punishment laws. Those really set me off. Putting people in stocks? Whipping them in town squares? What was this, Old Salem? The Taliban's Afghanistan? It sounded barbaric, un-American, until you really thought about the options. What were you going to do with thieves and looters? Put them in prison? Who would that help? Who could afford to divert able-bodied citizens to feed, clothe, and guard other able-bodied citizens? More importantly, why remove the punished from society when they could serve as such a valuable deterrent? Yes, there was the fear of pain, the lash, the cane, but all of that paled when compared to public humiliation. People were terrified of having their crimes exposed. At a time when everyone was pulling together, helping each other out, working to protect and take care of one another, the worst thing you could do to someone was to march them up into the public square with a giant poster reading, "I stole my neighbor's firewood." Shame's a powerful weapon, but it depended on everyone else doing the right thing. No one is above the law, and seeing a senator given 15 lashes for his involvement in war profiteering did more to curb crime than a cop on every street corner. Yes, there were the work gangs, but those were the recidivists, those who'd been given chances time and time again. I remember the Attorney General suggesting that we dump as many of them into the infested zones as possible, rid ourselves of the drain and potential hazard of their continued presence. Both the President and I opposed this proposition. My objections were ethical, his were practical. We were still talking about American soil. Infested, yes, but hopefully one day to be liberated. The last thing we need, he said, was to come up against one of these ex-cons as the new Grand Warlord of Duluth. I thought he was joking, but later, as I saw the exact thing happen in other countries, as some exiled criminals rose to command their own isolated, and in some cases powerful fiefdoms, I realized we'd dodged one hell of a speeding bullet. The work gangs were always an issue for us, politically, socially, even economically. But what other choice did we have for those who just refused to play nice with others? You did use the death penalty. Only in extreme cases. Sedition, sabotage, attempted political secession. Zombies weren't the only enemies, at least not in the beginning. We had our share of religious fundamentalists. What country didn't? Many of them believed that we were in some way interfering with God's will. He chuckles. I'm sorry. I've got to learn to be more sensitive. But for crying out loud, you really think the supreme creator of the infinite multiverse is going to have his plans unraveled by a few Arizona National Guardsmen? He waves the thought away. They got a lot more press than they should have, all because that nutbird tried to kill the president. In reality, they were much more a danger to themselves, all those mass suicides, the Mercy child killings in Medford. Terrible business. Same with the Greenies, the lefty version of the Fundies. They believed that since the living dead only consumed animals but not plants, it was the will of the divine goddess to favor flora over fauna. They made a little trouble, dumping herbicide in a town's water supply, booby-trapping trees so loggers couldn't use them for war production. That kind of eco-terrorism eats up headlines, but didn't really threaten our national security. The Rebs, on the other hand, armed, organized political secessionists. That was easily our most tangible danger. It was also the only time I ever saw the president worried. He wouldn't let on, not with that dignified diplomatic veneer. In public, he treated it as just another issue, like food rationing or road repair. He'd say in private, they must be eliminated swiftly, decisively, and by any means necessary. Of course, he was only talking about those within the Western safe zone. These die-hard renegades either had some beef with the government's wartime policy, or had already planned to secede years before, and were just using the crisis as their excuse. These were the enemies of our country, the domestic ones anyone swearing to defend our country mentions in his or her oath. We didn't have to think twice about an appropriate response to them, but the secessionists east of the Rockies, in some of the besieged isolated zones, that's when it got complicated. Why is that? Because, as the saying went, we didn't leave America. America left us. There's a lot of truth to that. We deserted those people. Yes, we left some Special Forces volunteers, tried to supply them by sea and air, but from a purely moral standing, these people were truly abandoned. I couldn't blame them for wanting to go their own way. Nobody could. That's why, when we began to reclaim lost territory, we allowed every secessionist enclave a chance for peaceful reintegration. But there was violence. I still have nightmares. Places like Bolivar and the Black Hills. I never see the actual images, not the violence or the aftermath. I always see my boss, this towering, powerful, vital man, getting sicker and weaker each time. He'd survived so much, shouldered such a crushing burden. You know, he never tried to find out what had happened to his relatives in Jamaica. Never even asked. He was so fiercely focused on the fate of our nation, so determined to preserve the dream that created it. I don't know if great times make great men, but I know they can kill them. Wenatchee, Washington. Joe Muhammad's smile is as broad as his shoulders. While his day job is as the owner of the town's bicycle repair shop, his spare time is spent sculpting molten metal into exquisite works of art. He is no doubt most famous for the bronze statue on the Mall in Washington, D.C., the neighborhood security memorial of 2 standing citizens and 1 seated in a wheelchair. The recruiter was clearly nervous. She tried to talk me out of it. Had I spoken to the NRA representative first? Did I know about all the other essential war work? I didn't understand at first. I already had a job at the recycling plant. That was the point of neighborhood security teams, right? It was a part-time volunteer service for when you were home from work. I tried explaining this to her. Maybe there was something I wasn't getting. As she tried some other half-hearted, half-assed excuses, I saw her eyes flick to my chair. Joe is disabled. Can you believe that? Here we were with mass extinction knocking on the door, and she's trying to be politically correct? I laughed. I laughed right in her face. What? Did she think I just showed up without knowing what was expected of me? Didn't this dumb bitch read her own security manual? Well, I'd read it. The whole point of the NST program was to patrol your own neighborhood, walking, or in my case rolling down the sidewalk, stopping to check each house. If for some reason you had to go inside, at least 2 members were always supposed to wait out in the street. Motions to himself. Hello? And what did she think we were facing anyway? It's not like we had to chase them over fences and across backyards. They came to us. And if and when they did so, let's just say, for the sake of argument, there was more than we could handle. Shit, if I couldn't roll myself faster than a walking zombie, how could I have lasted this long? I stated my case very clearly and calmly, and I even challenged her to present a scenario in which my physical state could be an impediment. She couldn't. There was some mumbling about having to check with her CO. Maybe I could come back tomorrow. I refused. Told her she could call her CO and his CO and everyone right up to the bear himself, but I wasn't moving until I got my orange vest. Note 1. The Bear was the Gulf War I nickname for the commandant of the NST program. End note. I yelled so loud everyone in the room could hear. All eyes turned to me, then to her. That did it. I got my vest and was out of there faster than anyone else that day. Like I said, neighborhood security literally means patrolling the neighborhood. It's a quasi-military outfit. We attended lectures and training courses. There were designated leaders and fixed regulations, but you never had to salute or call people sir or shit like that. Armament was pretty non-regulation as well. Mostly hand-to-hand jobs, hatchets, bats, a few crowbars and machetes. We didn't have Lobos yet. At least 3 people in your team had to have guns. I carried an AMT Lightning, this little semi-auto .22 caliber carbine. It had no kick, so I could shoot without having to lock down my wheels. Good gun, especially when ammo became standardized and reloads were still available. Teams changed depending on your schedule. It was pretty chaotic back then. Destrez reorganizing everything. Night shift was always tough. You forget how dark the night really is without streetlights. There were barely any house lights, too. People went to bed pretty early back then, usually when it got dark, so except for a few candles, or if someone had a license for a generator, like if they were doing essential war work from home, the houses were pitch black. You didn't even have the moon or the stars anymore. Too much crap in the atmosphere. We patrolled with flashlights, basic civilian store-bought models. We still had batteries then, with red cellophane on the end to protect our night vision. We'd stop at each house, knock, ask whoever was on watch if everything was okay. The early months were a little unnerving because of the resettlement program. So many people were coming out of the camps that each day you might get at least a dozen new neighbors or even housemates. I never realized how good we had it before the war, tucked away in my little Stepford suburbistan. Did I really need a 3,000-square-foot house, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, a kitchen, living room, den, and home office? I'd lived alone for years, and suddenly I had a family from Alabama, 6 of them, just show up at my door one day with a letter from the Department of Housing. It's unnerving at first, but you get used to it quickly. I didn't mind the Shannons. That was the family's name. We got along pretty well, and I always slept better with someone standing watch. That was one of the new rules for people at home. Someone had to be the designated night watchman. We had all their names on a list to make sure they weren't squatters and looters. We'd check their ID, their face, ask them if everything was all quiet. They usually said yes, or maybe reported some noise we'd have to check out. By the second year, when the refugees stopped coming and everyone got to know each other, we didn't bother with lists and IDs anymore. Everything was calmer then. That first year, when the cops were still reforming and the safe zones weren't completely pacified. Shivers for dramatic effect. There were still a lot of deserted houses, shot up or broken into, or just abandoned with the doors left wide open. We'd put police tape across all doorways and windows. If any of them were found snapped, that could mean a zombie was in the house. That happened a couple of times. I'd wait outside, rifle ready. Sometimes you'd hear shouts, sometimes shots. Sometimes you'd just hear a moan, scuffling, then one of your teammates would come out with a bloody hand weapon and a severed head. I had to put a few down myself. Sometimes, when the team was inside and I was watching the street, I'd hear a noise, a shuffling, a rasping, something dragging itself through the bushes. I'd hit it with the light, call for backup, then take it down. One time I almost got tagged. We were clearing a 2-story job, 4-bed, 4-bath, partially collapsed from where someone had driven a Jeep Liberty through the living room window. My partner asked if it was cool to take a powder break. I let her go behind the bushes. My bad. I was too distracted, too concerned with what was going on inside the house. I didn't notice what was behind me. Suddenly there was this tug on my chair. I tried to turn, but something had the right wheel. I twisted, brought my light around. It was a dragger, the kind that's lost its legs. It snarled up at me from the asphalt, trying to climb over the wheel. The chair saved my life. It gave me the second and a half I needed to bring my carbine around. If I'd been standing, it might have grabbed my ankle, maybe even taken a chunk. That was the last time I slacked off at my job. Zombies weren't the only problem we had to deal with back then. There were looters. Not so much hardened criminals as just people who needed stuff to survive. Same with squatters. Both cases usually ended well. We'd just invite them home, give them what they needed, take care of them until the housing folks could step in. There were some real looters, though, professional bad guys. That was the only time I got hurt. He pulls down his shirt, exposing a circular scar the size of a pre-war dime. 9mm right through the shoulder. My team chased him out of the house. I ordered him to halt. That was the only time I ever killed someone. Thank God. When the new laws came in, conventional crime pretty much dried up altogether. Then there were the ferals. You know, the homeless kids who'd lost their parents. We'd find them curled up in basements, in closets, under beds. A lot of them had walked from as far away as back east. They were in bad shape, all malnourished and sickly. A lot of times they'd run. Those were the only times I felt bad, that I couldn't chase them. Someone else would go. A lot of times they'd catch up, but not always. The biggest problem were quislings. Quislings? Yeah, the people that went nutballs and started acting like zombies. Could you elaborate? Well, I'm not a shrink, so I don't know all the tech terms. That's all right. Well, as I understand it, there's a type of person who just can't deal with a fight-or-die situation. They're always drawn to what they're afraid of. Instead of resisting it, they want to please it, join it, try to be like it. I guess that happens in kidnap situations, like a Patty Hearst Stockholm Syndrome type, or like in regular war, when people who are invaded sign up for the enemy's army. Collaborators, sometimes even more die-hard than the people they're trying to mimic, like those French fascists who were some of Hitler's last troops. Maybe that's why we call them quislings, like it's a French word or something. Note 2. Vidkun Abraham Lauritz Jonsson Quisling, the Nazi-installed president of Norway during World War II. End note. But you couldn't do it in this war. You couldn't just throw up your hands and say, "Hey, don't kill me, I'm on your side." There was no gray area in this fight, no in-between. I guess some people just couldn't accept that. It put them right over the edge. They started moving like zombies, sounding like them, even attacking and trying to eat other people. That's how we found our first one. He was a male adult, mid-30s, dirty, dazed, shuffling down the sidewalk. We thought he was just in Z-shock until he bit one of our guys in the arm. That was a horrible few seconds. I dropped the cue with a headshot, then turned to check on my buddy. He was crumpled on the curb, swearing, crying, staring at the gash in his forearm. This was a death sentence, and he knew it. He was ready to do himself, until we discovered that the guy I shot had bright red blood pouring from his head. When we checked his flesh, we found he was still warm. You should have seen our buddy lose it. It's not every day you get a reprieve from the big governor in the sky. Ironically, he almost died anyway. The bastard had so much bacteria in his mouth that it caused a near-fatal staph infection. We thought maybe we stumbled onto some new discovery, but it turned out it had been happening for a while. The CDC was just about to go public. They even sent an expert up from Oakland to brief us on what to do if we encountered more of them. It blew our minds. Did you know that quislings were the reason some people used to think they were immune? They were also the reason all those bullshit wonder drugs got so much hype. Think about it. Someone's on phalanx, gets bit, but survives. What else is he going to think? He probably wouldn't know there was even such a thing as quislings. They're just as hostile as regular zombies, and in some cases even more dangerous. How so? Well, for one thing, they didn't freeze. I mean, yeah, they would if they were exposed over time, but in moderate cold, if they'd gone under while wearing warm clothes, they'd be fine. They also got stronger from the people they ate. Not like zombies. They could maintain over time. But you could kill them more easily. Yes and no. You didn't have to hit them in the head. You could take out the lungs, the heart, hit them anywhere, and eventually they'd bleed to death. But if you didn't stop them with one shot, they'd just keep coming until they died. They don't feel pain. Hell no. It's that whole mind over matter thing, being so focused, you're able to suppress relays to the brain and all that. You should really talk to an expert. Please continue. Okay. Well, that's why we could never talk them down. There was nothing left to talk to. These people were zombies. Maybe not physically, but mentally you could not tell the difference. Even physically it might be hard, if they were dirty enough, bloody enough, diseased enough. Zombies don't really smell that bad, not individually, and not if they're fresh. How do you tell one of these from a mimic with a whopping dose of gangrene? You couldn't. It's not like the military would let us have sniffer dogs or anything. You had to use the eye test. The ghouls don't blink. I don't know why. Maybe because they use their senses equally. Their brains don't value sight as much. Maybe because they don't have as much bodily fluid, they can't keep using it to coat the eyes. Who knows? But they don't blink, and quislings do. That's how you spotted them. Back up a few paces and wait a few seconds. Darkness was easier. You just shone a beam in their faces. If they didn't blink, you took them down. And if they did? Well, our orders were to capture quislings if possible, and use deadly force only in self-defense. It sounded crazy, still does, but we rounded up a few, hog-tied them, turned them over to police or National Guard. I'm not sure what they did with them. I've heard stories about Walla Walla, the prison where hundreds of them were fed and clothed and even medically cared for. His eyes flicked to the ceiling. You don't agree? Hey, I'm not going there. You want to open that can of worms, read the papers. Every year some lawyer or priest or politician tries to stoke that fire for whatever side best suits them. Personally, I don't care. I don't have any feelings toward them one way or the other. I think the saddest thing about them is that they gave up so much and in the end lost anyway. Why is that? 'Cause even though we can't tell the difference between them, the real zombies can. Remember early in the war when everybody was trying to work on a way to turn the living dead against one another? There was all this documented proof about infighting, eyewitness accounts, and even footage of one zombie attacking another. Stupid. It was zombies attacking quislings, but you never would have known that to look at it. Quislings don't scream. They just lie there, not even trying to fight, writhing in that slow, robotic way, eaten alive by the very creatures they're trying to be. Malibu, California. I don't need a photograph to recognize Roy Elliott. We meet for coffee on the restored Malibu Pier Fortress. Those around us also instantly recognize him, but unlike pre-war days, keep a respectful distance. ADS, that was my enemy. Asymptomatic Demise Syndrome, or Apocalyptic Despair Syndrome, depending on who you were talking to. Whatever the label, it killed as many people in those early stalemate months as hunger, disease, interhuman violence, or the living dead. No one understood what was happening at first. We'd stabilized the Rockies, we'd sanitized the safe zones, and still we were losing upwards of 100 or so people a day. It wasn't suicide. We had plenty of those. No, this was different. Some people had minimal wounds or easily treatable ailments. Some were in perfect health. They would simply go to sleep one night and not wake up the next morning. The problem was psychological, a case of just giving up, not wanting to see tomorrow because you knew it could only bring more suffering. Losing faith, the will to endure. It happens in all wars. It happens in peacetime, too, just not on this scale. It was helplessness, or at least the perception of helplessness. I understood that feeling. I directed movies all my adult life. They called me the boy genius, the wunderkind who couldn't fail, even though I'd done so often. Suddenly I was a nobody, an F6. The world was going to hell, and all my vaunted talents were powerless to stop it. When I heard about ADS, the government was trying to keep it quiet. I had to find out from a contact at Cedars-Sinai. When I heard about it, something snapped, like the time I made my first Super 8 short and screened it for my parents. This I can do, I realized. This enemy I can fight. And the rest is history. Laughs. I wish. I went straight to the government. They turned me down. Really, I would think, given your career. What career? They wanted soldiers and farmers. Real jobs, remember? It was like, hey, sorry, no dice, but can I get your autograph? Now, I'm not the surrendering type. When I believe in my ability to do something, there is no such word as no. I explained to the Destrez rep that it wouldn't cost Uncle Sam a dime. I'd use my own equipment, my own people. All I'd need from them was access to the military. Let me show the people what you're doing to stop this, I told him. Let me give them something to believe in. Again, I was refused. The military had more important missions right now than posing for the camera. Did you go over his head? To who? There were no boats to Hawaii, and Sinclair was racing up and down the West Coast. Anybody in any position to help was either physically unavailable or far too distracted with more important matters. Couldn't you have become a freelance journalist, gotten a government press pass? It would have taken too long. Most mass media was either knocked out or federalized. What was left had to rebroadcast public safety announcements to make sure anyone just tuning in would know what to do. Everything was still such a mess. We barely had passable roads, let alone the bureaucracy to give me full-time journalist status. It might have taken months, with 100 dying every day. I couldn't wait. I had to do something immediately. I took a DV cam, some spare batteries, and a solar-powered charger. My oldest son came with me as my sound man and first AD. We traveled on the road for 1 week, just the two of us on mountain bikes looking for stories. We didn't have to go far. Just outside of greater Los Angeles, in a town called Claremont, are 5 colleges: Pomona, Pitzer, Scripps, Harvey Mudd, and Claremont McKenna. At the start of the Great Panic, when everyone else was running literally for the hills, 300 students chose to make a stand. They turned the women's college at Scripps into something resembling a medieval city. They got their supplies from the other campuses. Their weapons were a mix of landscaping tools and ROTC practice rifles. They planted gardens, dug wells, fortified an already existing wall. While the mountains burned behind them and the surrounding suburbs descended into violence, those 300 kids held off 10,000 zombies. 10,000 over the course of 4 months until the Inland Empire could finally be pacified. Note 1. California's Inland Empire was one of the last zones to be declared secure. End note. We were lucky to get there just at the tail end, just in time to see the last of the undead fall as cheering students and soldiers linked up under the oversized, homemade Old Glory fluttering from the Pomona bell tower. What a story. 96 hours of raw footage in the can. I would have liked to have gone longer, but time was critical. 100 a day lost, remember? We had to get this one out there as soon as possible. I brought the footage back to my house, cut it together in my edit bay. My wife did the narration. We made 14 copies, all on different formats, and screened them that Saturday night at different camps and shelters all over L.A. I called it Victory at Avalon, the Battle of the 5 Colleges. The name Avalon comes from some stock footage one of the students had shot during the siege. It was the night before their last, worst attack, when a fresh horde from the east was clearly visible on the horizon. The kids were hard at work, sharpening weapons, reinforcing defenses, standing guard on the walls and towers. A song came floating across the campus from the loudspeaker that played constant music to keep morale up. A Scripps student, with a voice like an angel, was singing the Roxy music song. It was such a beautiful rendition, and such a contrast with the raging storm about to hit. I laid it over my preparing for battle montage. I still get choked up when I hear it. How did it play with the audience? It bombed. Not just the scene, but the whole movie. At least that's what I thought. I'd expected a more immediate reaction. Cheering, applause. I would never have admitted this to anyone, even to myself, but I had this egotistical fantasy of people coming up to me afterward, tears in their eyes, grabbing my hands, thanking me for showing them the light at the end of the tunnel. They didn't even look at me. I stood by the doorway like some conquering hero. They just filed past silently with their eyes on their shoes. I went home that night thinking, oh well, it was a nice idea. Maybe the potato farm in MacArthur Park can use another hand. What happened? 2 weeks went by. I got a real job, helping to reopen the road at Topanga Canyon. Then one day a man rode up to my house. Just came in on horseback as if out of an old Cecil B. DeMille Western. He was a psychiatrist from the county health facility at Santa Barbara. They'd heard about the success of my movie and asked if I had any extra copies. Success? That's what I said. As it turns out, the very night after Avalon made its debut, ADS cases dropped in L.A. by a whole 5%. At first they thought it might just be a statistical anomaly, until a further study revealed that the decline was drastically noticeable only among communities where the movie was shown. And no one told you? No one. Laughs. Not the military, not the municipal authorities, not even the people who ran the shelters where it was continuing to be screened without my knowledge. I don't care. The point is, it worked. It made a difference, and it gave me a job for the rest of the war. I got a few volunteers together, as much of my old crew as I could find. That kid who shot the Claremont stock footage, Malcolm Van Ryzen. Yes, that Malcolm. He became my DP. Notes. 2. Malcolm Van Ryzen, one of the most successful cinematographers in Hollywood. 3. DP, Director of Photography. End notes. We commandeered an abandoned dubbing house in West Hollywood and started cranking them out by the hundreds. We'd put them on every train, every caravan, every coastal ferry heading north. It took a while to get responses, but when they came... He smiles, holds his hands up in thanks. 10% drop throughout the entire western safe zone. I was already on the road by then, shooting more stories. Anacapa was already wrapped, and we were halfway through Mission District. By the time Dos Palmos hit screens and ADS was down 23%, only then did the government finally take an interest in me. Additional resources? Laughs. No. I'd never asked for help, and they sure weren't going to give it. But I did finally get access to the military, and that opened up a whole new world. Is that when you made Fire of the Gods? Nods. The Army had 2 functioning laser weapons programs, Zeus and MFEL. Zeus was originally designed for munitions clearing, zapping land mines, and unexploded bombs. It was small and light enough to be mounted in a specialized Humvee. The gunner sighted a target through a coaxial camera in the turret. He placed the aim point on the intended surface, then fired a pulse beam through the same optical aperture. Is that too technical? Not at all. I'm sorry. I became extremely immersed in the project. The beam was a weaponized version of solid-state industrial lasers, the kind used to cut steel in factories. It could either burn through a bomb's outer casing, or heat it to a point that detonated the explosive package. The same principle worked for zombies. On higher settings, it punched right through their foreheads. On lower settings, it literally boiled their brain till it exploded through the ears, nose, and eyes. The footage we shot was dazzling, but Zeus was a pop gun next to MFEL. The acronym stands for Mobile Tactical High Energy Laser, co-designed by the United States and Israel to take out small incoming projectiles. When Israel declared self-quarantine, and when so many terrorist groups were lobbing mortar rounds and rockets across the security wall, MFEL was what knocked them down. About the size and shape of a World War II searchlight, it was, in fact, a deuterium fluoride laser, much more powerful than the solid state on Zeus. The effects were devastating. It blasted flesh from bones that then heated white before shattering into dust. When played at regular speed, it was magnificent, but at slow-mo, Fire of the Gods. Is it true that the number of ADS cases were halved a month after the movie's release? I think that might be an overstatement, but people were lined up on their off hours. Some saw it every night. The poster campaign showed a close-up of a zombie being atomized. The image was lifted right from a frame in the movie, the one classic shot when the morning fog actually allowed you to see the beam. The caption underneath read simply, "Next." It single-handedly saved the program. Your program. No, Zeus and Demfell. They were in jeopardy. Demfell was due to close a month after shooting. Zeus had already been chopped. We had to beg, borrow, and steal, literally, to get it reactivated just for our cameras. Destres had deemed both as a gross waste of resources. Were they? Inexcusably so. The M in Emfell's mobile really meant a convoy of specialized vehicles, all of which were delicate, none truly all-terrain, and each one completely dependent on the other. Emfell also required both tremendous power and copious amounts of highly unstable, highly toxic chemicals for the lasering process. Zeus was a little more economical. It was easier to cool, easier to maintain, and because it was Humvee mounted, it could go anywhere it was needed. The problem was, why would it be needed? Even on high power, the gunner still had to hold a beam in place, on a moving target, mind you, for several seconds. A good sharpshooter could get the job done in half the time with twice the kills. That erased the potential for rapid fire, which was exactly what you needed in swarm attacks. In fact, both units had a squad of riflemen permanently assigned to them, people protecting a machine that is designed to protect people. They were that bad? Not for their original role. Emfell kept Israel safe from terrorist bombardment, and Zeus actually came out of retirement to clear unexploded ordnance during the Army's advance. As purpose-built weapons, they were outstanding. As zombie killers, they were hopeless duds. So why did you film them? Because Americans worship technology? It's an inherent trait in the national zeitgeist. Whether we realize it or not, even the most indefatigable Luddite can't deny our country's techno-prowess. We split the atom, we reached the moon, we filled every household and business with more gadgets and gizmos than early sci-fi writers could have ever dreamed of. I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm in no place to judge. But I do know that just like all those ex-atheists in foxholes, most Americans were still praying for the God of science to save them. But it didn't. But it didn't matter. The movie was such a hit that I was asked to do a whole series. I called it Wonder Weapons, 7 films on our military's cutting-edge technology, none of which made any strategic difference, but all of which were psychological war winners. Isn't that a lie? It's okay, you can say it. Yes, they were lies, and sometimes that's not a bad thing. Lies are neither bad nor good. Like a fire, they can either keep you warm or burn you to death, depending on how they're used. The lies our government told us before the war, the ones that were supposed to keep us happy and blind, those were the ones that burned because they prevented us from doing what had to be done. However, by the time I made Avalon, everyone was already doing everything they could possibly do to survive. The lies of the past were long gone, and now the truth was everywhere, shambling down their streets, crashing through their doors, clawing at their throats. The truth was that no matter what we did, chances were that most of us, if not all of us, were never going to see the future. The truth was that we were standing at what might be the twilight of our species, and that truth was freezing 100 people to death every night. They needed something to keep them warm, and so I lied, and so did the president, and every doctor and priest, every platoon leader, and every parent. We're going to be okay, that was our message. That was the message of every other filmmaker during the war. Did you ever hear of The Hero City? Of course. Great film, right? Marty made it over the course of the siege. Just him, shooting on whatever medium he could get his hands on. What a masterpiece. The courage, the determination, the strength, dignity, kindness, and honor. It really makes you believe in the human race. It's better than anything I've ever done. You should see it. I have. Which version? I'm sorry? Which version did you see? I wasn't aware that there were two. You need to do some homework, young man. Marty made both a wartime and post-war version of the Hero City. The version you saw, it was 90 minutes, I think. Did it show the dark side of the heroes in the Hero City? Did it show the violence and the betrayal, the cruelty, the depravity, the bottomless evil in some of those heroes' hearts? No, of course not. Why would it? That was our reality, and it's what drove so many people to get snuggled in bed, blow out their candles, and take their last breath. Marty chose instead to show the other side, the one that gets people out of bed the next morning, makes them scratch and scrape and fight for their lives because someone is telling them that they're going to be okay. There's a word for that kind of lie. Hope. Parnell Air National Guard Base, Tennessee. Gavin Blair escorts me to the office of his squadron commander, Colonel Christina Eliopoulos. As much a legend for her temper as for her outstanding war record, it is difficult to see how so much intensity can be compacted into her diminutive, almost childlike frame. Her long black bangs and delicate facial features only reinforce the picture of eternal youth. Then she removes her sunglasses, and I see the fire behind her eyes. I was a Raptor driver, the FA-22. It was hands down the best air superiority platform ever built. It could outfly and outfight God and all his angels. It was a monument to American technical prowess, and in this war, that prowess counted for shit. That must have been frustrating. Frustrating? Do you know what it feels like to suddenly be told that the one goal you've worked toward all your life, that you've sacrificed and suffered for, that's pushed you beyond limits you never knew you had, is now considered strategically invalid? Would you say this was a common feeling? Let me put it this way. The Russian army wasn't the only service to be decimated by their own government. The Armed Forces Reconstruction Act basically neutered the Air Force. Some dest-res experts had determined that our resource-to-kill ratio, our RKR, was the most lopsided of all the branches. Could you give me some example? How about the JSOW, the Joint Standoff Weapon? It was a gravity bomb guided by GPS and inertial nav that could be released from as far as 40 miles away. The baseline version carried 140 BLU-97B submunitions, and each bomblet carried a shaped charge against armored targets, a fragmented case against infantry, and a zirconium ring to set the entire kill zone ablaze. It had been considered a triumph until Yonkers. Note 1. Joint standoff weapons were used in concert with a variety of other air-launched ordnance at Yonkers. End note. Now we were told that the price of one JSOW kit, the materials, manpower, time, and energy, not to mention the fuel and ground maintenance needed for the delivery aircraft, could pay for a platoon of infantry pukes who could smoke 1,000 times as many Gs. Not enough bang for our buck, like so many of our former crown jewels. They went through us like an industrial laser. The B-2 Spirits, gone. The B-1 Lancers, gone. Even the old Buffs. The B-52 Big Ugly Fat Fellows, gone. Throw in the Eagles, the Falcons, the Tomcats, Hornets, JSFs, and Raptors, and you have more combat aircraft lost to the stroke of a pen than to all the SAMs, Flak, and enemy fighters in history. Note 2. A slight exaggeration. The amount of combat aircraft grounded during World War Z does not equal those lost during World War II. End note. At least the assets weren't scrapped, thank God, just mothballed in warehouses, or that big desert graveyard at Amark. Note 3. Amark, Aerospace Maintenance and Regeneration Center, outside of Tucson, Arizona. End note. Long-term investment, they called it. That's the one thing you can always depend on. As we're fighting one war, we're always preparing for the next one. Our airlift capacity, at least the organization, was almost left intact. Almost. The Globemasters had to go. So did anything else powered by a gas-guzzling jet. That left us with prop-powered aircraft. I went from flying the closest thing to an X-wing fighter to the next best thing to a U-Haul. Was that the main mission of the Air Force? Airborne resupply was our primary objective, the only one that really counted anymore. She points to a yellowed map on the wall. The base commander let me keep it after what happened to me. The map is of the wartime continental United States. All land west of the Rockies is shadowed a light gray. Amongst this gray are a variety of colored circles. Islands in the Sea of Zak. Green denotes active military facilities. Some of them had been converted into refugee centers. Some were still contributing to the war effort. Some were well defended, but had no strategic impact. The red zones were labeled offensively viable. Factories, mines, power plants. The Army'd left custodial teams during the big pullback. Their job was to guard and maintain these facilities for a time when, if, we could add them to the overall war effort. The blue zones were civilian areas where people had managed to make a stand, carve out a little piece of real estate, and figure some way to live within its boundaries. All these zones were in need of resupply, and that's what the Continental Airlift was all about. It was a massive operation, not just in terms of aircraft and fuel, but organization as well. Remaining in contact with all these islands, processing their demands, coordinating with Dest Res, then trying to procure and prioritize all the materiel for each drop, made it the statistically largest undertaking in Air Force history. We tried to stay away from consumables, things like food and medicine that required regular deliveries. These were classified as DDs, dependency drops. And they got a back seat to SSDs, self-sustaining drops like tools, spare parts, and tools to make spare parts. They don't need fish, Sinclair used to say. They need fishing poles. Still, every autumn we dropped a lot of fish and wheat and salt and dried vegetables and baby formula. Winters were hard. Remember how long they used to be? Helping people to help themselves is great in theory, but you still got to keep them alive. Sometimes you had to drop in people, specialists like doctors or engineers, people with the kind of training you just can't get from a how-to manual. The blue zones got a lot of special forces instructors, not only to teach them how better to defend themselves, but to prepare them for the day they might have to go on the offensive. I have a lot of respect for those guys. Most of them knew it was for the duration. A lot of the blue zones didn't have airstrips, so they had to parachute in without any hope of pickup. Not all those blue zones remained secure. Some were eventually overrun. The people we dropped in knew the risks they were taking. A lot of heart, all of them. That goes for the pilots as well. Hey, I'm not minimizing our risks at all. Every day we had to fly over hundreds, in some cases thousands of miles of infested territory. That's why we had purple zones. She refers to the last color on the map. The purple circles are few and far between. We set these up as refuel and repair facilities. A lot of the aircraft didn't have the range to reach remote drop zones on the East Coast if in-flight refueling assets weren't available. They helped reduce the number of ships and crews lost en route. They brought our fleet's survivability up to 92%. Unfortunately, I was part of the other 8. I'll never be sure what exactly brought us down, mechanical malfunction or metal fatigue combined with weather. It might have been the contents of our payload, mislabeled or mishandled. That happened a lot more than anyone wanted to think about. Sometimes, if hazardous materials weren't packaged properly, or, God forbid, Some shit-for-brains QC inspector let his people assemble their detonators before crating them for travel. That happened to a buddy of mine. Just a routine flight from Palmdale to Vandenberg, not even across an infested area. 200 Type 38 detonators, all fully assembled with their power cells accidentally running, all set to blow on the same freak as our radio. She snaps her fingers. That could have been us. We were on a hop from Phoenix to the Blue Zone outside Tallahassee, Florida. It was late October, almost full winter back then. Honolulu was trying to squeeze out just a few more drops before the weather socked us in until March. It was our 9th haul that week. We were all on tweaks, these little blue stims that kept you going without hampering your reflexes or judgment. I guess they worked well enough, but they made me have to piss my kidneys out every 20 minutes. My crew, the guys, used to give me a lot of grief, girls always having to go. I know they weren't really putting the hate on, but I still tried to hold it as long as I could. After 2 hours of banging around in some seriously heavy turbulence, I finally broke down and turned the stick over to my co-pilot. I'd just zipped up when suddenly there was this massive jolt, like God had just drop-kicked our tail, and suddenly our nose was dipping. The head on our C-130 wasn't even really a toilet, just a portable chem pod with a heavy plastic shower curtain. That's probably what ended up saving my life. If I'd been trapped in a real compartment, maybe knocked out or unable to reach the latch. Suddenly there was this screech, this overpowering blast of high-pressure air, and I was sucked out right through the rear of the aircraft, right past where the tail should have been. I was spiraling out of control. I could just make out my ship, this gray mass shrinking and smoking on its way down. I straightened myself out, hit my chute. I was still in a daze, my head swimming, trying to catch my breath. I fumbled for my radio and started hollering for my crew to punch out. I didn't get an answer. All I could see was one other chute, the only other one that made it out. That was the worst moment right there, just hanging helplessly. I could see the other chute, above and north of me by about 3.5 clicks. I looked for the others. I tried my radio again, but wasn't able to get a signal. I figured it had been damaged during my exit. I tried to get my bearings, somewhere over southern Louisiana, a swampy wilderness that seemed to have no end. I wasn't sure exactly. My brain was still misfiring. At least I had sense enough to check the bare essentials. I could move my legs, my arms. I wasn't in pain or bleeding externally. I checked to make sure my survival kit was intact, still strapped to my thigh, and that my weapon, my Meg, was still jamming me in the ribs. Note 4. Meg. The pilot's nickname for their standard-issue .22 automatic pistol. It is suspected that the appearance of the weapon, its extended suppressor, folding stock, and telescopic sight give it the appearance of the old Hasbro Transformers toy, Megatron. This fact has yet to be confirmed. End note. Did the Air Force prepare you for situations like these? We all had to pass the Willow Creek Escape and Evade program in the Klamath Mountains in California. It even had a few real G's in there with us, tagged and tracked and placed at specific marks to give us the real feel. It's a lot like what they teach you in the civilian manual. Movement, stealth, how to take out Zach before he can howl your position. We all made it. Lived, I mean. Although a couple of pilots washed out on a Section 8. I guess they just couldn't hack the real feel. That never bothered me, being alone in hostile territory. That was standard operating procedure for me. Always. You want to talk about being alone in a hostile environment? Try my 4 years at Colorado Springs. But there were other women, other cadets, other competitors, who happened to have the same genitalia. Trust me, when the pressure kicked in, sisterhood punched out. No, it was me, only me. Self-contained, self-reliant, and always unquestionably self-assured. That's the only thing that got me through 4 years of academy hell, and it was the only thing I could count on as I hit the mud in the middle of G country. I unclasped my chute. They'd teach you not to waste time concealing it, and headed in the direction of the other chute. It took me a couple hours, splashing through this cold slime that numbed everything below my knees. I wasn't thinking clearly. My head was still spinning. No excuse, I know, but that's why I didn't notice that the birds had suddenly beated in the opposite direction. I did hear the scream, though, faint and far away. I could see the chute tangled in the trees. I started running, another no-no, making all that noise without stopping to listen for Zach. I couldn't see anything, just all these naked gray branches until they were right on top of me. If it wasn't for Rollins, my co-pilot, I'm sure I'd have been a goner. I found him dangling from his harness, dead, twitching. His flight suit had been torn open, and his entrails were hanging, draped over 5 of them as they fed in this cloud of red-brown water. Note 5. At this point in the war, the new battle dress uniforms, BDUs, were not in mass production. End note. One of them had managed to get its neck entangled in a section of small intestine. Every time it moved, it would jerk Rollins, ringing him like a fucking bell. They didn't notice me at all. Close enough to touch, and they didn't even look. At least I had the brains to snap on my suppressor. I didn't have to waste a whole clip. Another fuck-up. I was so angry I almost started kicking their corpses. I was so ashamed, so blinded by self-hate. Self-hate. I screwed the pooch, my ship, my crew. But it was an accident. It wasn't your fault. How do you know that? You weren't there. Shit, I wasn't even there. I don't know what happened. I wasn't doing my job. I was squatting over a bucket like a goddamn girl. I found myself burning up mentally. Fucking weakling, I told myself. Fucking loser. I started to spiral. Not just hating myself, but hating myself for hating myself. Does that make any sense? I'm sure I might have just stayed there, shaking and helpless and waiting for Zach. But then my radio started squawking. Hello, hello, is anyone out there? Anyone punch out of that wreck? It was a woman's voice, clearly civilian by her language and tone. I answered immediately, identified myself, and demanded that she respond in kind. She told me she was a skywatcher, and her handle was Mets fan, or just Mets for short. The Skywatch system was this ad hoc network of isolated ham radio operators. They were supposed to report on downed air crews and do what they could to help with their rescue. It wasn't the most efficient system, mainly because there were so few, but it looked like today was my lucky day. She told me that she had seen the smoke and falling wreckage of my Herc, and even though she was probably less than a day's walk from my position, her cabin was heavily surrounded. Before I could say anything, she told me not to worry, that she'd already reported my position to search and rescue, and the best thing to do was to get to open ground where I could rendezvous for pickup. I reached for my GPS, but it had been torn from my suit when I was sucked out of my ship. I had a backup survival map, but it was so big, so unspecific, and my hump took me over so many states that it was practically just a map of the U.S. My head was still clouded with anger and doubt. I told her I didn't know my position, didn't know where to go. She laughed. You mean you've never made this run before? You don't have every inch of it committed to memory? You didn't see where you were as you were hanging by the silk? She was so sure of me, trying to get me to think instead of just spoon-feeding me the answers. I realized that I did know this area well, that I had flown over it at least 20 times in the last 3 months, and that I had to be somewhere in the Atchafalaya Basin. Thanks, she told me. What did you see from your chute? Were there any rivers, any roads? At first, all I could remember were the trees, the endless gray landscape, with no distinguishable features. And then gradually, as my brain cleared, I remembered seeing both rivers and a road. I checked on the map and realized that directly north of me was the I-10 freeway. Metz told me that was the best place for an S&R pickup. She told me it shouldn't take any longer than a day or two at best if I got a move on and stopped burning daylight. As I was about to leave, she stopped me and asked if there was anything I'd forgotten to do. I remember that moment clearly. I turned back to Rollins. He was just starting to open his eyes again. I felt like I should say something, apologize maybe. Then I put a round through his forehead. Metz told me not to blame myself, and no matter what, not to let it distract me from the job I had to do. She said, stay alive and do your job. Then she added, and stop using up your weekend minutes. She was talking about battery power. She didn't miss a trick. So I signed off and started moving north across the swamp. My brain was now on full burner. All my lessons from the creek came rolling back. I stepped, I halted, I listened. I stuck to dry ground where I could, and I made sure to pace myself very carefully. I had to swim a couple times. That really made me nervous. Twice I swear I could feel a hand just brush against my leg. Once I found a road, small, barely 2 lanes, and in horrible disrepair. Still, it was better than trudging through the mud. I reported to Metz what I'd found and asked if it would take me right to the freeway. She warned me to stay off it and every other road that crisscrossed the basin. Roads mean cars, she said, and cars mean G's. She was talking about any bitten human drivers who died of their wounds while still behind the wheel, and because a ghoul doesn't have the IQ points to open a door or unbuckle a seatbelt, would be doomed to spend the rest of their existence trapped in their cars. I asked her what the danger of that was, since they couldn't get out, and as long as I didn't let them reach through an open window to grab me, what did it matter how many abandoned cars I passed along the road? Metz reminded me that a trapped G was still able to moan, and therefore still able to call for others. Now I was really confused. If I was going to waste so much time ducking a few back roads with a couple Zach-filled cars, why was I heading for a freeway that was sure to be jammed with them? She said, "You'll be up above the swamp. How are more zombies going to get to you?" Because it was built several stories above the swamp, this section of the I-10 was the safest place in the whole basin. I confessed I hadn't thought of that. She laughed and said, "Don't worry, honey, I have. Stick with me and I'll get you home." And I did. I stayed away from anything even resembling a road and stuck to as pure a wilderness track as I could. I say pure, but the truth was, you couldn't avoid all signs of humanity, or what could have been humanity a long time ago. There were shoes, clothes, bits of garbage, and tattered suitcases and hiking gear. I saw a lot of bones on the patches of raised mud. I couldn't tell if they were human or animal. One time I found this rib cage. I'm guessing it was a gator, a big one. I didn't want to think about how many G's it took to bring that bastard down. The first G I saw was small, probably a kid. I couldn't tell. Its face was eaten off. The skin, nose, eyes, lips, even the hair and ears. Not completely gone, but partially hanging or stuck in patches to the exposed skull. Maybe there were more wounds, I couldn't tell. It was stuck inside one of those long civilian hiker's packs, stuffed in there tight, with the drawstring pulled right up around its neck. The shoulder straps had gotten tangled on the roots of a tree. It was splashing around half submerged. Its brain must have been intact, and even some of the muscle fibers connecting the jaw. That jaw started snapping as I approached. I don't know how it knew I was there. Maybe some of the nasal cavity was still intact. Maybe the ear canal. It couldn't moan, its throat had been too badly mangled, but the splashing might have attracted attention, so I put it out of its misery, if it really was miserable, and tried not to think about it. That was another thing they taught us at Willow Creek. Don't write their eulogy. Don't try to imagine who they used to be, how they came to be here, how they came to be this. I know. Who doesn't do that, right? Who doesn't look at one of those things and just naturally start to wonder? It's like reading the last page of a book, your imagination just naturally spinning. And that's when you get distracted, get sloppy, let your guard down, and end up leaving someone else to wonder what happened to you. I tried to put it out of my mind. Instead, I found myself wondering why it had been the only one I'd seen. That was a practical survival question, not just idle musings, so I got on the radio and asked Metz if there was something I was missing here, if maybe there was some area I should be careful to avoid. She reminded me that this area was, for the most part, depopulated, because the blue zones of Baton Rouge and Lafayette were pulling most of the G's in either direction. That was bittersweet comfort, being right between two of the heaviest clusters for miles. She laughed again. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. I saw something up ahead, a lump that was almost a thicket, but too boxy and shining in places. I reported it to Metz. She warned me not to go near it, keep on going, and keep my eyes on the prize. I was feeling pretty good by this point, a little of the old me coming back. As I got closer, I could see that it was a vehicle, a Lexus hybrid SUV. It was covered in mud and moss and sitting in the water up to its doors. I could see that the rear windows were blocked with survival gear, tent, sleeping bag, cooking utensils, hunting rifle with boxes and boxes of shells, all new, some still in their plastic. I came around the driver's side window and caught the glint of a .357. It was still clutched in the driver's brown, shriveled hand. He was still sitting upright, looking straight ahead. There was light coming through the side of his skull. He was badly decomposed, at least a year, maybe more. He wore survival khakis, the kind you'd order from one of those upscale hunting safari catalogs. They were still clean and crisp. The only blood was from the head wound. I couldn't see any other wound, no bites, nothing. That hit me hard, a lot harder than the little faceless kid. This guy had had everything he needed to survive, everything except the will. I know that supposition. Maybe there was a wound I couldn't see, hidden by his clothes or the advanced decomposition. But I knew it, leaning there with my face against the glass, looking at this monument to how easy it was to give up. I stood there for a moment, long enough for Metz to ask me what was happening. I told her what I was seeing, and without pause, she told me to keep on going. I started to argue. I thought I should at least search the vehicle, see if there was anything I needed. She asked me sternly if there was anything I needed, not wanted. I thought about it, admitted there wasn't. His gear was plentiful, but it was civilian, big and bulky. The food needed cooking. The weapons weren't silenced. My survival kit was pretty thorough, and if for some reason I didn't find a helo waiting at the I-10, I could always use this as an emergency supply cache. I brought up the idea of maybe using the SUV itself. Metz asked if I had a tow truck and some jumper cables. Almost like a kid, I answered no. She asked, "Then what's keeping you?" or something like that, pushing me to get a move on. I told her to just wait a minute. I leaned my head against the driver's side window. I sighed and felt beat again, drained. Metz got on my ass, pushing me. I snapped back for her to shut the fuck up. I just needed a minute, a couple seconds to... I don't know what. I must have kept my thumb on the transmit button for a few seconds too long, because Metz suddenly asked, "What was that?" "What?" I asked. She'd heard something on my end. "She'd heard it before you?" "I guess so. because in another second, once I'd cleared my head and opened my ears, I began to hear it too. The moan, loud and close, followed by the splashing of feet. I looked up through the car's window, the hole in the dead man's skull, and the window on the other side, and that's when I saw the first one. I spun around and saw 5 more coming at me from all directions, and behind them were another 10, 15. I took a shot at the first one. The round went wild. Metz started squawking at me, demanding a contact report. I gave her a head count, and she told me to stay cool. Don't try to run, just stay put and follow what I'd learned at Willow Creek. I started to ask how she knew about Willow Creek when she shouted for me to shut up and fight. I climbed to the top of the SUV. You're supposed to look for the closest physical defense, and started to measure ranges. I lined up my first target, took a deep breath, and dropped him. To be a fighter jock is to be able to make decisions as fast as your electrochemical impulses can carry them. I'd lost that nanosecond timing when I hit the mud. Now it was back. I was calm, I was focused. All the doubt and weakness were gone. The whole engagement felt like 10 hours, but I guess in reality it was more like 10 minutes. 61 in total, a nice thick ring of submerged corpses. I took my time, checked my remaining ammo, and waited for the next wave to come. None did. It was another 20 minutes before Metz asked me for an update. I gave her a body count, and she told me to remind her never to piss me off. I laughed, the first time since I'd hit the mud. I felt good again, strong and confident. Metz warned me that all these distractions had erased any chance of making it to the I-10 before nightfall, and that I should probably start thinking about where I was going to catch my 40. I got as far away from the SUV as I could before the sky started to darken, and found a decent enough perch in the branches of a tall tree. My kit had this standard-issue microfiber hammock, great invention, light and strong, with clasps to keep you from rolling out. That part was also supposed to help calm you down, help you get to sleep faster. Yeah, right. It didn't matter that I'd already been up for close to 48 hours, that I'd tried all the breathing exercises they taught us at the creek, or that I even slipped 2 of my baby L's. Note 6. Baby L's. Officially a pain reliever, but used by many military personnel as a sleep aid. End note. You're only supposed to take 1, but I figured that was for lightweight wussies. I was me again, remember? I could handle it. And hey, I needed to sleep. I asked her, since there was nothing else to do or think about, if it was okay to talk about her. Who was she, really? How'd she end up in this isolated cabin in the middle of Cajun country? She didn't sound Cajun. She didn't even have a southern accent. And how did she know so much about pilot training without ever going through it herself? I was starting to get my suspicions, starting to piece together a rough outline of who she really was. Metz told me again that there would be plenty of time later for an episode of The View. Right now I needed my sleep, and to check in with her at dawn. I felt the L's kick in between check and in. I was out by dawn. I slept hard. The sky was already light by the time I opened my eyes. I'd been dreaming about, what else? Zach. His moans were still echoing in my ears when I woke up. And then I looked down and realized they weren't dreams. There must have been at least 100 of them surrounding the tree. They were all reaching excitedly, all trying to climb over each other to get up to me. At least they couldn't ramp up. The ground wasn't solid enough. I didn't have the ammo to take all of them out, and since a firefight might also buy time for more to show up, I decided it was best to pack up my gear and execute my escape plan. You had planned for this? Not really planned, but they'd trained us for situations like this. It's a lot like jumping from an aircraft. Pick your approximate landing zone, tuck and roll, keep loose, and get up as quick as you can. The goal is to put some serious distance between you and your attackers. You take off running, jogging, or even speed walking. Yes, they actually told us to consider this as a low-impact alternative. The point is to get far enough away to give you time to plan your next move. According to my map, the I-10 was close enough for me to make a run for it, be spotted by a rescue chopper, and be lifted off before these stink bags would ever catch up. I got on the radio, reported my situation to Metz, and told her to signal S&R for an immediate pickup. She told me to be careful. I crouched, I jumped, and cracked my ankle on a submerged rock. I hit the water face down. Its chill was the only thing that kept me from blacking out from the pain. I came up spluttering, choking, and the first thing I saw was the whole swarm coming at me. Metz must have known something was up by the fact that I didn't report my safe landing. Maybe she asked me what had happened, though I don't remember. I just remember her yelling at me to get up and run. I tried putting weight on my ankle, but lightning shot up through my leg and spine. It could bear the weight, but I screamed so loud I'm sure she heard me through her cabin's window. "Get out of there," she was yelling. "Go!" I started limping, splashing away with upwards of 100 G's on my ass. It must have been comical, this frantic race of cripples. Metz yelled, "If you can stand on it, you can run on it. It's not a weight-bearing bone. You can do this." "But it hurts." I actually said that, with tears running down my face, with Zach behind me howling for his lunch. I reached the freeway, looming above the swamp like the ruins of a Roman aqueduct. Metz had been right about its relative safety. Only neither of us had counted on my injury or my undead tail. There was no immediate entrance, so I had to limp to one of the small adjoining roads that Metz had originally warned me to avoid. I could see why as I began to get close. Wrecked and rusting cars were piled up by the hundreds, and every 10th one had at least 1 G locked inside. They saw me and started to moan. The sound carried for miles in every direction. Metz shouted, "Don't worry about that now, just get on the on-ramp and watch the fucking grabbers." Grabbers? The ones reaching through broken windows? On the open road, I at least had a chance of dodging them. But on the on-ramp, you're hemmed in on either side. That was the worst part by far, those few minutes trying to get up onto the freeway. I had to go in between the cars. My ankle wouldn't let me get on top of them. These rotting hands would reach out for me, grabbing my flight suit or my wrist. Every headshot cost me seconds that I didn't have. The steep incline was already slowing me down. My ankle was throbbing, my lungs were aching, and the swarm was now gaining on me fast. If it hadn't been for Metz. She was shouting at me the whole time, "Move your ass, you fucking bitch." She was getting pretty raw by then. "Don't you dare quit. Don't you dare crap out on me." She never let up, never gave me an inch. "What are you, some weak little victim?" At that point I thought I was. I knew I could never make it. The exhaustion, the pain, more than anything, I think, the anger at fucking up so badly. I actually considered turning my pistol around, wanting to punish myself for, And then Metz really hit me. She roared, "What are you, your fucking mother?" That did it. I hauled ass right up onto the interstate. I reported to Metz that I'd made it, then asked, "Now what the fuck do I do?" Her voice suddenly got very soft. She told me to look up. A black dot was heading at me from out of the morning sun. It was following the freeway and grew very quickly into the form of a UH-60. I let out a whoop and popped my signal flare. The first thing I saw when they winched me aboard was that it was a civilian chopper, not government search and rescue. The crew chief was a big Cajun with a thick goatee and wraparound sunglasses. He asked, "Where'd the hell you come from?" Sorry if I butchered the accent. I almost cried and punched him in his thigh-sized bicep. I laughed and said that they work fast. He shot me a look like I didn't know what I was talking about. It turned out later that this wasn't the rescue team, but just a routine air shuttle between Baton Rouge and Lafayette. I didn't know at that moment, and I didn't care. I reported to Metz that I got my pickup, that I was safe. I thanked her for everything she'd done for me, and so I wouldn't really start bawling, I tried to cover with a joke about finally getting that episode of The View. I never got a response. She sounds like a hell of a skywatcher. She was a hell of a woman. You said you had your suspicions by this point. No civilian, even a veteran skywatcher, could know so much about what goes into wearing those wings. She was just too savvy, too informed, the kind of baseline knowledge of someone who had to have gone through it herself. So she was a pilot. Definitely. Not Air Force, I would have known her, but maybe a squid or a jarhead. They'd lost as many pilots as the Air Force on resupply hops like mine, and 8 out of 10 were never accounted for. I'm sure that she must have run into a situation like mine, had to ditch, lost her crew, maybe even blamed herself for it like me. Somehow she managed to find that cabin and spent the rest of the war as one kick-ass skywatcher. That makes sense, doesn't it? There is an awkward pause. I search your face, waiting for more. What? They never found her? No. Or the cabin? No. And Honolulu never had any record of a skywatcher with the call sign Mets fan. You've done your homework. You probably also read my after-action report, right? Yes. And the psych evaluation they tacked on after my official debriefing. Well, it's bullshit, okay? So what if everything she told me was information I'd already been briefed on? So what if the psych team claim my radio was knocked out before I hit the mud? And so the fuck what if Metz is short for Metis, the mother of Athena, the Greek goddess with the stormy gray eyes? Oh, the shrinks had a ball with that one, especially when they discovered that my mother grew up in the Bronx. And that remark she made about your mother? Who the hell doesn't have mother issues? If Metz was a pilot, she was a natural gambler. She knew she had a good chance of scoring a hit with Mom. She knew the risk, took a shot. Look, if they thought I'd cracked up, why didn't I lose my flight status? Why did they let me have this job? Maybe she wasn't a pilot herself. Maybe she was married to one. Maybe she'd wanted to be one, but never made it as far as I did. Maybe she was just a scared, lonely voice that did what she could to help another scared, lonely voice from ending up like her. Who cares who she was, or is? She was there when I needed her, and for the rest of my life, she'll always be with me.